What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Bleacher Report's 2025 NFL Trade Deadline Live special. My name is Hayes, and I'm joined by my brother, Pat. What's going on, Pat? Pat, the designer from ESPN 1000, the Windy City Breeze. You basically do a lot of things. What's going on, Pat?
Full government on the screen is crazy. I was not expecting that. What's going on, Brody? How you feeling, man? Hey, listen, we got
Feeling good,
NFL
bro.
trade deadline. We got a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm always the trade deadline is always a fun one to talk about, right? Because like you get to talk about a lot of the speculation around things. There's gonna be a lot of rumors here in the next couple of hours, but we already have deals that have gotten done, which we could start off the show with. But this is always just a fun day from a football fan perspective, not even just from like a Bears fan perspective, football fan perspective. You get to see which teams are going to be aggressive about trying to add reinforcements as they make their push now towards the end of the season on the second half of this year. And Pat, we've already had one fairly big. We've had a number of moves go down, but a fairly big move go down this morning. That's the Cowboys trading for linebacker Logan Wilson. Now the Cowboys defense has been nothing special for this year after trading Michael Parsons at the start of the year before anything even happened. They do trade him for a 2026 seventh round pick to get Logan Wilson in there in Dallas. How you feeling about this move, Pat?
Listen, I think this is a move of you found a guy over there in Cincinnati who clearly nobody wants to be a part of the Cincinnati defense anymore, and if you can bring a guy in who you can get the most out of, Logan Wilson, like he's been a solid piece for the Cincinnati Bengals. He's been really good at times in run defense. He's been really good at times in the coverage. Hasn't been able to put it all together at once, but I think that goes a lot to the scheme that we've seen in Cincinnati. I mean, this defense has been one that has consistently been pretty porous, and so finally being able to possibly put it all together and getting it for, I mean, nothing crazy in the slightest here. I think this is a good move for Dallas overall, and hopefully, they'll be able to get the most out of him and actually be able to utilize him. Me and Matt Eberflus very well. We know what a linebacker who actually just understands, okay, it's not about game speed. It's not about 40 times speed. It's about game speed. If you know where to be, if you're an intelligent linebacker and you can get downhill in a hurry, that's the kind of guys that Matt Eberflus loves, that just understand, diagnose, make the play. To me, I think that's what we're going to see here with Logan Wilson going to Dallas. Probably not the move a lot of Cowboy fans are looking for, but I would say don't be worried about that. I think Jerry's plan today is to be very aggressive.
Yeah, I think Jerry's going to be very aggressive today as well. Like moving Wilson, became something the Bengals were able to do when you got rookies like Carter and Knight and the way that they've played so far this season. It gives you a little bit of flexibility in what you want to do. And the Bengals are in this transition period anyway, where we don't know what the next state of the Bengals are going to be. Cowboys are always a team that's looking to be aggressive. They always want to make moves. They're 3-5 right now in the season, still second in the NFC East. So, if they with the right moves, I'm sure that they think they can be still right in the thick of things as things go on with the NFC. When you talked a little bit about Matt Eberflus there, right? And we know Matt Eberflus, a former linebacker. We know what he likes in linebackers and those type of things. Is this the type of guy that you think is going to pair well with what they already have down there as far as a linebacking core in Dallas? Is this a guy that's going to solve some things long term for them? Is this a move more for just reinforcements for the rest of this year? They're going to have to figure out some other things later.
Listen, I think you're talking about more reinforcements for the rest of this season. I'm not going to sit here and say that, it's the end all be all here, but he reminds me a little bit of a guy. I'm not saying exactly here, but very similar to what the Bears had in TJ Edwards in Chicago, where he's got that high tackle production. He does have that coverage ability, the versatility. He does have the leadership and experience. And I think, when you talk about making a trade for a guy like this, the only downsides maybe is the age. Right now he's 29 years old. You're getting him on the back end of that career. When you brought in TJ Edwards in Chicago, he was a little bit younger there. And the contract value that you're going to have to give this guy, the reason he wanted to be traded was because he wants a new contract. So to me, I think right now you're talking about bringing somebody in who is more of a depth piece. But as you saw in that time in Chicago, TJ Edwards turned into a key piece in that Matt Eberflus defense. That could be the role that he's looking to do here with Logan Wilson.
Absolutely agree with you. And I think, we'll see what happens with Dallas. Dallas is a team that, they are aggressive. Usually they're very successful in the regular season. They have some postseason issues there. We'll see if they can get over that hump this year. They got to get to the postseason first. But there have been a number of other moves around the NFL so far, Pat. Like when you look at some of the bigger moves that have happened so far, how you feeling about some of these moves? Jalen Phillips, these guys are out there and they've been moved and stuff like that. Draymond Jones was moved to the Ravens. Jalen Phillips went to the Eagles from the Dolphins. How you feeling about some of these moves? We've seen the Eagles very, very aggressive here to start off the trade deadline.
Listen, I think the Eagles are putting the rest of the league on notice that we're not done. The move to go get Jair Alexander, high risk, high reward, possibly, right? Like Jair Alexander has not been the same player that he once was. We all know that. But if you can go out there and get a guy who's solid depth with some good DBs that the Eagles have already over there, and on top of that, you're able to kind of turn him back into old form. We know what happens when guys get with Vic Fangio, right? He's able to get the
Mm.
most out of pieces that we haven't seen before. So when I saw that move, my ears perked up a little bit, looking at what this Eagles defense has kind of become this season, but also where they could be going, trying to get back to that dominant. You've got waves of guys that can come in. You can make a move, and put guys in different positions to go out there and be successful. Big Fangio's really, really good at this. And so I think trying to get that defense back on track to where it was at championship level, I think they made some subtly nice moves, and I like the fact that they're being aggressive and not just saying, you know what, we got our ring, we're going to sit back, we're going to let this play out, we'll retool at the draft. You don't know how many years you're going to get out of Saquon Barkley
It's a
and
fact.
Jalen Hurts and everybody healthy together. You got to take advantage of this kind of team when you can. And I think going out and adding a piece to that defensive line like Jalen Phillips as well, it shows the aggressiveness of this team, and I don't think the Eagles are done either.
Yeah, I don't think that's the crazy part about this because for most teams, you trade for Jalen Phillips, you trade for Jair Alexander, that's your trade deadline. You walk away from that with a pretty darn good trade deadline. They're probably not done yet, and they're just going to keep adding pieces to become that championship team. And I got to respect what the Eagles are doing. It's like you laid out there. It's very easy for a team after winning a title to then say, "Hey, we did what we needed to do. We got our ring. We're going to move on from that." But the Eagles are not resting on their laurels at all here, and they are going, like you said, putting the NFC on notice is definitely something that they're doing here with these moves. Next up, Draymond Jones. Ravens get him from the Titans in this one. The Titans, another team that could be blowing everything up. What do you feel about the Ravens in this move here?
I think the Ravens just messed up the Bradley Chubb market for the Miami Dolphins. I mean, being able to go out there and get him for a conditional fifth that possibly turns into a fourth, I guarantee you that, especially with how much Draymond Jones has come on the last, I think 4 weeks, you're talking about a sack in just about every game there.
Hmm.
He's still in that prime window. He's 28 years old right now. I think he's got versatility. He's got really good scheme adaptability going over there to Baltimore, adding to that defense that, by the way, I don't know if you've noticed over the last couple of weeks, they have really, since they've gotten back healthier, come on in a major way and started to figure some things out. And you look at the declining efficiency, I think it's more of a situational thing right there. Excuse me, what you saw him in Tennessee, to me, it always felt like, right, very similar to Jeffrey Simmons, where you're just going, yeah, well, I'm not surprised that the production isn't where it once was because this defense isn't where it once was. So to me, I think that this is a good move for the Ravens, and I think it opens up the eyes of a lot of teams around the league if you're in that Bradley Chubb market.
Yeah, Draymond is a guy that he's going to go out there and he knows his role and he's going to play it well. I think that's one of those guys you just trust to do his job, and that there's something to be said when you're able to acquire that, especially for what the pick that they were able to acquire him for. Like just getting that guy in that production is going to be great for them. So we'll continue to see how that works out for them. Another trade, though, that I want to talk about that may be a little bit under the radar. We'll see. The Patriots have been another very active team so far at the trade deadline. They got Kyle Duggar. No, I'm sorry. They trade Kyle Duggar to the Steelers. How do you feel about this move with Kyle Duggar going to the Steelers?
Listen, I think that when you look at what Kyle Duggar brings to a team, right? Like the Steelers are looking for a guy that can bring that top tier athleticism, that can bring those physical traits, 6'1", 216 pounds. I mean, he's got the speed that you really want to see. He's got that run and hit ability as well. And I think, seeing some of that early production out of him in his time in New England, you really want to see, okay, this is a high ceiling move if you're the Steelers right now. Now, again, same conversation we were having before about some of these guys, right? The contract situation is really the one that you're going to have to question moving forward. I think signed a 4-year, $58 million extension with a large cap hit for $15.3 million. So is this going to make sense money-wise moving forward? But if you're the Steelers right now, this is a we're going all in kind of move, is it not? You went out, you added Aaron Rodgers this offseason. You've gone out and you've gotten DK Metcalf. This is kind of how you expect these moves to be made here. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how they try to fit him in to this defense. But I think as far as going out and getting a player that you've seen, show you some really good flashes throughout his career, I think this is a good move for Pittsburgh.
I think it's a really good move for them. Pittsburgh is sitting at 5-3 right now in the season. We know that they like to be aggressive. They want to go out there and shore up some things. So this makes a lot of sense for the Steelers to go out here and make that move. Let's talk about the other player, though, that the Patriots traded. They traded defensive end Keion White to the 49ers, who need pass rush. They just need it badly. They did that for a 6th-round pick. How do you feel about this one?
Now, this one, I think, listen, you're going low bring back, right? And I think you still feel really good about the physical tools that a guy like Keion White brings. But here's where the question mark is going to come in. Can you develop him into that player that can be somebody who's consistently in that backfield? He's got, to me, there still needs to be a lot of polish to his game. He doesn't have a ton of the experience that you want to see from him. And on top of that, you bring in a guy who's had a ton of time where he's missed time with injury. Like, those are the question marks for me when I look at a guy like Keion White. But I do think that he does bring an immediate impact to this San Francisco defense, where you're hoping that he's going to be able to get into that backfield and disrupt quarterbacks. And at a minimum, what you want to see is those elite athletic skills create pressure in the face of quarterbacks, if not sacks.
Yeah, Keion White is interesting, right? 6'5". He has two sacks on the season as it stands right now. 26 years old. So, like you said, there's still development that can be done with him so far. I like what he brings to the table. This is a guy that brings a lot of the physicality that you wanted, that defensive end position. The Niners were in a position where they needed that production out there on the edge, and the Niners sit in this interesting spot as well, where the season could go a lot of different ways for the Niners. I think that they're always a team. They're in that division. 3 teams with 6 wins in their division alone, right? We talk a lot about how deep the NFC North is. The NFC West is a very deep division as well, as things stood out this season. You're going to need to make those type of moves and have them work out so you can separate yourself. And there are going to be a lot of teams looking to separate themselves in that division as this season goes on. And this is one of those moves that can help them do that. You think the Niners are done, though, Pat?
This season is going to be very difficult moving forward. I think you're trying to overcome the loss of a number of players on this 49ers team. And so, do you want to make big moves here if you're the 49ers right now? Not to say you want to, fall out of the playoffs. You've still got a chance to go out there and be competitive, like you said, in this division and try. And we know what Kyle Shanahan can do if you actually put him in a position to go out there and coach up a playoff team. But if we're being honest, like, there is coming a point where you start to say, okay, we could go after some of these guys, but do we need to save some of this draft capital? Like, as quiet as it's kept, right? I know we don't care as much about 4th, 5th, 6th-round picks. Those are a lot of times the guys that make up the floor of your team, either those glue guys or those special teams guys. I don't know if the Niners want to go getting rid of a ton of draft capital moving forward. You're not in a win now situation in my mind right now.
Yeah, the Niners are in an interesting spot, right? Because I do think they probably feel they're in a win now spot, and I think the Niners are one of those teams that are always in a win now. But I agree with you, like, you don't have to go all in yet. You don't have to put all your chips on the table yet. Save some of that draft capital, build organically. We'll see what happens and how aggressive the Niners are. But moving out of that, from talking about the moves that have happened so far, Pat, there are a number of players that we know are rumored to be available. We're going to talk about some of the fits for those players. And the first player that we're going to talk about in that is A.J. Brown. Where do you think a good fit for A.J. Brown is?
Listen, I know he can't stand it. I know that they can't stand it. He's in Philly. Like, I don't think you're moving on from AJ Brown in any stretch of the imagination right here. I think that, is the production exactly what he wants it to be? No, it's not. But are the wins continuing to come? Yes, they are. And I think for you to want to, unless you see AJ Brown go beating the table, walks in the room, says, trade me to somebody, trade me to anybody. I don't think that AJ Brown is going to want to be in a very different situation. We know the kind of talent that he is. Listen, when Jalen Hurts is throwing the football, AJ Brown is the primary target in there. And I know people want to go to the one game where Jalen Hurts overthrew AJ Brown a ton. Maybe he does want to go into a situation where he's working with one of those elite quarterbacks. But if you're Philadelphia right now, are you trading him to one of those situations? I'm not. I don't want to see this guy as we go on a playoff run. If I'm Philly, I'm like, hey, Carolina, what's it going to take for you guys to get AJ Brown to pair up with Bryce Young down there? Have some fun with that combination. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sending him to anybody where I'm going to have to see him again. I get the numbers are not where he wants it to be, but in my mind, I would think that if you're Philly and the smart move, and you're trying to make the smart move, you do not move on from AJ Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I think outside is just that. I get what you're saying, but like there's with his money and the cap hit and the fact that he wouldn't really gain anything anyway. Like AJ Brown staying in Philly, I don't see any other outcome to that. They'll have to solve it. Maybe they'll figure out something down the road. But like I think at this deadline, AJ Brown staying there. I think Adam Schefter also reported that he's likely to stay in Philly. There's just a lot of football reasons why that makes sense. Like I get the why the speculation and stuff is there, but to me, AJ Brown staying in Philly, there's not a lot of conversation to have outside of that, unless somebody comes with an offer that is unexpected at this deadline. AJ Brown's going to be in Philly after the deadline's over with today.
No, 100%.
Now let's move into the next guy, Maxx Crosby. Now I have an outside the box. Like I'm just looking at just my team and what my team needs. But I'll fan out here in a second, Pat. I'm going to turn it over to you since you have the more level-headed analysis on this one. What do you think, Max? What's the perfect fit for Maxx Crosby?
Listen, if you're the Rams right now, you've got a finite amount of time with Matthew Stafford right now at the quarterback position. You're building up a defense that is proving to be one that definitely can get after you, especially with Jared Verse on the other side of that. I would say try and restructure some of these contracts here. Maybe you end up sending a player back in a deal like this. But if you're the Rams, why are you not looking heavily at this situation? Now, if you're the Raiders, you would be dumb to trade it without asking for a king's ransom. But when you look at draft capital, I think this upcoming draft, the Rams have 2 first-round picks available that they could move on from. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I know you've drafted well, but there is not a player coming out in this draft that is Maxx Crosby. You could have one of the most deadly defenses that you had that in the NFC West on the other side of this. And I'll tell you this right now, Hayes, like, to me, when I look at that situation, going for the long-term success here, you have to start to make that transition. And I think they have during the draft here. But yes, you're still putting all these pieces around Matthew Stafford, but how do you extend Matthew Stafford? How do you get him to have a longer career where he's not nearly as banged up as we've seen? Don't need to rely on him to go crazy because you've got a defense that keeps teams from scoring a ton of points. I think that combination of Jared Verse and Maxx Crosby together would be a dominant one. I would love to see this guy in a Rams uniform.
Listen, and that's like I said, great, sensible, level-headed pick. I don't fan out often. I like to bring level-headed analysis here, but I'm going for Maxx Crosby to the Chicago Bears. The Bears that are across my chest right now, and the reason being this. The Bears have not only been on the opposite side of Maxx Crosby and seen what he does, where he can dictate the whole identity and tone of a game defensively, but Maxx Crosby would instantly he has 5 sacks on the season. He would lead the Chicago Bears in sacks immediately upon coming here. Pat, as well as he has 6 passes deflected this season. That would be tied for second highest on the Bears instantly from your edge coming in here for the Bears. What the Bears have lacked for the last couple of years is truly a game-changing guy that in that pass rush and just on that defense as well can completely turn the tides of a game. While Montez Sweat has been coming on late, he's been coming on late. And Montez has a sack in each of the last 3 games, which is really good. If you're able to bring Maxx Crosby to the Bears, I know there's financial things that need to be figured out. There's draft capital things that need to be figured out there. But if you're able to do that for the Bears, I think it instantly transforms this team so much with TJ Edwards coming back, Austin Booker coming back, where it would make this Bears defense so much better than what it's already been this season, and it will really push this Bears team to actually being in this spot of being able to try to win that NFC North.
The tough part is though, you got to make the money work, and that's the biggest question. Now, it is the one
Yeah,
thing that
that's the
Ryan
biggest part.
Poles is actually dominant at, restructuring contracts, finding ways to get everybody paid on the team and fitting pieces in. The problem is he hasn't been able to fit pieces in that have been nearly as effective. 16 million for Dio Odangbo, who unfortunately just went out with an Achilles injury to finish the season. But like, to me, if you're the Chicago Bears and you have any chance at going out there and getting Maxx Crosby, you have to. There's certain players around this NFL that are available for trade right now, or it seems that are available for trade right now, who are game-changing pieces. Maxx Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, I guess Myles Garrett in theory is kind of available. I don't really believe he's available for trade or that anyone's going to trade for him right now. But like, those are guys that you give up quite a bit for, and you just go, well, that was worth it. Like, there is no downside to going out and adding pieces like that to a defense. And so, to me, if the Chicago Bears can find a way to make the money work, Maxx Crosby all day.
Yeah, it's a lot to make happen, and to be clear here, highly unlikely that this move is to happen at all. But if the Bears do decide to get aggressive and go an all-in move, that's the type of all-in move that they would do. But Maxx Crosby is probably one of the biggest names out there potentially to be traded at this deadline, and we'll see if he actually is moved or does he stay in Oakland as well. Like, what chances do you get of him end up staying in Oakland, not in Oakland anymore, in Las Vegas? What chances do you give them?
In Vegas, I was going to say none in Oakland. Yeah, listen, I think he's gonna spend time continued in Vegas. Vegas knows what they have in Maxx Crosby, and they're not going to trade it for anything lightly. I don't think there's any team that is willing to give up the world right now. And I think you have to ask for the world when you know what Maxx Crosby is. You just got him signed. He's a part of this defense. He's the only piece on this defense. Essentially, you trading Maxx Crosby is you waving the white flag, which you may need to do that anyway. 2-6 here, but it's you waving the white flag for the next few years, and you just signed Pete Carroll to be the head coach of this team. How many years are you expecting to have Pete Carroll? So like that's kind of the tough part of this. If you're going to go into a rebuilding roster, are you keeping everything that you just did this offseason the same, or are you going in a different direction? That's the tough part about if you make a trade for Maxx Crosby to me. So I would expect him to stay in Vegas right now. Plus, just coming from Vegas a couple weeks ago, dog, he's the king of Vegas. Like, it's him and Asia Wilson, and that is it. Like, their faces are everywhere in Vegas.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Well, moving on from this, man, we got some rumors coming in, man. We got a rumor coming here from the Giants. And right now, it's that they're trading. That they would like to trade guard Evan Neal today. That they would like to make a trade for move him off the roster. How do you feel about that?
Evan Neal has, a hot rookie season that, really has just kind of fallen off. His pass protection, his technique has been not good enough. I think that his positional fit has been not good enough. He's been injury prone the entire time. And of course, you've got a contract situation coming up here. Like, if you're a team right now, I'm offering you low draft capital at best for Evan Neal, and I don't think that that's something that, if you're the Giants right now, unless you just want to move off of that piece and say, we've got somebody younger that we feel can come in and make a play for us. I think you saw the best of Evan Neal when you had a really solid run game with Cam Scatterbo in there, somebody who was willing to run hard, somebody who was really willing to get after it. This offense has not been the same since he's left, and with that injury. And if I'm an NFL team around the league, like, I would trade for you for the upside of it. But again, I got a 4th round pick for you at best. Is that going to be enough for you to move on from Evan Neal? And like I said, unless it is we're just truly done with this and we want it to be done.
And it's with Evan Neal, the thing is, he's 25 years old. So the youth alone you would think would make a team at least have some interest in making a move for him. But Pat, I'm going to make a comparison here, and this is one that I know we're both is going to hit both of us. It feels a little Nate Davis-y. It feels a little Nate Davis-y here with Evan Neal.
No, because I don't know if Evan Neal doesn't want to put the work in. But although I'm not locked into Giants camp. I don't know if those are some of the rumors coming out of Giants camp, but I think the underwhelmingness of it does feel very, very much like Nate Davis when in his time in Chicago, even his time in Tennessee. But to me, um, I look at Evan Neal as a guy who just has been banged up and has underachieved. Honestly, like he was the 7th overall pick in 2022.
Yeah.
Like that's a large investment. You thought that he was going to. You took a guard 7th overall,
Taking a guard
you,
7th overall.
well, he was
yeah.
he's coming out of college. He wasn't, but like you thought that he was going to be so much more in the NFL, and he really hasn't proven to be outside of that rookie year a piece that you can rely on time in, week out. Like, and I think that's the tough part about trying to make a trade for him. Where I mean, what do you have last year? He had the MCL sprain. He's only played in 29 of his 51 possible games over his first 3 seasons. Again, if I'm making a trade for him, the draft capital would have to be extremely low.
Yeah. Yeah, have to be. But if you can get him for low draft capital, I do think the upside's there. I mean, if you're not giving up much for him, the upside's there. You can do a lot worse for, like you said, a 6th, 7th round pick. For a guy that's 25 years old, 6'7", 340 pounds, and you saw what he was able to do his rookie year. There are still those flashes of that. If you can get him back to even, I would say 80% of that, you got yourself a pretty dang good guard there, right? So, we'll see what if the Giants could find a trade destination for him, if any team bites on that, but the draft capital they're going to get back for him is not going to be crazy at all. But let's make the transition back to Fitz. The next fit that we're going to talk about is Jakobi Meyers, Pat. Like, who do you think is a good fit for Jakobi Meyers here?
To me, I think if you're Pittsburgh right now, you got to be banging the table for a guy like this. You've already got DK Metcalf over there, who's your number 1 wide receiver. You can clearly see there's a need for a number 2 wide receiver in that situation. And if you're Pittsburgh right now, like to me, why wouldn't you want to pair another really good target who has been, relegated to deal with Geno Smith week in and week out? Like, yeah. Some weeks it depends on if you get good Geno, bad Geno. Like, this is a situation where I think the wide receiver is the one not at fault here. And if you're the Vegas Raiders right now, you can get some nice draft capital in my mind if you were able to move him over to Pittsburgh. I think on top of that, right, having Aaron Rodgers with multiple weapons, we know how dangerous Aaron Rodgers is. Multiple weapons that have some pretty good hands, by the way. Like, that is a demon still in that old body. We're seeing a lot of old football. They called it the unction when him and Joe Flacco end up going up against one another, bro. Like, to me, that's the kind of situation where if you're Pittsburgh, you continue down that all-in trend. Like, why not? We've seen him, he's been a hard runner this season. He's been somebody who's been tough to bring down when the football has gotten into his hands. Biggest problem has been can't get the football into his hands.
Yeah, I mean, that is the problem. When you look at it, coming in before this season, he averaged 6 touchdowns per year over the last 3 seasons. Prior to this year, he's not been able to get into the end zone this season as of yet. And so that's one of the things that stand out for him as far as a concern. If you're going to trade for him, like, are you going to get the production that you need and want out of him? And that's the question. Now, if you have the system and scheme to where you're going to be able to prioritize him, you're going to be able to scheme him open, I could see him helping a lot of teams around the NFL. So I agree with you there as far as on Myers. I think the Steelers would be a really good one for him. The Steelers, we talked about where they already are and ranked right now in the season. And Myers has a lot of potential talent. You get him out in the open field, this guy can get you some touchdowns. They just haven't been able to get the ball in his hands as consistently enough. But, I just don't turn away from that production. No touchdowns this season, but I just can't overlook what he's done the last 3 years. 6 touchdowns in 2022, 8 touchdowns in 2023, 4 touchdowns last year. I just think that this is a guy that still can be productive. You just need to have the right team and situation for him.
Yeah, this is a case of it's not me issue. Yeah, I mean, like, he's got to be looking around. It's not me issue. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, that would make a lot of sense. It's not me issue is hilarious. First of all, that is funny, but accurate nonetheless. So we'll see where Jakobi Meyers is moved up, man. I do think he's going to be on the move at some point. Let's talk about the next guy, Chris Olave. This is a guy that I'm very familiar with as he went to my college. When you look at him, the skill set that he has, the production that he's had, the way that he was viewed coming into this league, where do you see what would be a good fit for him right now as he's in New Orleans right now?
If you're Buffalo, how are you not trying to go out there and get this guy into the building? Looking at the Buffalo, roster right now with the receiver position, like you can't feel great about it. I don't think I know it's only year 2 and there's still a
Yeah. Yeah.
Technical difficulties there. Nothing, it's trade deadline day. Things happen, Pat. We're back though. But we were talking about Chris Olave and a good trade destination for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we went off on that one, but to me, I think the Buffalo Bills is the optimal team. If you're trying to go out there, like, how do you not go out after a guy like that? I don't think you can feel like Keon Coleman is really the guy right now. Hopefully, he's able to become that. But I think Steve Smith was talking about it, right? He was like, you can't train a dog to be in somebody, and he doesn't see that dog out of Keon Coleman. I think he has all the talent in the world. I think he could be somebody who is much better. But I do agree when you see Keon Coleman play, right? Like he's a solid piece. It doesn't feel like he's that star kind of guy. You got Chris Olave with the best wide receiver he's had in, I'm sorry, the best quarterback he's had in years in Josh Allen. I think that offense could do even more. Now, the thing is, you're already one of the highest scoring offenses in football, and you've got a really, really solid run game. But to me, if you want to make a Super Bowl run, you got to make moves towards big name pieces that you can count on, especially in that situation. The only problem you may have with Chris Olave is, how warm is he going to be out in that cold weather out there in Buffalo?
I mean, but hey, this is a guy who played in Ohio State. Like, I want to be clear. I get what you're getting at with that, but like, it's not like he hasn't played in cold weather before. Because Pat,
Yeah.
it gets cold in Columbus, Ohio. So I think he can
Oh,
adapt
I
to that
know.
pretty well. What's that, Pat?
I said, oh, I know.
So, I think he can adapt to that well. You look at last year, he lost. He only played 8 games last season. He's played 9 games so far, this season, and 560 yards in production. This is a guy that he can produce. Healthy, you get him the ball, he can produce. You put him with Josh Allen, and I know that they're already Super Bowl contenders, but you put in with Josh
Yeah.
Allen, an offense that's already good can get even better. And if you can have a chance to be able to add a player like that while you're on, you have a legitimate Super Bowl contending roster, you make that chance. So I agree with you there. The Buffalo Bills make a lot of sense for Chris Olave. We'll see if he actually ends up being moved. I know that there's been a lot of talk around that, and it makes a sense for him to be moved, but I also would not be surprised to end up seeing him kind of stand pat. But New Orleans needs to be tried and trade anybody they can get anything for because it's time for them down there. Let's move into the next one, man. Jalen Waddle, man. Where do you think is a good spot for Jalen Waddle to go?
This is a tough one, right? Because while I do think it's time for Miami to sell off pieces, you're not going to get the value that you need to get on a guy like Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle is an incredible talent. And while I think that there are going to be teams out there that want to bring in a guy like Jalen Waddle, we've mentioned multiple of the wide receivers who are available that it feels like you could go for a cheaper price. I mean, Jalen Waddle is a guy who right now, 5 years into his career, has 24 touchdowns. We've seen this guy average up to 18 yards per reception. We've seen him be dominant with his catch percentages and his receiving percentages. Like, he's one of the best wide receivers in football. You're not going to get the value that you need to get from him. I think he's somebody that if you're Miami, you try to hold on to. I know you're trying to get rid of everybody else on this team, but I don't think Jalen Waddle is someone who you're going to get a good price for moving forward, because I just think there's too many names out there right now that if I'm looking around this league, I'm not going to go and try and get Jalen Waddle and give up. I think you got to be talking about high second round draft capital at a minimum for the future. Like, I think most of the teams that are in need of a wide receiver and are actually in a position to win probably don't want to make that move when I can go get a guy like Chris Olave, when I can go get a guy like AJ Brown, possibly even in that conversation, Jacoby Myers in that conversation. Like, to me, Jalen Waddle probably stays home in Miami right now.
Yeah, Miami is in this place where I get it as far as like being rumored to move off of assets and all that type of stuff as well. But like, this is a guy that you drafted 6th overall in 2021. He's produced for you. There's not any problems when it comes down to that. I think he stays put as well, because if Miami's going to make these big swings or anything like that to try to move off some talent, I think you get better for some of the young pieces they have in the offseason, where teams kind of know where their draft pick's going to sit, so then they're more willing to give up that. I think he's going to be on the move. I just don't know if it's at this trade deadline. I would not be surprised if he stays in Miami. At that point, you then look to swing and move him in the draft, move up or whatever it is. That's where I think that's going to be moved, unless the team is just willing to go all in. I think you practice some patience here. He'll finish the season in Miami. He'll be moved in the offseason. No harm, no foul when it comes to that at all. Last player we're going to talk about here, Pat, Breece Hall. Where do you think Breece Hall is going to go? I, again, may have a little bit of a homer pick here, so I'll turn it over to you on this
one. I don't even know how we're going homer with Kyle Monunga and DeAndre Swift. Here we go, baby. But no, Breece Hall, to me, I think the conversation, I look at the Chargers. We know what Jim Harbaugh wants to do. He wants to have great defense. He wants to run the football. And to me, Breece Hall has not had the opportunity to be the great running back that he was earlier in his young career here. I think that if you're going to move on from Breece Hall, if you're the Jets, you want to get as much as you can. The Chargers, to me, I think are more willing to move off of some of these pieces because Jim wants to win now. You've got the quarterback already there. You've got some emerging wide receivers now. Quentin Johnston starting to figure it out a little bit more this season. If you're the Chargers, why not? With Najee Harris banged up, why not go get a guy like Breece Hall, where you don't really have to tie yourself to him in a massive way either? And knowing the injuries you have with Najee Harris already, and you get kind of that two-man backfield where you've got kind of that thunder and lightning, no pun intended here with the Chargers, where you can utilize both of those guys once he is able to come back fully healthy. I think you get through this season, you try to find an answer at that running back position right now, improve that run game, and you make your life a little bit better. I like Vidor, but it hasn't been consistent enough for you to feel great about this Chargers running game as of yet.
Breece Hall is somebody who just, as long as he's healthy, he's getting you about 1,300 total yards from the line of scrimmage between passing and running. Between 12 and 14, somewhere in there, he's getting you that every single year. He's going to score touchdowns for you. He's going to do all of that. And when I look at what the Bears need, like, I get it, Kyle Monangai had a breakout game last game. DeAndre Swift has been solid, but I think the consistency has still been a thing that has failed the Chicago Bears. I think that Breece Hall would be a great acquisition for the Chicago Bears at this trade deadline. Now, I don't know if they're willing to give up what it would take to get him, but to get a guy in there at 24 years old that may eliminate what you something else that you were trying to get in the draft. I still think the Bears target a running back in the offseason. You can get ahead of that by getting a guy like Breece Hall in there and his production. We know how Ben Johnson likes his running backs to be able to be dual threats. Breece Hall can do that. You pair that with Kyle Monangai, I think you have yourself a nice little 1-2 punch there, and it gives you some flexibility on what you decide to do with DeAndre Swift in the offseason, as he does have a contract that you can cut and get some tax saving, some cap savings on that to go after some other things. I love the idea with how this Bears offense has shown really flashes of not just being a good offense, but being a very creative and offense that can attack you from a lot of different places. You add Breece Hall to that, to Rome Odunze and DJ Moore, and how Luther Burden and Colston Loveland have looked like they're going to come on at points in time. I think at that point, you have your offense pretty much solidified there going forward, and I would not mind the Chicago Bears to go after Breece Hall at all.
Listen, I sit on the other side of this. To me, I'm not a big, go out there and spend big money on running backs. Anybody that knows me in Chicago knows that. You know what I mean? Like, and Breece Hall is somebody you're going to have to spend big money on moving forward. You just are. While I like the production, while I like the upside that he does bring and the consistency that he does bring, the Bears have a ton of places where they're going to need to spend money at other positions moving forward, especially with some of the struggles that we've seen from this team defensively. So I don't see a way where, Breece Hall coming in is the right move as far as financially for the Chicago Bears, especially when you just seen, you saw a 7th round pick start to develop for you. You got one more year, DeAndre Swift, where you do have an out possibly heading into that season. I'm looking around and I'm saying, let's go draft another guy, maybe in the 3rd round this time. Maybe don't wait till the 7th round when all the elite running backs are off of the board at this point. Although Kyle Monangai,
they had a plan, Pat. Days. They had a plan.
Yeah, they had a plan and got kicked right in the gut. But to me, like I think that if you're the Bears right now, right, build that position through the draft where it is the cheaper position on your roster. You don't want to go out there and put yourself in a position where you're at right now, where DeAndre Swift is starting to hit, paying him $8 million a year.
That's true. That's true. Great points there. Great point. Points were made. We're going to transition talking about players fit. We're going to start talking about buyers and sellers at this trade deadline. There are a number of teams that are looking to buy or sell, and this is what the trade deadline is all built about, Pat. This is what it's built on, is having the teams that want to buy, and then willing to pay a price to buy, and then you have teams that are looking to stack assets and sell off the good players that they have, because they're looking forward 2 and 3 years into the future, where you have some teams that are looking for the nows. So let's start talking about that. The Patriots, who have been active so far at the trade deadline, do you have them as being buyers or sellers here as the trade deadline concludes?
I'll be honest with you. I think with the Patriots, with where they're at right now, how they've been winning games, how they've been able to find some things, and they are 11th right now in cap space. Why wouldn't you be buyers? Like if you're not buying right now with what you've seen, go get Drake May, a number 1 wide receiver. Like all these wide receivers we just said. Listen, I'll throw this out at you. Now, Miami's probably not going to do it because of the team. But, like, if you could find a way to go get Jalen Waddle, go get Jalen Waddle.
Absolutely.
If you could find a way to go get Chris Olave, Drake May is proving that he is one of the best quarterbacks that probably was overlooked in this draft by a couple of different teams. And he's balling out. I believe still top 3 in MVP voting right now. Like, he is playing at a high level. He is breaking Tom Brady records. Tom, the GOAT, Brady. Middle name Patrick. Those are the records that he's breaking. Like, it is insane to me that this young man is doing this with Stephon Diggs and Kayvon Booty. Go get him a number 1 wide receiver. Go all in. Find a way to make it happen. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots are picking up a call, as much as we've talked about the Bears here, if they're picking up the phone and saying, what can we get for DJ Moore? Like, it wouldn't shock me in the slightest.
Yeah. The thing with Drake May as it stands right now, too, like, and he's a big reason why the Patriots should be buyers, is that he has only played 9 games this season. He played 13. He's basically matched or exceeded every stat that he had last year in 4 less games. Now, the problem is he's also been sacked the same amount of times he was in 13 games in 9 games so far this season. But this is a guy that's thrown for 2,285 yards, 10 more than what he passed for last season already. He's thrown for 17 touchdowns, 2 more than what he passed for last season. Only 4 interceptions thrown on top of that. If you're looking for a reason why the Patriots should be buyers right now at the trade deadline, Drake May is the reason why they should be buyers, because you, like you said, you go out there and get him the number 1. You're already 7-2 in the AFC East. You're 7-2, and he doesn't have a true number one wide receiver. You go out there and get him that, man, I'm telling you that right now. Like, that's a team that I hate to say it because I don't like the Patriots as a team, but you hate to say it, but like, that's a team right there that is going to be contending. Like, there's no doubt about it. And what Drake May has already shown you, he's the quarterback. There's no question, no doubt about that. Now you go out there and find those pieces that pair with him, and then watch how you start stacking wins over not just this season, but we're talking about you are a sustained winning team then for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you look at the rankings here. Drake May first in completion percentage. He's got a 17-4 touchdown rating. Like,
crazy.
He's balling right now. It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's move in. Next team, the Jets, man. Now, I have the Jets here as sellers. I just think that where the Jets stand right now, there's no reason for them to be anything other than sellers. If the Jets were trying to be buyers at this trade deadline, I would ask myself, who do you think you are? Like, you looked yourself in the mirror, and who do you think you are right now if you're trying to buy at the trade deadline? Like, you have one win on the season. Sell everything. Everything must go. Everybody can go. That's where I'm standing right now. Just worry about stacking assets. Try to find yourself a future as things go forward and get yourself some talented young players in there so you can build and develop that way. I just don't see a world in which the Jets need to be anything else than sellers, right? Even standing pat doesn't make sense for the Jets for me right now. Sell everything. That's where I'd be with that team.
Listen, I put sell. I think I'm a little bit less on this than you are. I think that Aaron Glenn doesn't have a lot of time here in New York. We know how New York does business. They will have no problem firing him midway through next season and starting this process all over again. I think, to me, when you look at what has happened in New York, right, you got to look around at some of the players that just are kind of sick of the situation, whether because of Aaron Glenn or because of the previous regimes being there. I mean, Garrett Wilson, you paired him back up with Justin Fields. It felt like a match made in heaven the first game of the year. And since then, it's completely fallen off a cliff. You know, you've got talent on this team. I really like a guy like Armand Membo. I really like a guy that like a Breece Hall, right? Like, there is talent on this team, but you haven't been able to find out how to utilize any of that talent. And it seems like they're done with the process. So for that reason, I think if you're the Jets, you have to sell. But if you're in Glenn, that's not a situation you want to be in, because, like I said, I don't think he's going to get a ton of time past this. He's not getting 3 years to figure things out in New York.
Oh, no. I mean, I think when you look at the Jets here, you got to ask yourself this, Pat, and I'll throw this question to you. How many people between the GM, the coach, the players, how many are going to still be here when the Jets start winning again? I don't think it's a whole lot of them, Pat. There's some.
I don't think any of us are going to be alive when the Jets start winning again, bro. Like, if we're being honest, like, I'm sorry.
Generational losing? Is that what we're the Jets are?
Bro, like, listen, I understand what it's like. I'm a Bears fan. I'm not sitting here beating my chest saying we've been dominant, but, like, the best time the Jets had was Rex Ryan, and he was trying to get the feet involved.
And we're not talking about kickers.
No, we're not.
We're not talking about kickers. So, yeah, I mean, the Jets, man, I just don't see any way that they turn this around anytime soon. So then they need to start thinking about your future. And I'm not saying, like, maybe I came on a bit hard saying sell everyone must go, but, like, for real, like, anyone who's pending a big contract that's coming up soon, there's no point in you paying that, right? You have some young guys on this roster that are going to be on the rookie scale deals for a while. You keep those guys, but, like, I think the Jets should sit in a place now where you try to get everything of value that you can get back now, and then you figure it out in the wash after the fact.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's a bad situation to be in right now, and I think that there's a different conversation between hiring the right head coach, which it doesn't feel like you have that right now, and going out and having those pieces available when you get that guy here. You're probably 2-3 years away from that conversation. I do think it's time to strip it down, get as many picks as you can, try and rebuild this team back up. Unfortunately, with new young pieces, because you got young pieces here that either aren't going to resign or you're not going to pay, and start from scratch yet again. Sorry, Jets fans.
Yeah, start from scratch is like something Jets fans hear every 2 to 3 years at this point.
2 to 3.
The next team up, the Dolphins. Now, I'm not as strong and harsh on the Dolphins as I were the Jets, but I also think that it just makes sense for the Dolphins to be sellers at this trade deadline. Where I think if the Dolphins make the right moves at this deadline and get the right number of assets back, that I'm not saying they're going to turn completely around where they're going to be some huge winning team next year, but I do think at that point they're quicker to finding their path to winning than necessarily the Jets are. How do you feel about the Dolphins, Pat?
Listen, the Dolphins are getting ready to send Mike McDaniels into his career of being a Miami Vice pusher. Yeah, I mean, like big shout out to big shout out to what the future of this team is going to be. You're not going to be a part of it. So to me, I think you are in sell mode because you brought in Mike McDaniel to do one thing, fix Tua. Kind of did it. Then the injuries start to pile up. Probably moving on from Tua at some point here. I would think that you're going to try, like you said, not this offseason, but probably for the future to move on from Jalen Waddle. We've already seen them start to sell off pieces defensively. You are blowing this team up. And in blowing this team up, that means that you're going to be selling off for probably the next couple of seasons, trying to find the next quarterback, number one wide receiver, stars on your defense, everything that we've talked about here that they've started to trade away. To me, that's going to be the biggest situation where this Miami team is probably going full on rebuild here.
Yeah, I mean, you can only avoid it so much. And to the Dolphins' credit, like you said, they brought in to try to fix Tua. They did those things, right? They try to really find their path with this roster as much as they could. And at some point, you just got to ask yourself, like, all right, it's not going to happen here. Or how close are we to actually finding that? And if not, then you got to start thinking about selling off some things. Like I said, I don't think they're necessarily at the same place that I view the Jets at being, but I do think that they're a team that if you make the right calculated moves, maybe you can turn this thing around sooner rather than later. But stack assets, you got some promising, young players on this team that teams should be willing to trade for you with. Just to go back to kind of what I said when we talked about Waddle earlier, though, like I just don't know if it all happens at this deadline for them. They may have to wait to the offseason, which then is going to push off next season as well. But I think either way, there's a number of trades coming between now and the draft. There's going to be a number of moves coming for the Miami Dolphins. They're going to try to get them on finding that path moving forward for the team.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I think this team is in full sell mode, and we'll see what ends up happening this offseason.
All right, let's move on to the next team, the Washington Commanders. Now, it's interesting enough, right? Because the Commanders, the playoff run that they went on last season, to be able to do that with a rookie quarterback and how they've come into this season as well. They sit right now as 3-6 on the year, not really following up on the success that they had last year, but they've had injuries. Jaden Daniels missed some time, hasn't been 100% for a while. And so you could really view it either way on this team if they should buy or sell. I think a lot of it comes down to how much they view their health going to be better over the last 9 weeks of the season. But when it comes to the Commanders, how are you feeling about them, Pat?
I actually think the Commanders possibly might be in buy mode. Now, that doesn't mean you're going in. Listen, sometimes you can go be in buy mode and go to the dollar store. I'm not saying that they're going out here and they're going to spin the bag and blow the entire future. But, with the question marks on Jaden Daniels right now, could I see the Washington Commanders in the market possibly for a backup quarterback to come in and work with Tua or with Marcus Mariota? 100%. Like I think that's a conversation that this team probably has to have with the uncertainty there. I think at the same time, right, you want to add some pieces to this defense to try and shore some things up. Again, not going crazy, probably adding a little bit more depth, but we haven't seen the same production out of this team that we saw last year, mostly due to injury. But I don't think they're at a point where they want to wave the white flag on this season. If you can stay relevant, the kind of player that Jaden Daniels is. If you can keep competent and keep competitive, which they've won some games with Marcus Mariota here this season, I think that you could see them go out there and say, hey, like we're staying afloat. Hopefully we get Jaden back this season. If we do, we sneak into the playoffs. We go out and try and make a competitive run.
Yeah, I mean, I think this all hinges on when do they feel like Jaden Daniels is going to be back. He went down with dislocated elbows, what he has, and if they feel like he's going to come back, it gives him enough runway to really make a run for a postseason. I see them still setting up to do that as if he was there. Maybe not buying as much, but I do see them as buyers as well, because I think they're going to want to make sure that everything's in a position that when Jaden comes back, they're able to hit the ground running, keep trying to win football games, try to tough it out for a wild card selection or whatever they sit at that point in time. And if Jaden Daniels is healthy, if you say that you, over the last 8 weeks, 7 weeks of the season, whatever it is, that you get a healthy Jaden Daniels, like that right there gives you enough hope, I think, to be buyers at this deadline. So I still see that happening as well. I think that there's still buyers at this deadline because of that. You got Jaden Daniels on your roster. If he's healthy, you're going to want to buy. You want to buy, period.
Now,
So go ahead.
What I will say is this, where it does get a little questionable here is you could be in the selling conversation real quick because of the schedule that you do have
That's
on the season. Too. I mean, you got the Lions, you got the Dolphins, who's solid. Well, you might be able to beat a selling team. Got Broncos, Vikings looked like they bounced back. Giants, man, Philly, Cowboys, Philly. You got a gauntlet. It's got to be tough for you to win in those situations with the team currently as it is. So maybe the white flag is getting ready to be raised up. But to me right now, when you look at the future of this team, like especially with that bye week in there, the white flag might be waved by that Miami game.
That's true. It could very well be that week 12 bye week could be the week where they look at it and say, all right, are we waving the white flag, or do we have enough runway here to where we think we can put something together? I guess we'll see what the future does hold for them. But I know what the future holds for us, Pat. We got a new rumor coming up in regards to this trade deadline, which is what the trade deadline is all built around. There's going to be a number of rumors coming up and out of it around this time, man. And so we'll talk about that. As right now, this is a rumor that Jerry Jones said that there are more trades in the works right now. Now, this does not surprise me at all in regards to the Cowboys. We talked about it at the top of the show. The Cowboys are going to be very aggressive over this trade deadline. How do you feel about this one?
It doesn't surprise me at all. I think that the Cowboys are going to be, trying to continue to improve this defense. You've got an offense right now who I know last night was not a good showing of it. I mean, it was ugly at times, but you got an offense right now who, to me, is one of the best offenses in football, and you haven't been able to slow anyone down on the other side of that ball. Shout out Matt Eberflus with that 4-man rush. Listen, I think you got to be looking at the defensive line right now. I think you've got to be looking at, especially, and unfortunately, we are professionals at knowing the Matt Eberflus defense with the struggles we went through here.
Unfortunately,
if you don't have the 4-man rush up front, you're not going to get home. We saw him blitz a little bit more yesterday, but I don't think that's going to be consistent. We've seen those pop-up blitz games from this Dallas Cowboys defense. More times than not, though, you've seen Trayvon Diggs getting dominated over the top. You've seen this secondary get absolutely torched time and time again, as it again happened last night. Jacoby Brissett just balled out on you.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Jacoby Brissett knew he was in that game, but he was balling out. Like, I guess you've got an abysmal situation here defensively, and the only way that it is going to work for you is if you get 4 guys up front that are able to create pressure. You still got Kenny Clark there, but you need to get somebody consistent off of that edge. I wonder if a Chase Young could be in the works. I wonder if a guy like, we haven't talked a ton about him here, but we know Jerry likes to go big. Does he go out and try and get Trey Hendrickson into the building to add to this team and pay him the money that he refused to pay Micah? Like, I'd be very intrigued to see what this Dallas defensive line looks like after the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, defense is going to be the name of the game. I'm not saying that that's the only thing, but that is where I expected them to try to be making the most improvements at this trade deadline. Jerry's going to be aggressive. Jerry, I think Jerry's out to prove some things, and we'll see how much of that he can prove. Let me ask you this, Pat. With how aggressive the Cowboys are this season, do you see it ending in anything other than what it ends in every postseason for the Dallas Cowboys?
Listen, I mean, defensively right now, I don't even know if postseason is in the works after the loss last night. I think that conversation is tough. I mean, I get it. You've got some teams on the schedule, especially at the back end, that could propel you in there, but you're going to need to find wins versus KC, probably versus the Lions in that mix. Like, that's a tough one for me to sit there and honestly say that they're going to find a way to make the playoffs at this point. I just think you would have to go on essentially what the Cincinnati Bengals did last season to even have a conversation at that, where remember Cincinnati just was like, bet we'll just put up 60 in every game and win this game offensively, and we'll go on a run and try and put together a ton of wins at the end of the season here to get us close to playoff contention. I don't know if you're going to be in that position if you're Dallas right now. And so for me, like, I think the season ends very similarly to how every other Dallas Cowboys season is going to end, where you Cowboys fans are at home complaining about Jerry Jones and unfortunately seeing him in an episode of Landman putting on a phenomenal performance.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Getting back to buyers or sellers, we left off on the Commanders. We're going to switch it now. We're going to talk about the Steelers. The Steelers are a team that, season's off to a really good start for them. Well, I can't even say start, right? The midpoint of the season now. They've had a really good season so far.
Yeah.
This looks like a team that's primed to make the right moves to solidify their postseason run. I have them clearly as buyers because I think, like, you look at them 5-3 on the season. This is a team that's winning at home, winning on the road. They're getting it done. They're in a conference right now where if they make the right moves, they're 2 games ahead of the next team below them. That is the Baltimore Ravens. We have talked about being another team that could be aggressive, but I think the Steelers are going to want to make sure they create some separation for them. I absolutely have them as being buyers here at this deadline. How about you, Pat?
I think you have to. You need to get the run game figured out on this team. I think that right now you're heavily relying on 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers right now, which when you go out and you make a trade like that, you should. But the biggest thing for me right now, if you can get that run game even moderately fixed, think about how we saw it for years here in the NFC North. Think about how dangerous Aaron Rodgers is when he's got that marrying of the run and the pass. You basically one of the worst rushing football teams in the game right now. We've mentioned a couple of names here that could be available. Breece Hall, one name we haven't mentioned is Rico Dowdle. I think that even going out and listen, I would be massively buying if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. And I would be looking for an addition to this wide receiver room. I would be looking for an addition to this running back room. And I think in that situation, you got 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers. You're trying to win the Super Bowl this year. That's the bottom line. Like, you're trying to win the Super Bowl this year. You're going all in. You're not thinking about what can Aaron be in 2 years down the road, older. Yeah. So, like, to me, like, this is your year to go all in. If you are the Pittsburgh Steelers, why short that up now? I think they're going to be big buyers.
Now, just for to have a conversation from the other standpoint, is there anything to be said that with Aaron Rodgers being as old as he is, that the Steelers should kind of just stand pat and just let the season come to where it goes? I agree with you as far as you're going all in for the Super Bowl now, but is that worth it, mortgaging potentially that much of your future with a 40-year-old quarterback? Or should they practice more patience in a way and say, hey, we're confident in what we have now. Maybe we make some strategic acquisitions, but not really give up the big time to be big buyers here at this trade deadline?
Here's the best thing about old quarterbacks, because the one thing that you already screwed yourself out of is high draft capital, right? So here's the best part about old quarterbacks. They kind of need the same thing that young quarterbacks do, or brand new quarterbacks that you go out and draft. They need a solid running game. They need wide receivers that they can trust, and they need an offensive line that you can rely on, as well as a really good play caller. Kind of need that same thing with the old guys because they can't move nearly as well as they do. Aaron Rodgers didn't need all that, right, when he was in Green Bay, because Aaron Rodgers could still move. He was still very mobile. He could flick the football, and all of a sudden you'd look down the field, it's 70 yards. Now, he still does have that 70-yard pass. That's crazy. We've under-talked about that this season. But, like, you can dominate. He could dominate by himself. He's not in that situation anymore, so he needs a lot around him. And I think if you build the team for Aaron Rodgers right now, you're setting the team up for a young quarterback who you're going to have to go either trade for or acquire via the draft. Like, why wouldn't you want him to be paired up with DK Metcalf, possibly Jalen Waddle, maybe a Rico Dowdle, right? Like, have the offensive line already in place, have the play caller already in place where you feel comfortable, and even try and get that guy in here. Like, if I'm the Steelers, don't overlook that as well. Like, if you see a backup quarterback out there that you're like, that might be a guy that we could develop along here while Aaron Rodgers is still here, go get that guy. Because that is a situation where he gets to learn under one of the greatest to ever throw a football. So I think if you're the Steelers right now, buying is not a bad thing for the current. It's not a bad thing for the future.
We shall see. We shall see. Last team to talk about, Pat, the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I think we've
I
we've
think we
both buried
did.
the lead on this with how this show has gone, how we've talked about them. I think we both clearly have them as buying because Jerry Jones is going to buy. He's going to try to throw money at this. He's going to buy. He's going to try to fix this as it goes on. So while we do both have them as buyers, is that necessarily the right decision for the Cowboys right now?
It's the right decision for the Cowboys because as quiet as it's kept, and I know, Cowboys fans are going to look at Jerry and say, "Oh my God, how could you, move on from a guy like Micah Parsons? It makes no sense. It truly is mind boggling. Now your defense is terrible." You can be buyers if you're the Cowboys right now because the Cowboys draft extremely well. And at the spots where you want to see them go out and make draft picks at the trenches, the Cowboys find guys on a pretty consistent basis on the offensive and defensive lines that you go, man, that guy really has a ton of upside. I don't know how they find these guys. So that's always the one part where it's like, yes, am I going to sit here and say that, Jerry has made all the right moves down there in Jerry World? No, I'm not. But I do feel like he's made a lot of really good moves. I mean, you saw Donovan Izariku get involved in the defense yesterday, right? Like you're starting to see those guys develop. To me, I think that because of how well they draft, you can take bigger chances. So I do think buying right now is the right move for them because I feel confident that they'll still be able to go out with whatever the capital is, second round, third round pick, and find a guy that's going to be a big part of this team moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, they made their sell move, and that was trading Michael Parsons. Everything else other than that, they're going to be buying, right? Like they provided themselves that leeway in doing that. They're 3 games behind the Philadelphia Eagles right now in the NFC East. I don't think they can catch up. There's no hope of them catching up with that. But this is a team that still is hoping for a postseason appearance. And because of that, and Jerry and everything that you just mentioned there, they are going to buy. They're going to be buyers at the trade deadline. They're going to be buyers every trade deadline. For now, it's probably as long as Jerry Jones owns the team, which is going to be forever. Forever. We talked about the Jets literally suffering into for the rest of our lifetime. The Cowboys are always going to be a team that's going to be at the level where they're probably going to buy more than sell for forever. The Cowboys defense, as it's up on the screen right now, has been an eyesore for sure. Can they do enough, Pat, to fix the defense enough at this trade deadline to help them in that goal for a postseason appearance?
No. Mine is going out there. Like I said, mine is going out there making the major move of going to get Maxx Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, somebody like
Which
that.
would be so backwards, and that would be such a Jerry Jones thing to do.
It'd be such a Jerry Jones move. But then we'd talk about how backwards it is, and then you'd see the play on the field, and you'd be like, "Well, it works." Like the only thing that's going to make Matt Eberflus's defenses work is the dominant front four.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anybody out there that makes this front four dominant outside of major names. Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Maxx Crosby. Chase Young makes his defense better. Bradley Chubb makes his defense better. Doesn't make it dominant.
yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, Pat. And I guess we'll see what happens. I know Cowboys fans are hoping that they are able to do something to give them a little bit more hope as the season goes on. Because I know there's been a lot of Cowboys that are very frustrated about where the season has gone, especially defensively for them. But we do have another new rumor, Pat, as things goes on at this trade deadline, and this one now from Jordan Schultz. Say enough. Does say this, that we'll see if any deals get done, but the 2 teams I'm watching today for potential holy crap trades are the Seahawks and the Broncos. Pat, hey, first of all, I know this isn't quantifiable. What constitutes a holy crap trade in your opinion? Because that, to me, saying that not just a big trade, not just saying that make a big move or something, a holy crap trade is a pretty major move. What is the holy crap trade that could happen for the Seahawks or the Broncos, bro? You see,
I mean, dog, listen, a holy crap trade for the Seahawks is trading for Pete Carroll again. You know what I mean? No, I'm just playing. Like to me, honestly, like I think it is what we talked about, right? Listen, there's a couple of big names that are out there, and if you're the Seahawks, right, I think we haven't talked about them as buyers or sellers yet. Like I am shocked by the Sam Darnold that we are seeing. I know what everybody saw in Minnesota last year, but like Sam Darnold's literal traits were all negative Seahawks traits. He was a struggling quarterback when he had to play in outside and adverse conditions. He was a struggling quarterback when the weather was not great. Those are all Seattle things. And Sam Darnold has come out and absolutely balled out this season.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the most out of a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is just truly proven to be one of the best wide receivers in football this season. And I think, to me, like, the conversation on adding to this team, can you get away with adding big because there's young guys who are on the team that are giving you a lot right now? I think if you're the Seahawks, you really could try and pull off one of those holy crap trades as it is described.
Yeah, that's such a great quote. I'm not gonna lie, that's such a great pull, a holy crap trade. When you look at the two teams mentioned for this holy crap trade, Seahawks sit at 6-2 on the season, and Denver Broncos at 7-2 on the season as well. So for them to want to make moves to solidify what they're doing, it makes a lot of sense. Like when you are in a spot and you see your window open, you want to jump through that window. And that what I think it would mean for either one of these teams to make a holy crap trade is them jumping through the window. You talked about the Seahawks aspect of it, and Sam Darnold, who has been having a great season, make no mistake about it. The Denver Broncos are a team that, with Bo Nix being there and being the starting quarterback there, throwing for 1,976 yards, 7 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, it's not like it's been the performances you look at and say it's been truly dominant. When you look at the Broncos, Pat, do they, for a holy crap trade, does it have to be offensively, or is it going to be more defensively for the Denver Broncos when you think of them making a big trade?
Well, listen, I think you probably want to add to that wide receiver room if you're the Broncos right now. I think you like a lot of what's going on there. The offense, to me, is a little bit more behind the defense, where this defense, I believe, right now ranking top 10. But you just want to make things as easy as possible. If you are, maybe I'll be honest with you. We talked about Evan Neal earlier in the show. Is this a spot where Evan Neal might fit in and make some sense for this Denver Broncos offensive line? Not to say that you're struggling, but adding that depth is never a bad thing for you to have right there. To me, I think, just kind of getting the receiving game moving in the right direction, getting some of the protection moving in the right direction, especially with a quarterback who's as mobile as Bo Nix can be. I think that takes this team to the next level. But in all honesty, like, the conversation for me on the Broncos is probably that wide receiver position. Could this be a team that we see go out and try to make a big splash, holy crap trade for one of those top name receivers that we said, hey, he's probably not a guy that's getting moved?
Chris Olave on the Denver Broncos?
A little Chris Olave, maybe a little Jalen Waddle. Do you try to sprinkle a little Waddle action in there?
Yeah, I mean, as good as the Denver Broncos have been, they're 13th in yards per game as far as offensively in the league, which puts them, above the middle of the pack, but it still puts them, not a top 10. And so are they going to be looking to make a move that they feel like can get them closer to that as the season goes on? And if they do, great there, right? Like a Chris Olave, a Waddle there. I mean, I don't know if that constitutes a holy crap trade, but it is a move that definitely solidifies your team. And I think that's definitely, when you're already 7-2 on the season, those are the type of moves that you're looking for as the season goes on.
Or do you just try to become completely dominant? And there's a name out there that has been there before. I've mentioned him a couple of times today, but somebody who, it was really good in his time there and got banged up. Contracts didn't work out, and you end up moving on from. Probably also didn't perform nearly as high. Could you bring back a Bradley Chubb? Is that the holy crap trade? Could you bring Bradley Chubb back home? Spent 3 years with the Dolphins, got him an 11-sack season over there. You want to go a little over the top? You want to have those waves of defensive ends that can come in and destroy you? Do you go that direction? I'd be intrigued to see that. That would make me go, holy crap.
That would constitute a holy crap trade. I see I'm picking up what you're putting down there. I think that definitely constitutes that. I mean, I wouldn't mad them going out and getting a Bradley Chubb. I think that would make some sense for where they are now. Like you said, it doesn't, it's not offensively trying to double down and be even more dominant on the defensive side of the ball. And as we know, the old adage, defense wins championships. And if you can stack up talented players, especially that can get to the quarterback on the defensive side of the ball, those are things that constitute, postseason success. And that's what anything that the Broncos do right now, it's about solidifying their chance in the postseason. So I wouldn't hate that. Wouldn't hate that at all.
It'd be interesting to see what they do, especially Chubb. A little bit of a down year this year, but could he get back over there and start to get that thing sparked up again?
Absolutely, I agree with you. All right, with that, let's take a look. Let's go and look at the big board here, Pat, as we head, into this big board here, man. We got Breece Hall, Alvin Kamara, Trey Hendrickson, Jeremy Johnson listed here as a complete. Why did I murder his first name like that?
I don't know.
But with
German
that
is
one,
crazy. Like that's literally Jermaine.
bro, literally, I
That's a
have no
staple in our
idea what
community.
happened with that one.
I got
Yeah, it
three
was
cousins named Jermaine.
Jermaine, the Jermaine community. When you look at the big board here, Pat, who's some of these names? We haven't talked about all these names. So, I mean, just to talk about somebody different than we've talked about so far, Alvin Kamara, like, how do you view him? Like, this is a guy that is really talented, can do some things here. The Saints are the Saints, so it would make some sense. We've heard some back and forth things over the season as far as what his availability actually would be. But looking at this big board, is that one of the names that stand out to you? Or we can talk about anybody else on the big board as well.
I mean, listen, Alvin Kamara to me is a name who long in the tooth as far as the running back position. I mean, he's been in the league since 2017 at this point. Phenomenal score. If you think that you can get him back on track, I'm not saying that you can't. Th- that would be a name that would be intriguing for a team, but I'm kind of to the point where I feel like Alvin Kamara is on the other side of the elite player that he once was at age 30 here. Not to say that it's over, but I wouldn't give up any major capital for a guy like Alvin Kamara. I get it. The Saints are selling off, and maybe you want to put him in a winning situation if you feel like you're in a championship level spot. Like I'll be honest with you, right? The teams that we talked about with the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Could that be a name where you're trying to add to that run game? Not this. It's not that Alvin Kamara is bad. It's that the team knows that they're giving the football to Alvin Kamara when you got Tyler Shaw at the quarterback position. So to me, like I would feel like if I could get him for cheap, I would like to make a move like that, but you got to be an all-in team. How many teams are all in? I think you're looking at Pittsburgh yet again, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Pittsburgh for sure there. I mean, a lot of these names are going to go back to Pittsburgh because you laid out a great point as far as them taking advantage of the fact that, hey, you got Aaron Rodgers. You needed to take advantage of Aaron Rodgers while you're there. So Kamara makes a lot of sense for them. He's a very talented player that I think sometimes doesn't get his just due for just how talented he can be. As they put this up on the screen, that he's warming up to the idea of a trade. I think that is probably best for him. And like this is a guy that I would think a lot of these teams that are gearing in and digging in and getting ready for a postseason run, you add Kamara there. This is a guy that is gonna really help your postseason run and what you're trying to do there.
I know another name that the teams have talked about as far as trying to bring in a guy like Kamara, and again we talked about the running back position early. Was the Chicago Bears? Is that somebody who might be interested in adding to that running back room? You had Dennis Allen in the building already, who's worked with Alvin Kamara. To me, I don't think that's a move that I would like to see the Bears make, but I think it's something that you got to watch for. To me, talking about this Bears and a team that Jay Glaze reported is going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline. We'll see what that means. I think there's one name on this list that if you're the Bears, you want to see. I mean, there's three names on this list that if I'm the Bears, I want to see. But I think there's one name that you realistically could make work. Would a Quinnen Williams intrigue you at all, Hayes?
Man, yes, it absolutely would because, like you said, it is a name that the Bears should definitely be interested in. Because listen, you help shore up something that you need as far as that pressure from the interior. The acquisition of Grady Jarrett has not really provided the Bears quite what they hoped that they were going to do. This is a guy that's forced 3 fumbles already on the season, and while the sack number isn't crazy and only 1 sack per game, this is a guy that is just productive. 27 years old. I would love to add him to that interior defensive line for the Chicago Bears. I think he can help a lot there and provide especially with Montez Sweat really finding his stride also. This is a guy that can help, solidify that as well. Now you got Austin Brook, who's probably moving into the starting lineup with losing Diota and Yingbo for the rest of the season, unless the Bears make a trade other places. Quinnen Williams, not a name I'd hate for the Chicago Bears at all.
I think the big thing for me is right. The sack numbers I think are a production of the team that he's on. right
That's
now.
true.
We've seen him consistently be able to get to the quarterback, be able to create that pressure from the middle. And I think at this point, you have to have the conversation, a real conversation, if you're the Chicago Bears. Is Javon Dexter plateauing? Is this just who he is? Which is a fine player. He's
Yeah,
okay, right?
solid.
He's a
Yeah,
solid piece. He's not what you thought you were getting when you passed up on Jalen Carter. You need to have that pressure from the interior. You need to be able to force that pocket to push backwards. And I think a guy like Quinnen Williams does that in a major way if you're the Bears. One thing, like I said earlier in the show, that Ryan Poles really good at is making things work. And right now, if we're talking about buyers or sellers, I could see the Bears be buyers if you're talking about pushing pressure up the middle. If you're talking about, adding to this defensive line, they haven't been able to really get that consistent pressure on that team. And so to me, like, I really think that this Bears team looking to buy on the defensive end, you see the NFL rankings right now, it ain't good, especially after you just gave up 14 points in 50 seconds.
man, let's not revisit that. Now for Quinnen Williams though, you always don't want to revisit trauma up there, Pat. Quinnen Williams though, with another team that you think could be interested in him, as we talk about going from the Chicago Bears to the former Chicago Bears head coach Matt Eberflus, is this something that the player of the Dallas Cowboys could actually take a look at as they've been making defensive acquisitions?
I think it's a great name for them. If you are going to go out there, pairing him up with Kenny Clark would be phenomenal. I think it creates that pressure from the interior. Now, Flus likes a lot more pressure from the exterior. He likes that edge pressure, as I think most teams do. So I think they will probably look more in the edge. But starting it off, why not? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to address edge in the draft, why not have your interior already set to go? I think that would be a great name if you're the Dallas Cowboys, where you go out there and you mix that win with Izuriku and Fowler, two guys who are still young. Fowler, I believe, got a sack yesterday. Izuriku got a sack yesterday. So able to get to the quarterback a little bit more. You create that pressure from the interior, it makes things easier on those guys on the outside.
For sure, for sure. But next up, from some of the names, we're going to go to new names on the big board as well as we look at that. Some of these names that have popped up here recently, AJ Brown, Chris Olave, got some guys that we've talked about as well. Reek Woolen is a guy that we have not talked about yet on this show, but there's been a number of rumors surrounding him and his availability. With them, having a player going down with a concussion, there's been some doubt on if he's actually available or not. Pat, what do you think about these names that are on here? Is there any names that stand out here to you that you want to kind of talk about first? Russell Wilson also being here is crazy.
Russell Wilson. Well, I mean, Russell Wilson being here is crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Kayvon Thibodeau is a name that is always going to be intriguing around the NFL, and trying to figure out kind of where he fits in. Jeffrey Simmons, I keep seeing this name pop up consistently. The Tennessee Titans keep saying we're not trading Jeffrey Simmons. I don't know where you guys are getting this information from. Is this a situation of where there's smoke, there's fire? Because it kind of feels like this Titans team is going a completely different direction. While you would like to keep Jeffrey Simmons for the foreseeable future, there's not a player on this team that I think affords you more draft capital than him.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying as far as what they're saying as far as keeping Jeffrey Simmons, and I look at that and say that's the best way to increase trade values, that teams have to negotiate with you, and you have to. Well, we don't want to move him, but what will you have? You have to come with a hell of an offer if you want us to come up moving off of him. Right. So like maybe that's the thing, because like you, Pat, I've heard the same things as far as them not really being willing to move him, or not being interested in moving. But it's like, why not? Like, why not? You need to be stacking assets right now. You're 1-8 in the AFC South. You need to be stacking draft assets. This is a guy that you can get a number of draft picks back for. And I think you be striking at a time where his value and name is the hottest as well. It'd be crazy for me for the Titans to not be willing to move him.
I mean, listen, you want that guy on your team when your team is able to hit. He's still young enough where you feel like if you get the quarterback position right and start to make some of these moves work, he can be a big part of the future of this team. But like, very similar to what I said with Trey Hendrickson, it feels like this is one of those. Now, Jeffrey Simmons is a little bit more serious here, but it does feel like this is one of those. We don't want you back on the field until we know exactly what we're going to do with you situations.
Yeah.
Like I think to me, when I look at the Jeffrey Simmons conversation right now, like you got to know that he's staying because if you let him go, what is Jeffrey Simmons' age? Right, 28 years old. Like dog, like you could get a king's ransom for Jeffrey Simmons right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at a guy that's just like he sneezes his way to 5 sacks every season. Like that, just pencil him in 5 sacks every season. And I think, like, why hold on to him? Like you said, if they feel like their one way to get to improving isn't that far off, maybe they can hold on to him there. But I think you have to look to move him. 4.5 sacks, 11 QB hits, 8 tackles for a loss. Like this guy's just he's a dominant player in what you can do. And I think it affords a lot of teams too. If you were to acquire him, you can line him up in a lot of different ways, a lot of different packages as well, depending on what else you have on that defensive line. Like this is just a guy that just produces. You put him out there, and there's something to be said about guys, especially at this age, this size, and the consistencies which he's been able to do it with. He just gets things done. He just attacks quarterbacks. And that's something that that every team needs. Every team needs it.
Yeah, listen, in 7 games, he's been an absolute monster this season. Hopefully, able to get him back on the field sooner than later here. But like, and I think they've already ruled him out for this week. Which again, right? Like when you sit there and start to look around, you're like, okay, is this injury related or is this? Yeah, they have already ruled him. He's doubtful for trade, but they have already ruled him out for this week. So is this all injury related or is this all? We're hoping to see what we got here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think that makes sense with the trade deadline. You hold them out for the week, and there's some gamesmanship going on around here with the Tennessee Titans, and it's smart for the Titans to do that. The next player that we're going to get into is Rashid Shaheed here, Pat, 27 years old, somebody that could be out there, available. How do you feel about him being available at that wide receiver position?
Listen, the Saints are in full sell mode. He's somebody who could take the top off of defense. He is somebody who is incredibly dangerous if you let him get behind you. And I think that's the thing that a lot of teams want to add. I just think that with the wide receiver position right now, there are some names that you feel a little bit stronger about. But if I'm a team and I'm looking and I feel confident in what I have already, and I'm looking to just get stronger, add more value into this, I think that this could be a name that you do go out there and look to add. Like, not a ton of touchdowns, but that deep threat ability that he has, I think it just takes a team to a next level. Now, is he going to be one of these guys who you talk about as he gets with a quarterback and all of a sudden he takes off and he becomes a dominant player? I don't know if that's the conversation that I'm having here, but I think, if you put him in, and I'll give you an honest assessment, right? The Bills are an interesting team because if you don't want to go with a one guy, remember they had the one guy in Stephon Diggs where you had to get the football to him, you had to force feed the football to him because he was your number one guy. If you don't go with that number one guy, and you want to go with the team dynamic where you've just got a player who has a little bit more talented, I would think that would be an interesting spot for him to land as well, where you kind of say, he doesn't come in, he doesn't, suck up all the air in the room, but he's extremely talented. We know Josh can get the football to him, and we know what he can do once he has a quarterback there. I'll say another team name, if it's not the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, pick up the phone.
I thought you were going to go Pittsburgh Steelers here, as we talked about them and the importance of them acquiring some players.
I think they need to go get. I think they need to go get the bigger name wide receiver. Go get the legit guy. I think Rashid Shaheed is kind of the guy that is the up and coming guy, and you want to pair him up with a quarterback who is going to still be able to throw to him for a little bit of a bit of time here. Also, with a contract coming up in a few years, like. If I'm the Kansas City Chiefs, like I like a guy like Rashid Shaheed on my team.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Let's get into some other new names on the draft board, Pat. We both kind of saw the name on here, and I think we got to talk about it just because we saw it. Well, we're moving on. We're going to some other names here. Quincy Williams. How do you feel about Quincy Williams being on this list?
Man, you talking about selling everything. Like I think the Jets are trying to sell every bit that they can. Quincy Williams, again, this year is a tough year to really gauge things off of. We've seen him be much more impactful than we've seen him be this season. But to me, when you talk about a guy like Quincy Williams, I think he brings you that versatility, right? Like he can play at the line, he can play in coverage, like he can give you just about everything that you need out of a big name piece. And when you talk about a team that if you're out there and you're looking for some linebacker help and you need that versatility, I think that's something that you could talk about confidently that you could get from Quincy Williams.
Only 4 games played this year, right? So, like you said, the production is quite down. But something that I look at and saying in those 4 games, he's had 1.5 sacks already, right? And so when you talk about what he's able to do in coverage and then getting to the quarterback, lining up in a lot of different places, this is a guy that can still do a lot of things. And if you are confident in his health the rest of the way and his ability to be out there on the football field, I think this could be a really good acquisition. I don't think it'll take more than a day 3 pick to probably get him, Pat. Like, I get it, he's 29 years old, but like, I don't think that the asking price is going to be ridiculously high. And for a day 3 pick and what he's been able to do over his career, I think that's a really good acquisition potentially for a team.
No, 100%. And most of his career, you've talked about him being a fairly healthy guy outside of a couple of early years here in Jacksonville. Most of his time with the Jets, though, he's been a pretty healthy player. To me, like a day 3 pick is a steal for a player like this, especially whether you're bringing him in at depth or whether you're bringing him in to be somebody who is, I guess, at the forefront of your defense there. Like, I think you can get some really, really good production out of this young man. And, they're looking to get as many draft picks as possible. This is a guy who's been an all-pro before. The guy who's been an all-pro before. You're getting him off of injury. You're getting him with a little bit of mileage on him, but still 29 years old. I wouldn't be surprised by it.
Yeah, I mean the age, everything that's there, what it would probably take to get him, it just puts him in a really good spot, I think, to be able to be, help a team here leading into it, and we'll see what happens there. Another name that stands out to me here, DeAndre Hopkins. It's been such an interesting couple of years for DeAndre Hopkins. Him being potentially a name that's out there available at the trade deadline. You think anybody bites on that, Pat?
I don't think DeAndre Hopkins going nowhere.
Yeah.
I think that, listen, the production has not been there. You also have not had Lamar Jackson for a chunk of this season. I think that this Ravens team is about to get itself right back on track. I've talked about them as a team. We didn't talk about it in this, but I think they're a team that possibly could be looking to add at the deadline as well. We already seen them add Draymond Jones. But like, to me, the Ravens are about to hit their stride right now. And it's why I think the Steelers, we've talked about them a ton, need to add, right? It's why I think the Steelers need to go out there and try and bolster this team up as much, because to me, the Ravens are coming. And I still have them winning this division this year. I know they're behind the 8 ball. I know that right now record. I still have the Baltimore Ravens winning the division this season. I got a stake bet on it right now with Drew, because like, I truly feel like, look at the schedule here to finish out the year: Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Green Bay, Steelers. Like, there's a lot of winnable games if you're getting the production from the defense that we saw before. I know that a lot of people kind of look at this team a little bit differently now, but I feel like there's a run coming for this team.
I mean, and if there's a run coming, I mean, to your point there, to your credit, if that's how you're viewing it, it does make sense for them to kind of hold on to their pieces. I do think Diop is a player that clearly can help some teams. I think if you're in a position to where you're ready to deal with what D-Hop brings, both positively and negatively, he can still help your team. You got to have a really good position deposition there with your team and the quarterback to help with that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind D-Hop if I'm some teams out there getting ready for that playoff push. But I'm more shocked at the fact that you got the Ravens still winning the division. But
I'm telling you, dog, I'm telling you, don't sleep on them. I think they had it wrong there. Ravens 2 wins in a row. Ravens right now beating the Bears 30-16, beating the Dolphins 28-6. You got the Vikings coming to town. Or you're going to Minnesota, I get like, and you get Lamar inside. Come on, dog. About to be 3 wins in a row.
That would be crazy. Hey, we'll see. We've seen swings happen in the NFL before, and this deadline is to kind of help those teams that are looking for those swings. That still would be wild to me if they end up winning the division. You laid out a great argument for it, though, Pat. I can't argue against your logic there. if that happens, I hope you get that steak dinner. So there you go there.
We also know the Steelers usually have about a 5 to 6 game losing streak in them just about every single year. So that's got to be coming before they win the final 2 games of the season where they end up 10-7. So
why does that sound like the most Steelers things that could happen? I'm not even shocked that you're saying that.
It's what they do. It's what they do.
Yeah. Yeah. Jacoby Myers, Pat, is he on the move by the trade deadline?
You know what? I think you gotta try and get Jacoby Myers out of there. I think there's a couple of teams that could use a wide receiver of his ilk, and to me, like you don't have the quarterback. You're not really in a position to go get the quarterback in this draft because I'll be honest with you, like I don't know how much college football people are watching out there, but the quarterbacks have really underwhelmed at times this year. I don't think that there is an elite NFL quarterback on this list right now. If I'm Jacoby Myers, I'm begging for the Vegas Raiders to trade me away. Send me somewhere where a quarterback can get me the football on a consistent basis and not die. You know what I mean? Like that's the situation that he's been in between Derek Carr and Geno Smith now. I mean, you got an Aiden O'Connell in there at times, dog. Like, but there's a Gardner Minshew. Like, this guy has so much more talent than what the Raiders have put around him. And I think he's somebody who, if you're talking about being on the move, I think there's a lot of teams that are picking up the phone for him.
Yeah, I think there will be a number of teams as well, like you said, that will pick up the phone to see what the asking price is. What do you think they can get back for him? If they were, like, let's say 2-3 teams call, you get the best deals. What's the best offer you get out there for him?
I think if you're getting a bidding war, right, you could get a day 2 pick. I wouldn't be surprised by that. And honestly, I think a day 2 pick is probably right around where I feel, somewhere, late second, early third round pick. He's an incredibly talented player, but he is having a down season this year, whether that's because of the situation or whether that is because of his own play. I don't think it is because of his own play, but if I'm a team that's calling and I don't want to give up a ton of draft capital, I'm calling with as little draft capital as possible. So I think you could get a day 2, maybe a day 2 and a day 3 pick, and try and figure out from there, okay, what kind of deal can we make work? Because money wise, you're in a great spot with a guy like Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, the money, you're in a really good spot. If you can get a day 2 pick for Jacoby Myers, and not no knock on him, but I think that's just really good value, consider all things considering. And if they were going to do that, I mean, if you come calling with a day 2 pick, I wouldn't turn the phone call away. If you call with a day 3 pick, I'd sit down and consider some things, maybe wait till the offseason. But if you call with a day 2 pick and that's your starting offer, I think we can find a business to get done if that's going to end up being the case there. So, but we still got another set of guys to talk about. What's that?
I was saying, what is he? 29 years old. So
yeah,
still young enough to make an impact.
Yeah, for sure there. All right, Pat, looking back on this list as well, anybody else that stands out to you? I know I've kind of picked all the guys. Is there anybody that a name that stands out to you that you find interested being here on this big board and available at this trade deadline?
I'll be honest with you. For me, I'm looking at a guy older guy. You want to see him get possibly one of those last hurrahs coming off of a 2-sack game versus the Dallas Cowboys. I'm looking at a Calais Campbell. I think that he's somebody who long tenured career, 39 years old. If you can get anything for him, I would be very intrigued. And I think there are teams that would love to bring a guy like this in. I mean, this season alone already, he's got 5 sacks on the year. He had 5 sacks with the Dolphins in total last season. Just the hope to be a stopgap guy to kind of get you through to that next, get you through to the draft or to the offseason where you go make the big name, but a guy who can make an impact on a winning football team. We talked about, adding defensively to a team. Could the Denver Broncos be a team that comes calling for a guy like Calais Campbell, adding to the interior of that D line where you're trying to get him very, very, I like to say 40% or 100% of a guy for 40% of the time. You know what I mean? Like where he's able to go out there and be who he is all the time, but not have to have as much mileage on his body. I would love to see a guy like Calais Campbell on the move.
The thing with Calais Campbell that it just is like, You're trained to think that the fall off is coming at some point in time. The dude is 39 years old.
39
And when you
years
just
old.
look at this, he has been so consistent this whole entire career. Like, yeah, of course, he's had the 14 and a half to 10 and a half sack seasons. He hasn't had a double-digit sack season since 2018. But I'm not surprised by that at third. But you also look at the number of games played. This guy stays on the football field, has not had a single season yet, Pat, of him playing less than 12 games. And when you run into the NFL and you run into that level of not only consistency from production, consistency in being able to stay on the football field, I get it that like trading for a 39-year-old guy sounds like something that's like, why on earth would you do that? But then when you talk about the realities of it and what this guy's still been able to do is Campbell in his productivity, you just like, I wouldn't be mad. It's an acquisition that can't do anything but add depth to your team and just make your team better. He's just a guy that comes in and raises the floor there.
Yeah, the only question you got to ask yourself is this the final hoorah season? Remember, the Cardinals drafted Calais Campbell. So is this I'm riding off into the sunset. I've been in the league for 10 years. I'm finishing out my career here, and then I'm moving into my house that's already out here that I've kept the entire time, that I'm just going to chill out here and go to Cardinals games and enjoy the Arizona lifestyle. Like, I guess that is the one wonder you have there, which if that is the situation, you're probably not moving on from them in that sense. But if you're the Cardinals, your team's, yes, you just got to win versus the Dallas Cowboys, but your team is not very good. You've lost a ton of one-score games. I would assume that you're trying to get value for whatever you can on this team. And to me, 39-year-old Calais Campbell, if he's able to bring you back a draft pick, that's not a bad day.
Not a bad day at all. Like we talked about, it's just his consistency that makes you feel so confident in bringing able to bring him in here, because he's just consistent. But with that, let's now move on. We are bringing in NFL insider James Palmer in here to talk about the NFL trade deadline.
Going?
James,
how's it
what's going on?
I'm sure this is a very, very busy day for you. I'm sure that the alerts and everything are going off like crazy. How are you feeling about the trade deadline so far?
We got screens. We got them all over the place. The wife will probably be delivering food a couple of times down here. We're not moving. We're just going to be in one spot. It's been an interesting morning. I'll start with that. Obviously the Jerry goes on the radio yesterday and talks about how he has a trade, but then doesn't allude to anything specific about said trade, which was just kind of bizarre. And then I guess last night's issues defensively didn't change his thinking and where they stand with this season, because there are some in that building I talked to this morning that going, I like the trade of Logan Wilson. I like that we have him next year. It's the type of piece we need in the middle of our defense. I would have loved to have this trade happen and we beat Arizona, and we're in a maybe a little bit different spot than where we're at, to where obviously there's some people thinking, is it kind of time to pound on this season in Dallas, even though you have one of the best offenses in football with where you stand with your record? Nevertheless, that trade, obviously, you get a decent player, a really good player that makes a lot of tackles and makes a lot of plays, and his role has changed in Cincinnati, a guy who's been a captain and a leader, but you also only give up a 7th-round pick. You almost give up not a whole lot. And that is why I wanted to bring in that trade into where things are moving forward. I don't know if we're going to have too many other trades, the magnitude, and I don't know, you guys can tell me how the magnitude of the Jalen Phillips trade that the Eagles made, a 3rd-round pick, giving up that for a pass rusher. I'm not sure how many of those trades we'll see today. That might be the biggest trade we see in these kind of hours leading up into the deadline and these days leading up to the deadline. There might be some more trades similar to the Logan Wilson type of thing, but the asking price for some of these positions that the contenders are in need of right now, as I made calls this morning, the receiver prices are still very high. I talked to an executive this morning who said, run through your opinion on Jacoby Myers, and the Raiders are looking for a 3rd rounder. Is that too high? Way too high. You're looking at Rashid Shaheed, a 3rd rounder for him. Is that way too high? Yeah, that's high. I'd give up maybe a 4th, but a third is too rich for me. A third round pick in a lot of these general managers' minds, guys, is a starter. And if you're a good GM and a good organization, it should be a really good player for you. So teams don't really want to give up that much capital for some of these receivers that you potentially could be renting and you still have to find a contract for. The Jalen Waddle deal is actually an interesting one as I stick on receivers. A couple of GMs told me that that's not too rich, a one and then some, honestly, for Jalen Waddle. Because of the contract. Yeah, here's why. Because of the contract. It's actually very reasonable. And one GM told me it's actually a phenomenal contract if you're able to acquire him when you look at the price that these receivers are going to, right? You have a one that can play in a lot of different systems, that can be really outstanding after the catch, can do different things with the football, motion, all sorts of stuff, break teams defensively, horizontally. So that being up there is actually more reasonable in some GM's minds than the Rashid Shaheed and the Jacoby Myers type of group at a third round pick. Because if you're going to swing big and get the contract for next year as well with somebody like Jalen Waddle, that doesn't mean he's on the move, guys. I'm just saying, yes, that's rich to give up, but it's actually not as egregious in some general managers' minds than, say, the other receivers that are sitting there for a mid-round pick. But everybody's still calling around. Brian Thomas Jr.'s name is still kind of hot this morning, as teams are still kind of curious if that's something Jacksonville would be willing to do. So everybody's just feeling things out this morning. But again, prices seem really high, so I don't know how many moves we're really going to see before this 4 o'clock deadline.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Did the Draymond Jones trade hurt some of the value for a guy like a Bradley Chubb? All right. Technical difficulties. Welcome back. Getting back into the conversation that we were having there. Do you think that the Draymond Jones trade yesterday maybe hurt a little bit of the value with a conditional 5th going? Well, it could turn into a 4th that you could get for a guy like Bradley Chubb. With some of the production we've seen kind of in these last 4 weeks, feels like that may be very similar to what teams might ask for.
Yeah, it's interesting it's little apples and oranges. Interesting. They were teammates in Denver, actually. And Draymond's versatility was appealing to Baltimore, to my understanding. He's a guy that played inside under Vic Fangio in Denver, then was a prized free agent to go to Seattle and play more of that inside stuff. And then he starts moving outside to be a pass rusher and signs the 1-year deal to go to Nashville at $8.5 million. I think part of that plays into the equation that he's not under contract after this year. That always changes what's happening with these deals. And Bradley Chubb has, I think, I don't think there's any guaranteed money, but multiple years left on this deal after this year, and he's going to turn 30. So I think the bigger way to look at it as with Draymond Jones's contract and trade equity that went with Baltimore actually changed what happens with Bradley Chubb. I look at more what Champ Kelly's doing now that he's running the show there for Chris Greer in Miami. Do you get rid of both your pass rushers? I mean, then you're kind of just left with Matthew Judon, I guess, who is a rotational piece who some teams have been interested in. I don't know if I see them parting ways with both, so it might be a little more clear to just say, I don't know if he's going to listen after he got a third on Jalen Phillips, that he's going to go and move both of these pass rushers. But I do think Chubb was somebody that a lot of teams were interested in. It kind of was an either or who was going to be available, and I think Miami went with who they got more for, which was Jalen Phillips.
Great points there. James, when you look at this trade deadline, are you expecting this to be a fairly like slow and quiet trade deadline, or do you think it's going to pick up here as we go on and get further into the trade deadline?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because there's already a couple of rumors this morning where I'm still checking right now because like somebody will say, "Hey, did you hear such and such and such were close, but it fell through?" And you're like, "What?" And there was something buzzing last night about Jalen Waddle and the team that maybe a lot of us aren't weren't really keen on being interested in him, and they were. We're kind of sniffing out some of these because at the same time these organizations are going out there going, what would it take? Yeah, if you're not asking, you're not really doing your job as a general manager, right? So when teams start calling and getting interest, then maybe the rumor mill starts moving a little bit further, and maybe they were just kicking the tires, but maybe they weren't, and that was just the preliminary part of the discussion. I do think, as of last night when I was making my rounds, it was this. The prices are just far too high from the sellers. And I spoke to an executive this morning who just said, really the biggest thing is they know if teams are going to make a move, and teams want to make a move before the deadline, that there has to be some sort of desperation from the buyer. And you saw that with Howie Roseman and what he did and gave up for Jalen Phillips, which he didn't want to give up that much capital. Now, he had 3 third-rounders, which allowed him to go and give up a third-rounder for Phillips. But the sellers know this. So the price is going to remain high for as long as they can try and hold it. And so that could slow things down dramatically with some of these trades that we're looking at, some of these players.
it's always an interesting trade deadline. It's even more interesting when you get technology involved in it, right, James? But before we got out of here, I had asked you, did you expect this?
Yeah.
Do you expect this trade deadline to continue to be quiet, or do you think it's going to pick up here soon?
I think it could be relatively quiet today, which means we could have a handful of trades, I think, before the deadline. Now, how does that compare to years past? Well, I asked Copilot, I got it right here. I asked Copilot over the last 5 years, what were the number of players traded from September to November up until that deadline? And guys, this is essentially what it was. In 2021, it was more than 20 players. In 2022, 32 players. That was a record. And then in 2023, 15, 24, 19. And in 2025, we've had 18 players already. So when I say a handful of players more, I think that might put us over what we've seen over the last couple of seasons. But I will say this. The asking price is still really high on some of these. And I talked to an executive this morning who just said they understand, the sellers, that is, of how these buyers has to be desperate to go out and try to acquire this talent at the mid-season mark. And they're using that desperation kind of against the buyers up until maybe the price can start to drop down a little bit. Like Howie Roseman did not want to give up a third-round pick for Jalen Phillips. That's a starter. That's a key player in terms of the draft and a premium pick. But he had 3 third-rounders, so he was able to go out and make the trade. Not everybody has that type of capital, so not everybody's very comfortable giving up a third-round pick. Now, do some of these prices start to go down, and we see some movement? Already this morning, my understanding is the Trey Hendrickson price has already started to drip just a little bit. Does it continue to go down just a little bit more? I think Hendrickson wants to play elsewhere. I just want to see if Cincinnati's willing to do something that we usually don't see them do. They already don't make trades, and they made 2 already with the Joe Flacco acquisition and Logan Wilson going to Dallas. So do they lower their price a little bit? I think we might see some more lower key type of moves, maybe Arden Key's on the move out of Nashville as they're still trying to regroup and change things with a new regime in place in terms of running that thing with Mike Borgonzi. So I think we might see 5-6 moves today. But again, there's always a move that we didn't see coming. We didn't know Marshawn Lattimore was going to be a move last year, right? We didn't see that coming until Adam Peters in Washington offered Mickey Loomis something he didn't think he'd get for Lattimore and ended up making the trade. Chase Young was another one that we saw at the deadline. I didn't think we'd see. So there's always a chance something surprises us, and that's why we're having this extravaganza today. But I think 5-6 moves today could be appropriate, and we already had one.
One thing that we talked about on the show ad nauseum is the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that is not a division that they can feel comfortable in right now, seeing how the Ravens have won the last couple of games. And to me, when you go out and you get Aaron Rodgers, you're not thinking about 3 years down the road. You're thinking about winning a Super Bowl right now. Are the Pittsburgh Steelers a team that you might be seeing or are hearing could be looking to go out and add a big name piece, a Chris Olave, maybe again, I don't, the asking price for a Jalen Waddle would be intriguing there, but a Jalen Waddle where you're trying to add in a big name to say, this is what's going to solidify us moving towards being a Super Bowl team this year.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be the big name. I mean, everybody would love Chris Olave, by the way. Like everybody in Buffalo, I talked about, man, we'd love Chris Olave. And like, I think everybody in New England would be like, man, Chris Olave would be great for this offense. Like he seems to fit what a lot of people want. I don't think he's on the move. Rashid Shaheed is much more of a reasonable name to bring up when you talk about what you could bring in. I do think Omar Khan has been extremely aggressive. He's shown us, you're exactly right, that this window is very small with Aaron Rodgers. It could be just this year. People in Pittsburgh would like him back next year. That's going to be up to Aaron. We know what kind of enigma he is. I think we've all seen the documentary, so we'll see what he wants to do this offseason. But it is a small window. And Omar's been very aggressive with the Jonnu Smith move or the Jalen Ramsey move, and they've made some changes defensively. They played a lot more zone this past week. Jalen playing more at the safety spot. I think that's where he's, some people around the league think he's more comfortable. This defense needs to play better, but the complement to DK Metcalf, as you brought up the receivers, has been something that they've been calling around about, and they've been calling around about for a minute now. Now, they still at the same time have been kind of watching their own guys going, is Roman Wilson going to make this jump? We really like Calvin Austin, and we think there's things he can do, but there's some limitations in terms of the way he plays physically. Can we get that complement to DK? So I don't know if it would be like an Olave or like a Waddle and that big of a swing, but the complement to DK Metcalf is something that they very much have been looking at. But also some people around the league think, are they going to add anybody to that defense? It's the most expensive defense in football, has been the last 4 years, and it really hadn't played up to that price tag. But I do think a compliment to DK is something, as I called around this morning, they are still very much in, but they're one of those teams. I'd say Buffalo, I'd say maybe Denver are looking to see if some of those prices go down on those wide receivers. But again, Omar's going to be aggressive. He certainly is. But right now, the recent problems in Pittsburgh haven't really been the offense.
Yeah, that's a great point there. James, we want to thank you for your time, man. We know you're going to be in and out all day today. Thank you for cutting out time for us today, man. And we will see you later on in the show.
Okay, guys, take it easy.
Have a good one, James.
All right, that reaches the end of our portion of today's trade deadline special. Bleacher Report will be having this stream go on all day until the trade deadline. This end of our portion of it. Pat, anything left to say before we get out of here, man?
Chicago Bears do something. Let's see if the Steelers go big. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I'm very intrigued to see where some of these defensive pieces go. I think there's some really interesting defensive pieces. And if the Trey Hendrickson numbers coming down,
that's very. My ears perked up with that too. I wonder how much further does it drop between the trade deadline. So we shall see what happens with that. But we want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and pass this off to the next group that is going to carry us through for the next portion of the trade deadline special. Thank you guys for tuning in to me and Pat. We will see you guys next time, y'all. Peace.
Folks, welcome to everyone's favorite time of the NFL year, the 2025 NFL trade deadline. It's been relatively quiet thus far, only a couple of moves, just one move this morning, hoping that things start to heat up as the hours progress. Dan Mitchell is joining you today alongside with Colby, Richie, and TD. I am thrilled to get into it. Colby, how are you doing today? Talk to us.
Absolutely amazing, Dan. It feels like it's an early Christmas every single year with the NFL trade deadline, man. I mean, it's the last opportunity for these teams to really make some moves. And I think a lot of what these teams are going to do is going to tell you who they think they are for the remainder of 2025. Do we see teams go all in thinking that they're a couple pieces away from a potential Super Bowl, or are teams already conceding for 2025 and looking into the 2026 offseason? And so I'm going to be really curious to look at that aspect of teams as we inch closer and closer here today to the NFL trade deadline.
What is going on, Richie? Your go-to Jets fan. I'm sure he's preparing for his team to go on a fire sale here in just a couple of hours. What's going on?
This is going to be epic, man. This is one of the best times of the year for the NFL. There's so much that's going to happen, I'm sure, on this live stream, and we're really excited to be here, breaking you all the latest NFL trade deadline news. We had a trade this morning that happened that we're going to break down. Shout out to everybody tuning in the live chat on YouTube, on the great Bleacher Report app as well. We're going to give you everything you need to know about what's going on around the NFL. We're excited about it. Let's get into it, man. Woo! I'm excited.
And TD Fins talk, a domino has already fallen from the Miami Dolphins last evening with Jalen Phillips. A lot of names have been hot with trade deadline rumors. How are you feeling so far this afternoon, TD?
I'm feeling great, and the NFL is as healthy as it's ever been, to be quite honest with you. A lot of teams looking to make some moves right now. The Dolphins have already done so with a major move, but they're not done, and a lot of teams aren't done. A lot of things going on around the league right now, and as you can see, the biggest trade so far, Jalen Phillips, Jair Alexander, Jermont Jones, Keon White, Kyle Duggar, Logan Wilson. Man, this is an active trade deadline, and there are a lot of teams that are buyers, and there are a lot of teams that sellers. Let's get into it.
And so the trade I want to start off with now is Logan Wilson, a captain for the Cincinnati Bengals. His playing time was diminished significantly as Cincinnati tried experimenting with more of the younger linebacker room. Logan Wilson being added to the Dallas Cowboys, for me, if this is the only move that Jerry goes with, I find it a bit underwhelming in my eyes. Now, we heard Jerry say at the beginning of the offseason that he wanted to focus on the run. This is precisely what you get from Logan Wilson. He brings that veteran leadership. And again, that is just one more piece into being able to stop the run. This Dallas defense has been struggling in that category so far this year. My question to you guys, is Jerry done on the defensive side of the football? I think all of us can agree he shouldn't be, but what is on the horizon for the Dallas Cowboys? Who should they be targeting at this point? I'm going to start off with TD on this one.
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys, I truly do not believe that they are done. They have put too much into this team to just fold. They have to get better, and they have to get better fast. Why? Because the Eagles are soaring right now, and the Cowboys cannot allow that to happen. They've already caught a break in the division with the Commanders having a rough start as well. But I believe that Dallas is still in the market on the defensive side of the football. Look for players like Bradley Chubb and Minka Fitzpatrick, who are highly rumored to be in discussions right now. And look for guys like that to round out that defense. Because let's be honest, the Cowboys, they have an issue stopping other teams from scoring. That's the reality.
Mm-hmm.
They got to get better on the defensive side of the football. Logan Wilson is a nice piece they bring in. Now, can they get another deal done? Can they get that edge rusher or some help in the secondary? Time will tell.
And so it's easier said than done to replace the production they're missing from Micah Parsons. I'm looking for either a Bradley Chubb. I'm looking for either a Trey Hendrickson if Cincinnati is willing to come down on their asking price. Colby, thoughts on Jerry Jones? Do you think he's done?
No, not at all. And he made it very much clear this past week that there are moves that are going to be made and that there's a couple of moves potentially already in the chamber that he's just waiting to pull the trigger on. You know, he comes out here, he makes an addition for Logan Wilson. The Dallas Cowboys have one of the worst defenses in the National Football League, in large part because of the roster, but also in large part because the guys that they do have are ultimately dealing with injuries. I think Logan Wilson will certainly help them in the pass rush department, certainly a top 10 linebacker in the NFL. When it comes to being able to rush the passer, obviously being a captain for Cincinnati, like you previously mentioned, he was able to squeeze his way out after requesting a trade over the last couple of weeks. But I think that pass rush there, you lose Micah Parsons, trade him to the Green Bay Packers. We immediately hear that the Dallas Cowboys are looking to trade for pass rushers, right? And so I think a Trey Hendrickson makes a lot of sense. Like TD alluded to earlier, a Bradley Chubb would also make a lot of sense. I'm surprised there weren't more in there on Jalen Phillips. You have an opportunity to go out there and get a guy who's an absolute dog when he is healthy. You allow him to go to an in-division rival instead. I felt like that should have been a trade that they were all over. And so I do think adding the pass rush on top of what they did with Logan Wilson would make a lot of sense. But do not sleep on the secondary players. We're talking about safety. We're talking about Minka. But what we should also be talking about is then potentially targeting some cornerbacks there, as that's obviously been a big issue for them. Kyer Elam, who Dan, you know very, very well, is slated as one of their starting outside cornerbacks, which is never a recipe for success. So I'd also look for them to add potentially there at corner.
And so what about you, Richie? And folks, one thing I can tell you is that as far as pressure is concerned for the Dallas Cowboys, it's not as bad as one would assume. As far as EPA is concerned, the Dallas Cowboys are smack dab in the middle at 14th ranked in the NFL, but there could be a piece that could be added that could take them to the next level. Maybe they focus on secondary. We heard TD suggest the potential of Minka Fitzpatrick. Richie, thoughts on if Jerry Jones is done, and if you were him, who would you be targeting?
He is not done, and he made that clear this morning, actually. We're hearing from Jerry Jones all over the place. He told the world yesterday before the Monday Night Football action against the Cardinals that, yeah, we made a trade, but we're not going to tell you who it is. And then we all wake up to the news that it was Logan Wilson. He is going to be aggressive. And just because the Cowboys lost last night, I really don't think that the Cowboys are just going to sit on their hands in the trade deadline. Jerry Jones is going to be aggressive. A name to watch for the Dallas Cowboys, it's actually from my New York Jets, Quinnen Williams. Now, if you guys did not know, the Dallas Cowboys and the Jerry Jones, they called the New York Jets about the Micah Parsons trade, asking the Jets, are you interested in Micah Parsons? Because we want Quinnen Williams from you. And the Jets said, no, we're not really interested in Micah Parsons. Doesn't really fit our timeline. So that right there tells me that Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, they have interest in Quinnen Williams. And he's definitely the best player on the New York Jets defense. And I can tell you right now, Quinnen Williams would be a big time upgrade of what the Dallas Cowboys have on that defensive line. Now, as a Jets fan, I hope this doesn't happen. But if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, you should definitely want this guy, a all-pro defensive tackle, can stop the run, get to the passer, pretty much do everything on the defensive line. I really hope, again, this has not happened for my New York Jets, but a name to watch, because the latest I'm hearing about the Jets is there's a lot of teams calling the Jets about Quinnen, and I'd be shocked if the Dallas Cowboys is not one of those teams calling the Jets about Quinnen. And another name on even the Jets defensive line is Jermaine Johnson. I think Jermaine Johnson would be a big-time upgrade to what they have on their defensive line over there in Dallas. And the Jets are sellers right now, and they got two big pieces on their defensive line I'm sure that the Dallas Cowboys would be interested in.
And so the Dallas Cowboys, they are currently the second worst run defense in the NFL and the third worst secondary in the NFL. So where is Jerry heading? Guys, we're going to transition over to one of my favorite segments of all time. It's called Hear Me Out, because normally after you hear those words, you hear what many of the kids would call rage bait takes. We have all been assigned to give a hear me out take. I am going to start with my own. It's one of the last times of the years where you can give a hear me out type take, a hot take during the middle of the season. It is the trade deadline, and while I do not see this player being traded, I have a suggestion for the Minnesota Vikings. I think that the Minnesota Vikings should put Jordan Addison on the trade block. Why would you say that, Dan? He has been an absolute unit in this offense. He is integral to the development of J.J. McCarthy down the road. Why I am suggesting this is that I believe that Minnesota should look at the Cincinnati Bengals, for example, and do whatever they can to avoid finding a way to have three players well over 60% of their overall cap allotment. We have seen what this has done for Cincinnati when you ultimately end up having three players tied in financially. I think Minnesota should have Jordan Addison on the trade block, where they could ultimately end up gathering as many picks as humanly possible. As much as I love some of the good signs we've been seeing from J.J. McCarthy, I think all of us can agree at this point he's going to take a year or two to get back to that sort of production Minnesota Vikings fans were used to seeing from Sam Darnold this previous year. Right before you need to extend him and add yet another expensive wide receiver, go on ahead and start planning for the future. That is my hear me out take. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Starting off with Colby.
You know, I actually love it, Dan, because it makes a lot of sense.
Do you?
With the Minnesota Vikings, they're not doing very well, right? I mean, I don't really think that they're a team you're expecting, to make some type of run and now make the postseason. And so start trading off some of your pieces. And this is actually something that I was looking at for the New England Patriots when we were hearing rumors that the Patriots were actually calling about wide receivers, Jordan Addison being one of them. And from everything that I'm hearing from Vikings fans, people who are connected to the team, is that they believe it will ultimately happen, but they don't believe that it's going to happen this year. They believe it ultimately happens next year because they still have him signed under contract. They still have that fifth-year option. There's no reason to ultimately trade him right now because he's not going against the cap space. They have him on that rookie deal. So keep Addison, keep Jay Jettis for as long as you can while helping out the young quarterback who's been dealing with injuries that you maybe don't want to be a tick behind because of the injuries that maybe he's dealt with and the time that he's ultimately missed. But why not use those draft picks that you can get to be able to start building up around J.J. McCarthy, build up the holes around this team, make sure that Jay Jettis continues to be the center around your team. I mean, Jordan Addison's only 23 years old. He's never put up 1,000 yards. His value is never going to be as high as it is right now. As each year goes on with that contract, the value is going to go down. As he gets older, the value is going to go down. If he has any potential injuries, the value is going to go down. So trade him right now while you can, and you can demand a pretty hefty asking price. So, Dan, I completely agree with you. They should at least be putting him on the trade block and at least listening to offers for him.
And so use it as a cautionary tale. A team that can build a consistent contender is built through the drafts. Just go on ahead and sell them off as the irons are hot. Richie, thoughts on this hear me out take?
I completely disagree with both of Dan Mitchell and Colby here. Yeah, let's trade away a 23-year-old to help build around a quarterback and build through the draft. Newsflash, he was drafted by the Vikings. He is part of building through the draft. And you want to have weapons for your young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. He needs all the weapons in the world. Yeah, you got Justin Jefferson, but you got to have a number two option. And Jordan Addison is an absolute beast that's on cheap control. What are you looking to get in return of Jordan Addison? You drafted him in the first round. You're going to look for a first-round pick in return? Because I don't think that's his value right now. I think the Minnesota Vikings would be absolutely foolish to trade away Jordan Addison because this is a guy that you want to be able to have J.J. McCarthy build some chemistry. He's out there only played 4 games and has not looked great. Very, very small sample size of J.J. McCarthy. In order for him to find his confidence and find his footing in the NFL, he needs all the weapons possible. So I don't understand the take when you say, yeah, trade him away, get some pieces to help J.J. McCarthy build through the draft and fill out the holes around the roster. I mean, you're basically regressing the offensive system around him by trading him away just to get a draft pick in the 2026 draft. So I disagree on that hot take. But hey, it's hot takes, and that's okay.
And so what are your thoughts on that, TD?
Yeah, I'm with Richie on this one. I think it's insane for the Vikings to trade Jordan Addison. You got a young quarterback. You have to protect him. You have to make life easy for him as he continues to develop in this league. And by the way, Kobe mentioned, they're not winning. Doesn't look like they're going anywhere. Well, I don't think the Vikings feel that way. I think the Vikings feel like they are contending in this division, even with J.J. McCarthy. Let's not forget, they're only 1.5 games out of first place in their own division, coming fresh off of a massive win versus a division foe in the Lions. Come on, it doesn't get any better than that before the trade deadline, and let you know that there are a lot of players that are safe, that if they lost, it might have been a different approach. So they're still in the thick of it. The defense is coming to form, and if JJ can continue to pick up his pace from where he left off last week, yeah, they're headed in the right direction, and you're going to need Addison to help stabilize. You already have amazing weapons, but you don't start taking them away from your young quarterback. You need guys that are, over the top. Until he's ready to do carrying himself, he need guys around him that's going to do the carrying. So stay put with the Vikings. I couldn't dare see the Vikings making such a move. Plus, he's cheap. This is his third year. You still have the fourth year of his contract. If you want to, go further than that, you can, but you can play this out. I just don't see it happening whatsoever.
Should or shouldn't it happen? I'm going to double down and say it will happen prior to the beginning of next year. Probably not at the deadline, but I have a feeling Jordan Addison will be donning a new uniform in the 2026 NFL season. Colby, why should we hear you out?
Dan, hear me out. Okay, and Richie, I want you specifically to be hearing me out, okay?
Oh,
the New York Jets.
Oh, God.
Should be trading for Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray, the future for the New York Jets. Look, we all know that the New York Jets are not good at being able to draft and develop quarterbacks. I mean, look at Sam Darnold. You hit on the quarterback, but you didn't develop him. Right? He had to go to different organizations to redo the damage that New York did on him. How many times can we go back and look at the draft and say, wow, the New York Jets missed on the quarterback? They either took the wrong guy or they took the right guy, but just didn't develop him correctly. Go get a veteran who is still young enough that can help you now, that can also be your future. I think for Kyler Murray, we've seen that promise in Arizona, but at this point, I think he just needs a change of scenery. Sometimes players can have all the guys they need around them to succeed, but sometimes the system, sometimes just the area they're in doesn't suit them and they need to go somewhere else. And New York could certainly be that place for Kyler Murray. I think this is a win-win situation, right? If you're Aaron Glenn, you got the fan base against you. You got the NFL against you, but you can immediately start to dictate the 2026 season for the remainder of 2025 and get off to a hot start in 2026. It's not going to take a developmental year for the quarterback. It's not going to be a rough start with rookie moments. You're getting a veteran quarterback that has done it, who knows the expectations. His play style fits perfectly into the NFL with his strong arm ability, his ability to fire the football down the field, escape the pocket, a throw on the run if need be. I don't think that you're going to get a better quarterback in the 2026 draft than what you are going to get with Kyler Murray. So put it in Staples. Kyler Murray to the New York Jets, and now you are competing in the AFC East, Richie.
Good God.
Oh, wow.
All right, Richie, thoughts?
Well, it's funny you mentioned this, Colby, because in my opinion, this is actually likely, but not today. In the offseason. I think this is an offseason conversation. The contract would not let this happen right now today, and it's very unrealistic, but it is realistic in the offseason, so I'll give you that, Colby. And this is something that Jets fans are talking about. I actually had a live stream on my own channel this morning, and I mentioned this, so it's not that much. It's not that out there in space, right? So you look at the New York Jets. I think that the draft is not where the Jets should just be focused on to get their next quarterback. They should be aggressive for a quarterback in the trade market if somebody does become available. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to be pounding the table for Kyler Murray because I gotta see who exactly the Jets are going to get potentially in the draft. But hey, man, I don't hate it because a change of scenery can do a lot for these quarterbacks. So hey, we'll see, Colby. I hear you out. I hear you.
Like that one. I appreciate that.
And so I have some bad news for anybody that is looking at the incoming quarterback class out of this draft. It dangerously reminds me of the 2022 class that brought us Kenny Pickett and Desmond Ridder and Malik Willis, Bailey Zappi, and Sam Howell. So much hype was surrounding this class, but guys, I got to tell you, I do not like any of the quarterbacks coming into the NFL. So while I see the New York Jets, their best hope is going after a free agent this offseason and or making a trade for a player for the QB1 position, I don't know.
And let me throw in one other quarterback real quick.
Enough, Colby.
Real quick,
Go
one
ahead.
quarterback to watch, Dak Prescott.
Dak Prescott could be interesting. Dak Prescott could be interesting. If, of course,
Dallas wants to get rid of him. You never know.
And say that Cincinnati just goes on a fire sale with their defense, Burrow will have enough. All right. And maybe he'll
Let's go, Joe.
Sort of conversation.
Cool. Bring him over.
All right, TD. Thoughts on that one, man? Kyler Murray to the New York Jets. Should they entertain this?
You know what, Colby? I'm hearing you out here. I'm really hearing you out. And I'm a little different from Richie. I'm actually not thinking of this as an offseason move. I understand the financials, but this is just a case of Arizona agreeing to pay a certain portion of the salary, and that can be worked out. It's worked out with quarterbacks in the past, but Kyler Murray does need a change of scenery, and I don't want to come off harsh, but he's in that category for me of the quarterbacks that are good enough not to be good enough, where they can hold down an organization. They can play good football, but can they ever really truly get you over the hump? In the Jets right now, if you don't love a young guy in the draft, then it looks like you need to go the bridge route. Do you continue the bridge work with your current quarterback in Justin Fields, or do you get a guy who you view as a bridge, but he comes in and surprises you and earns his right to get an extension like Sam Darnold did when he went to Minnesota and made a name for himself again, now looking at him as in Seattle. So I'm actually on board with this. I think the Jets need to also not wait to the offseason, because they're not the only team going to be in that current circumstance in the offseason. Now it's a matter of, can you grab you a guy? And don't just stop at Kyler Murray. I know you brought up Dak Prescott, but guys like a Trevor Lawrence could be included in this conversation as well. I personally feel like there's going to be a quarterback carousel. The Jets need to lock them one down early, because everybody knows New York with the Jets, or Jersey, however you want to say it, that's where you go if you're a quarterback and you don't want to succeed. The New York Jets and the Browns, I guess that's where it is. So
it's where quarterbacks go to die. It's where quarterbacks go to die.
Until we find the chosen one.
What? Oh. Until you find the chosen one, indeed. Well, all right, Richie, why should we hear you out?
Now, you should hear me out, and TD should be listening closely to this one. Now, it's not that much out there, but the Miami Dolphins better do this, because if they do not do this, they are missing out on a real opportunity. They should not just trade away, what they just did with Jalen Phillips, but you see everybody that is potentially available. They should trade every single player imaginable on their roster right now that has value.
Yes.
And here is why.
Yes.
I mean, it's not that much of an outlandish take, because this team, including Devon Achane, this team, including Micah Fitzpatrick, Bradley Chubb, and of course, Jalen Waddle. They got to blow everything up, because this Miami Dolphins organization, they just fired their GM, and Chris Greer's no longer here. That is the guy that wanted to hold everybody together. He does not want to break it up, because he realizes that this is all of my acquisitions. I traded for this guy, I drafted this guy, so if we don't work out, I'm not going to trade him away. That's why the Dolphins decided, hey, Chris Greer, you're out of here before the deadline. They got a new man in charge, and they would be smart to blow everything up, because unfortunately for the Miami Dolphins, no, you can't trade Tua Tagovailoa because nobody wants him, and you're stuck with him next year. So if I'm the Miami Dolphins, I blow everything up. You get as much draft capital as possible. You reset the cap, and then you should, of course, get a brand new head coach next year. But we're seeing some rumors and reports come out that Mike McDaniel may get another opportunity with Tua next year. So very dark days over there in the Miami Dolphins, but I really do believe they should not just make one trade or two trade. If they're smart, they should blow up the entire team and extract as much value as humanly possible with this entire Miami Dolphins organization ahead of the deadline today.
And so I'm not particularly buying into that Mike McDaniel is going to get a second chance in 2026. There has to be something with his contract where the owners just don't want to end up paying him like his exit fee. That's the only reason why I think that he still currently has a job. I think Miami ends up getting a brand new head coach next year. But Richie, I 110% agree with you. When you get a new regime in, no player is safe regardless, because that new GM, that new head coach has not invested a single draft pick, has not invested any sort of time to develop younger players. It's only a matter of time before some of these key names are gone anyway, right until they start molding what they feel like the Miami Dolphins needs to look like in the future. So, yeah, dude, listen, send off Achane somewhere and grab yourself a third-round pick. Send off Jalen Waddle for a first and or a second. If you can convince some team to take Tua, all right, and limit that cap implication, do it. Worst case scenario, I wouldn't even throw out the possibility of mimicking the Denver Broncos handling of the Russell Wilson contract a couple of years ago with this quarterback. But I am 110% on board here. Fire sale, fire sale, fire sale. TD, thoughts?
First and foremost, I'm hearing everything you're saying, Richie, and I agree with you to an extent. There's an asterisk here, there's a qualifier, okay? I think this is exactly the approach that the Miami Dolphins are taking. The only stipulation here is the league has to come get the players of value and be willing to barely overpay, okay? Jalen Waddle is a player that is between, regardless if you rebuild, he may be okay for this roster on the back end of the rebuild, but there are chances that he may not. So we're willing to listen to any team that's willing to come get Waddle, but the starting price is the first round pick, and we want a little more on top of that. What is that little more? Let's talk about it, okay? That's what it is, okay? Now, and if you're willing to do that, we do what we need to do, and we'll move on. Okay, Jalen Waddle is a premier receiver in this league. I think that he can bring a lot to a lot of contending teams in this league, like the Buffalo Bills. That would probably help get them over the hump. The New England Patriots, it can solidify what they already have. All of these are opportunities. Let's go to Devin Achane. Okay, you talk about Achane. This is the same thing that I'm talking about. If you're gonna give the right price, it's a matter of us getting a slight profit. We don't want to overdo it, just a slight profit so that we could set our new general manager up for success with a plethora of picks so that he can build a team for the future to come. But I agree. But the one player I will tell you that is untouchable in Miami, and that's Patrick Paul. He has already proven that he can be a left tackle in this league that can hold his position down and be effective with the best of the best. So therefore, it's not easy to find tackles in this league. This is his second year. Hey, we can go through this rebuild and actually build around Patrick Paul.
Build around Patrick
and so
Paul,
it's one
folks.
of the and so it's one of the hardest positions to hit in the draft. Colby, thoughts?
Richie, I hear your
Dolphins
proposal.
Fire sale.
I hear your proposal, and I am signing, sealing, and delivering on your proposal because I absolutely agree with you. But what I don't agree with is I don't agree with TD is, oh, well, we're not going to ask for too much. We just want a slight profit, but we want a first-round pick and more for Jalen Waddle. I'm sorry, but when do we see wide receivers of any caliber going for first-round picks or more? We don't. Look as early as this offseason when you had DK Metcalf go from the Seattle Seahawks to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They didn't get a first-round pick. They didn't get a second-round pick because wide receivers, as good as you might be, they don't hold that type of value. Why? Because there's so many good wide receivers in the league. There's so many good wide receivers coming out of the draft. The hit rate on wide receivers is as high as it's ever been. And so if you're saying I got to give you a first round pick and more, unless you are a top 5 wide receiver in the league, and even then there's the discussion where I'm still not going to give it to you, you're not going to get that type of draft compensation. So for Jalen Waddle, at the absolute best, you're looking at a second round pick, and you got to be okay with that, because if you do want to get rid of some of your players and you do want to start looking to 2026, because the Miami Dolphins are rebuilding, then you need to get that draft compensation where you can. You can't play hardball. It's something that we're seeing with the New York Jets too, playing hardball with Jermaine Johnson, playing hardball with Breece Hall. These teams are going to hang up the phone and they're going to look somewhere else to get this help. And look, now you don't ultimately have picks that you can rebuild with. So if you can get a second-round pick, if you get a third-round pick for Jalen Waddle, if you're completely into rebuild mode, then go out and do that. So I love the idea of getting rid of some of these players, but don't be stingy on the asking price.
Well, I personally believe Jalen Waddle is worth the first round pick. And I think that if a team really needs a top receiver, they'll give it. Remember, Tyreek Hill was worth even more than that. There's been players. You also have to look at the age of players. He's still pretty much young. And I know that we potentially have a trade coming
folks, we have some breaking news. Folks, we have a trade alert right now.
Wow.
A wide receiver is officially on the move. The Raiders are finalizing a trade for Jacoby Myers to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wow.
Very interesting landing spots for this wide receiver. We knew the story all offseason. He demanded a trade from Las Vegas, didn't get what he wanted, but now he's in Jacksonville. And as this guy, Mr. Jonathan Jones, just demonstrated, a massive question mark. This is going to bring a new level to this Jacksonville Jaguars passing attack. But the only thing that's dominating my mind right now is the Brian Thomas Jr. rumors real.
Yep.
If they're bringing in a guy like this, now that they add, I mean, it's wild. Colby, thoughts on this move? A former New England Patriot is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Talk to us.
Yeah, I don't believe this is ultimately going to affect Brian Thomas. In fact, I think you're making this move to help complement Brian Thomas, take some of that pressure off of him because he has struggled with drops this season and really struggled with the drops throughout his NFL career now through 2 years in general. So this takes some of that pressure off of him. You have other options that you can go to. Outside of Brian Thomas, they don't really have a whole lot of guys that if you're confident about their ability to go to, Jacoby Myers gives you that very good high-end number 2. I don't believe he is a number 1 now. He did have his best year in the NFL this past season in 2024 with the Raiders, where he put up 1,000+ yards, but that's also because outside of Brock Bowers, I mean, who were the Raiders throwing to? So like you alluded to, Dan, Jacoby Myers, a former New England Patriot, this is a guy that's not really going to give you much after the catch, right? He's going to get the ball. He's going to get down. He's a true possession wide receiver, but he has that versatility and the size to be a big slot. He can play on the outside. He plays all over the offensive formation. He runs a really good route tree. He finds ways to get open. He feels like whatever quarterback he's dealing with, and he's played with many different quarterbacks in the NFL with New England, with the Raiders. He seems like he's always on the same page as those guys. So this is going to be a guy that moves the chains. He's a clutch wide receiver, and he's going to be on the same page as any quarterback that he plays with. I think this is a massive move for the Jags that I think we've seen that they can be legit postseason contenders, but it's just those inconsistencies that we're seeing that they need to work on. Getting, Trevor Lawrence a little bit more help there at wide receiver in the passing game, I think could certainly go a long way. So love the move of Jacoby Myers. There were obviously a lot of rumors about him, leaving after he did request a trade. So felt like this move was essentially inevitable, but I think the Jags make a really, really big move that is going to go a long way for them on the offensive side of the football for the remainder of 2025.
And so he has great hands. He's going to be that third down insurance policy for Trevor Lawrence. I'm still bought into that BTJ thing, though, man. Honestly, from what I have seen, it looks like that Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas Jr. have just never been able to establish chemistry. All we talk about is his freshman season, his rookie season, and the majority of that production that made us go wow over BTJ was with Mac Jones. So who knows? We will see. We still have a couple of hours left of this trade deadline. Richie, thoughts? You have Jacoby Myers over to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And by the way, the Raiders were able to collect a 4th and a 6th round pick in trade compensation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. That's the one thing I was really curious about this trade. So it's a 4th and a 6th round pick per Ian Rappaport. And you look at this, and my first instinct was, what does this mean for Brian Thomas Jr.? Now, the one thing you also have to add here is Travis Hunter is on IR, so he is injured right now, so they definitely need some wide receiver help right now. And you're at the stage of the season where you got to start winning football games. And the Jaguars are in an interesting spot. They could make the playoffs if they start winning some football games in the latter half of the season because they got off to a pretty good start. Now, they're handling some adversity right now. I think getting Jacoby Myers in the building is interesting. I did not see it coming. I absolutely did not. I knew Jacoby Myers was going to get traded, but the Jaguars was not the team that I saw coming. I honestly do think that this could mean that Brian Thomas Jr. is out if he really wants to. If the Jaguars feel like there's a team being very aggressive for Brian Thomas Jr., this could be one of those moves where they just swap him out and the Jaguars are going to get a really good draft haul for Brian Thomas. We shall see. I think this is a very interesting move from the Raiders' perspective. You saw Jacoby Myers request a trade before the season started. So Jacoby Myers gets his wish, but it took all the way until the trade deadline here on November 4th of the season. So welcome to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yep.
And we got James Palmer up next, who's going to give us, Dan, take it away.
And folks, we are about to welcome James Palmer onto the show and to unpack this recent Jacoby Myers trade. James, what's going on?
What's up, James?
Exactly a year since we did this?
Yes.
Exactly.
How you been? I've missed all of you. How's it going? We got one.
Great to see you, James.
Yeah, likewise.
In the bag.
Like
Great
we are
to see
just
you
happy
guys.
that finally we ended up getting some news, which is ideal. A bit of a shocking landing spot, right in our eyes. And so with the Jaguars, they end up getting, like a solid third down guy, great hands. But a lot of us are kind of wondering what this means with Brian Thomas Jr. And does that mean that he is now being added over to the trade block? Or what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, for sure. First, I was kind of texting with our producer going, hey, you can have me on. We can talk about Bradley Chubb. We'll get to that. I have some other stuff in my notes this morning. I was asking around. It was the Raiders are going to move one of their guys. That is certainly going to happen today. And we were going to chat about it, and now we know exactly who it is. The asking price was about a third that they were looking for Jacoby Myers. And a lot of teams are kind of balking at that, kind of going, I don't know if he's worth that. I asked a couple executives this morning going, is Jacoby Myers, is Rashid Shaheed worth a third-round pick? Every one of them I talked to said, I don't think he's worth a third. Well, he ends up going for what, a fourth and a sixth, was it? That he ends up going for. So it's a little bit less than that. The third round is kind of where some of these receivers are sitting with the asking price on these sellers. And that's just a little rich for some of these buyers, just because in the third round, and you guys know this, you're getting starters a lot of times if you're a good organization. And so those are picks teams don't really want to give up. Philly was willing to do it because they had 3 third-rounders. So now you see the price drop a little bit, and Jacksonville's, I think, to a lot of people, an interesting spot. But I was hearing stuff this morning about the receiver position and Jacksonville. And then you mentioned Brian Thomas Jr. and how he fits into this. I do think, some of the rumors about him being available after just a monster rookie season, finishing third in the NFL in receiving, I think tied for 6th in touchdowns during his rookie year. How much does this new regime like Brian Thomas? How much does he fit what Liam Cohen wants to do? Now, I think you'd probably need the owner and Shad Khan to sign off on any sort of trade with a player, the quality of Brian Thomas Jr., with the rookie contract he's under, with the price of wide receivers and the way those contracts have skyrocketed, and you have control over BTJ for some time. We'll see if there's movement. There was talk potentially this morning of maybe him being involved in some sort of deal, but those kind of fell through. Again, it hadn't gotten very far, but this could be somewhat of an indicator that maybe some of those conversations in Jacksonville with James Gladstone, who we know is coming from a very aggressive general manager in Les Snead, that they know that they lost their first-round pick in the Travis Hunter trade. And if they could move Brian Thomas Jr. and get Jacoby Myers, who's a guy who can do the dirty work over the middle of the field, the intermediate game, good hands, all those different things, that maybe there's some questions that a lot of the things I described are not what Brian Thomas Jr. has brought to the Jaguars this season. This could be all part of a plan of moving some pieces around. Again, we'll see. But this was a player that a lot of people had circled out of the wide receiver group as the one most likely to be on the move. And now Jacoby Myers finds a new home after he was requesting one this offseason.
And so as soon as when you came in, you did tease something about Bradley Chubb. What do we need to know about that?
Yeah, Miami is definitely looking for a trade partner for Bradley Chubb right now. That's my understanding, is they are trying to see if they can go out there and find somebody to match up with them to potentially be able to move Bradley Chubb. Now, asking around to some others that are not involved, just what the price would be, it would be definitely, the price point is below what Philadelphia paid for Jalen Phillips. And that makes sense. And the age and where Bradley Chubb's contract is, and whether it's a rental or you're going to have to restructure something after you do sign him, all of that plays a part in what the the price point would be, but my understanding is it would certainly be below what Philadelphia paid for Jalen Phillips. And now you're seeing a mindset in Miami that has dramatically shifted when people were essentially getting sent to voicemail by Chris Greer, even though teams were calling, going, we see your season heading in a certain direction. Do you want to make some of these expiring contracts available? Do you want to make some of these players available as you look to regroup in terms of your salary cap? Now you have Jim Kelly in there that's going, yeah, I'm listening. And people, when they saw the switch, started to get a little bit more aggressive in contacting Miami and seeing where they stand with some of these players. And then the thinking dramatically shifted as Stephen Ross, to my understanding, wanted a new set of eyes evaluating this process and a new set of eyes evaluating this roster about potentially making some moves. Now, you already saw Phillips go. They're looking for a trade partner for Bradley Chubb. I do think there is a price set for Jalen Waddle. It's high. It's a one and then some, to my understanding. But that is a contract that I do want to bring up because, as I mentioned, the Jacoby Myers third rounder being high in teams' minds, and maybe a Rashid Shaheed third rounder being high in teams' minds, a one and then some actually asking a couple of people isn't out of the question. Like it's a lot to give up, but it's a contract that is actually reasonable in terms of a lot of the receiver deals lately. He's a one essentially, or a two, however your offense is built. That's one to keep an eye on. Again, it's a big asking price. But people don't think that I've talked to think it's asking actually too much for the player you're getting and the contract you're getting.
Is there any teams out there that you feel like would be aggressive for a guy like Jalen Waddle that would send a one and then some? That would be a perfect fit.
Well, there's some teams that are aggressive right now. This morning, the teams that I'm hearing are really that are looking to make a deal. That would be Pittsburgh. That would be Buffalo. That would be James checks his notes. That would be Seattle's looking to be aggressive. I'm kind of curious what Seattle's really the team to keep an eye on this morning, guys. Really, I think those are teams that are looking to make a deal. Now, again, that's a high asking price, but you could sit here and go, well, Omar Khan in Pittsburgh has really made it clear he's willing to do anything he can in this short window that he has Aaron Rodgers. Is that something he's willing to do? Whew. Steep price. You're looking for a complement that plays a different style of receiver to DK Metcalf. Jalen Waddle does check that box. Could they look to go on the lesser side of things and be sniffing around about Calvin Ridley or Shaheed? We'll see. Doesn't seem like there's much of a market for Brandon Cooks in New Orleans. And then Seattle, could they be looking for a receiver? They could be. So again, the price is high. But the people that are saying, like, I would do it are people that are not in the receiver market either. They're just looking at it from a number standpoint. They don't have to give up the one. But it is one that teams are kind of looking around going, wow, it is a really, really good player. And it is a really phenomenal contract in terms of the position. That's what's appealing, I think, to some people. Whether a deal happens, we'll find out.
Now, James, you're looking at a couple of teams here, also in the AFC East, that are looking for some potential wide receiver help, especially a speedster there, like Jalen Waddle. You got Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills who could use a deep threat, Drake May and the New England Patriots. So what do you think it would take for the New England Patriots or Buffalo Bills to send over to Miami to entice them to try and make a move like this?
Yeah, let's talk about Buffalo first. Yeah, let's talk about that's always an aspect of it. There's some teams that are like not right now trading with other teams. Like there's these weird like finicky things that go on in division. Does make sense. Hey, we saw one with Joe Flacco, but let's start with Buffalo. A boundary receiver just completely, when I talk to people, changes this offense. I host a show with Steve Smith Sr. I don't know if you guys saw, he just annihilated Keon Coleman recently on our show. There has been an issue outside the numbers with the Buffalo Bills offense. And there are people that have said to me, man, Chris Olave would be outstanding in this offense. Man, Shaheed actually would be a really big upgrade that they could put out there. Jalen Waddle is definitely a piece that you could see playing in a variety of ways within this offense. I just don't know, after giving up a third-round pick for Amari Cooper last year in a trade that just did not work out, and really, and this is why we're talking about this again, guys, because like that, they overpaid. Like the people I talked to in Cleveland were like, we never thought we'd get a third-round pick for Amari Cooper, and it didn't end up working out. Does Brandon Beane have the ability to do that once again and be that aggressive? I'm not sure. And then when you look at the Patriots, I think Mike Vrabel and company expected themselves to be in a good spot this year. Talking to people there this week, it was, we are in a better position than probably people outside the building thought we'd be in, but we kind of predicted some of this. The growth of Drake May has happened much quicker than they thought with his marriage to Josh McDaniels, which I think is like the best thing in football right now with these two and the way that they've developed him. And a lot of it is the chemistry that he has with these younger receivers. And you look with Booty and you look with Pop, like he's developed a great deep ball to both of them. Like I was told this week, like, look who he likes to throw deep to. It's because of the work they put in together, the reps they put in together. Now, my understanding with them looking at players, it specifically has been helping in the pass rush in some capacity, whether that's a rotational guy or we'll see what ends up happening, or depth at the running back spot. I hadn't heard receiver as much, but my understanding was this, that receiver would be if you can have it for the foreseeable future. The position that New England's in right now, they have no thought process in renting anybody just because they're in first place in the division. They would like anything that they do to be tied to what they're doing in the future. Waddle would kind of do that, but I do think Mike has an idea that he'd like to have a lot of these picks be homegrown and build it in that fashion. Do they pull the trigger on a massive one? I don't know, but it does check a couple of the boxes that they're looking for there in New England.
Mm-hmm. And so, what do you got, CD?
Oh, everybody's quiet after.
And so you were about to ask.
Yeah, I
Wait
mean,
for
he
TD.
kind. No, well, he kind of hit it. He actually answered my question, but I will say this: one player in Miami that's been talked about as well, who it does not look like the Miami Dolphins are going to do anything in the future with, is Minkah Fitzpatrick. Is there a market right now in the secondaries, because it's one of the thinnest markets I know of? Is there a team that's looking at potentially bringing him in?
Yeah, let's look at Minkah for a second and the reason why he's in Miami. There was a major reason he's there. In Pittsburgh, they thought, and I think they might have been a little bit wrong on this, they thought, Minkah had lost a step and that him in the middle of the field has kind of, impacted the way that defense played in the second half of last year. I covered a number of those games, and they weren't very good as a defense in the second half of last year. And they thought that Minkah was, kind of part of that because he ties the back end of the defense together. Well, they still have had some issues, so I don't think you can put it all on Minkah Fitzpatrick, but I do think that was the perception of him heading down to Miami. I don't think that perception has changed, so I don't think the price would be very high if anybody wanted to acquire him. And when you said there's some scarcity in the secondary, I do think it's more specifically at the corner spot. I think Indianapolis is really looking at corner right now. I think there's a couple of other teams that are really looking for cornerback help. I think it's less opposed to the safety side of things. But I'm not saying he couldn't get moved, certainly. I don't think he's part of their future. And when you have a new set of eyes, like I mentioned with Kelly looking at it, you could go out there and see, him being on the move. But I don't think that you're going to get very much in return that's going to move the needle that much. Then it just comes down to whether you want to do the move or not.
And the one question I have for
the
you,
biggest
James,
topic.
You can go ahead, Dan.
So the biggest topic with Buffalo Bills fans is obviously looking for that outside threat at wide receiver. But recently, the Bills ended up saying goodbye to Ed Oliver. Same thing with Michael Hoyt. Many are suggesting that there might be a sneaky need for Brandon Beane to find some more depth pieces to fill in for that interior. Is there a world where not only Buffalo is looking for a wide receiver, but they might look to bring in some additional help in that side of the football?
Definitely. And I think where Brandon Beane is trying to make the assessment right now is, I have the MVP at quarterback. Can he raise all tides and raise all boats and make this offense work, even though this is a glaring need within our offense that we're missing on the outside, right? We have so much talent that can attack the middle of the field with both tight ends, and Khalil Shakir and James Cook can even catch the football, and everything that we can do. We've been playing 3 tight ends at times and then playing in that sense. We just have had no production on the outside. Can we find a way to manufacture this offense to overcome that because of the talent at the other spots and because of the MVP, and be able to go and allocate our resources at the deadline to be on the defensive side of the ball? I certainly think there's a thinking in the building to how you evaluate that. And I can clearly see that would be part of the thinking with where they're at. There's other teams looking for front seven. I'd say San Francisco is really looking at anybody up front that can help, bolster their group and keep an eye on them until 4:00 today. So they'd have some competition. And I think some of the sellers know there's some competition in there. I think that's why Draymond Jones and the Ravens were actually smart to jump at the move that they made for him, because of his versatility up front. Like, he's a guy that played more towards the interior in the early portion of his career when he was playing for Vic Fangio in Denver. And then when he went to Seattle as a prized free agent. And so I think some of these teams that jumped early specifically, like I mentioned, teams looking in the secondary and looking at corners when we talked about Minka, like Philly jumped early on both those trades. The Rams jumped early on a corner trade. And now those are looking like really smart moves, I think, when you look at kind of the scarcity of corners being available. And it could be kind of the same thing a little bit for some of these front seven spots. We'll see if they can make a move, but I know they're looking at that side of the ball right now to see if there's availability. But again, the price is high because there's other teams that are contenders that are also very interested in similar spots.
And sticking with the AFC East, you brought up front seven. The New York Jets got 2 or 3 players on their front seven they could be selling in Quinnen Williams, Jermaine Johnson, even Will McDonald. Of course, Breece Hall's name has been floated around. What's the latest you're hearing about the New York Jets? Because it feels like the Breece Hall price tag is a 3rd-round pick. Jermaine Johnson's around a 2nd, and then Quinnen's probably a 1st. I mean, are there any teams that will actually be willing to pay those high prices that Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji are setting for these players?
That's what they're waiting to see, because I don't think they want to drop their prices. I think they want to send a message to the culture of their locker room right now. And I think they tried to do that at the beginning of the season with the deals that they gave Sauce and Garrett Wilson, going, we're going to, reward our own, and we're going to try to build the foundation that way. It's kind of what Muji came from in Denver and what Aaron Glenn came from and what they wanted to build. And I don't think you want to sit there and drop prices and, have a slash sale like Cousin Eddie going and trying to just give players away. I don't think you want to do that to this locker room. I think that's the mindset they have, hence why the prices are high. I don't think Will McDonald's going anywhere, to my understanding. But Jermaine Johnson, the price is there. It's up there for sure. With Quinnen Williams, there was a little bit of a buzz about him this morning. It's died down a little bit, but that was a little bit more of a player-player deal as opposed to a one, which was fascinating to me. So I do think they're open to listening. And I think it has to benefit them greatly. I don't think they're looking to just sell because of their record and because this is a new regime. There's some really good players there. There certainly are. And I think that's why the prices remained high. I don't know if anybody's going to a 2 for Jermaine Johnson. Like to put that in perspective, Philly really struggled giving up the 3 for Jalen Phillips, to my understanding. Like really struggled. Now, Howie somehow, as always, had 3 threes, so it was a little bit easier to give up one of them. But I just to put that into the thinking, giving up a 3 for Jalen Phillips was really tough and too rich for other teams. Like San Francisco was in on that. I know there's another team that was in there. I think I don't want to misspeak, so I won't say who I think it is until I look down at my notes. But there were a couple teams interested on Phillips, and that was just too rich. So if that's too rich, a 2 for Jermaine Johnson, like, it kind of makes sense that you're not hearing a whole lot about it right now.
Certainly.
And so we certainly understand that you were a busy guy. And so we certainly understand that you were a busy guy, James. So we're going to let you go. We look forward to welcome you back on during the next breaking news piece.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, guys, let's do
Appreciate
like a raise your hand situation with you guys. So like we can
sure.
So you guys know who's coming next to ask me a question.
We're all like ready to go. We're all
ready to go.
I know we're all ready to rock.
So we're chomping at the bit.
Love it.
Perfect. Thanks, James.
Love it. All right, man. See you guys soon.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it. Folks, finally a trade was in motion. We saw Jacoby Myers head on over to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Heard some more rumors circulating around the league. But you know what? There is no way that I could go with this show without hearing TD Finstock's Hear Me Out segment. In fact, I saved it for last because I knew that he was about to bless us with a gem. TD, why should we hear you out? I'm trying to prepare myself for this one.
Now, if you're going to hear me out, you actually have to hear me out. So hear me out. All right,
okay.
listen.
All right, folks.
The Miami Dolphins. You have an opportunity right now, literally you got 4 hours left to get this done. Okay. It's a win-win. You can't lose in this situation. You need to call the Cleveland Browns and trade Tua Tagovailoa to Cleveland because they are in a hot mess over there. They are in a hot mess.
I know where this
Trade
is going.
Tua to Cleveland, okay, and offer to pay majority of the salary. I mean, you're going to have to anyway. And you can send a 2026 6th-round pick, and you bring Shadur Sanders home with Jerry Jeudy. Shadur Sanders and Jerry Jeudy to Miami to pair up with Waddle and A-Chain. and you build around Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders has the same skill set as Tua Tagovailoa, but he has leadership in him. He also has the ability to process the field pre and post. Shedeur Sanders also has the one thing that we can't use in Miami, which is improvisational skills and the ability to take hits. Okay. All right. Not too many. We got to build a wall, but not too many. The Browns are in shambles. At least get a guy who can steady the ship. I'm not saying that he's going to sail the ship to the promised land, but he can steady the ship. And you'll also potentially get some relief from having to pay anybody in the future because he's already getting paid by the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins have to go get Shedeur Sanders now. Because guess what the Dolphins have if they do that? They have a guy who they could start for the rest of the season to see what they have in him. And say it doesn't work out. What did you lose? You were going to need to move on from Tua next year anyway. What does the Dolphins lose by doing this? And you gain another premier receiver in Jerry Jeudy. Remember, Waddle and Jeudy were together, but you're just replacing with the better quarterback, in my opinion. You have to do this. And look at the poll. Tua for Shedeur and Jeudy. Now, here's a guy who knows what he's talking about. We 50-50. We 50-50. Only 50% of people don't know ball with the absolutely not. Okay? Only 50% of people.
Yeah.
This, you got to hear me out on this now. Now, don't be hating because y'all are interdivision rivals. You got to admit this is a masterpiece of a trade.
Masterpiece.
So I got to tell you what, TD, I think this only happens on Madden. I think that is the only world where I think the Cleveland Browns would take on yet another insanely overpriced contract on top of the Deshaun Watson responsibility that they have already. And then ultimately bringing in Shedeur Sanders, thinking that that should turn things around. Now, we don't know what Shedeur brings to this league because we haven't seen him in regulation. Have no fear. Fans of Shedeur Sanders or Browns fans, I think his time is coming. I think that they are going to be testing each and every single quarterback. I wouldn't even throw out the possibility of Deshaun Watson getting an opportunity if he's healthy within the last 3 weeks of the season for Cleveland. Why not at this point? But for me, I just think that it's way too astronomical. When it comes into this Dolphins team, whatever the new regime is, I think that they're going to want to make sure that this team is theirs. They draft the quarterback that they want. They develop that guy. They approach free agency within how they want to see this new Miami Dolphins team. So while I like your energy, I don't think that this is going to happen. There's no way. Colby. Thoughts?
I understand why the Miami Dolphins would want to do this. But in order for a trade to go through, in order to get the players that you in return are asking for, there has to be interest from other teams. And I just fail to see why other teams would want to make this move. You look at a $56.4 million cap hit in 2026, 53.4 in 2027, and 65.8 in 2028, goes down to 11 in 2029. I just don't see why an organization would want to take that on, given what Tua is. He has the injury concerns, obviously, with all the concussions that he's had. He's turning the football over, feels like, every single week. Not to mention the fact, too, that he's throwing his guys under the bus behind the scenes. I mean, he's been a real liability to that football team and to that culture off the football field. And so I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, why would the Cleveland Browns want to make this move? Because it feels like if they're going to make this move, you're going to have to sweeten the pot. They're taking his contract off the books. They're not trading for him because they want him and believe that he's going to be the future, but they're taking him on to say, all right, let's see what this guy has. He's been a starting quarterback in the league before. Obviously, they value starting quarterbacks. It's been a struggle there for Cleveland, but I think they'd mainly be taking him on because you also gave them something in return outside of Tua that was able to sweeten that pot, because that's what you're doing. You're essentially trading Tua to offload his contract from Miami. So I think there's a world in which you would have to give up Tua, and you're going to have to give up a pretty decent draft pick just to get him to another team to entice that team to trade for him. So I understand what you're saying as a Dolphins fan, but I just don't see why other teams league-wide would want to trade for Tua given the circumstances.
Well, real quick, we gave up a 6th in this trade proposal. But remember, you guys keep talking about money. We're going to pay majority of the salary. The receiving team is barely going to have to pay anything.
For the remainder of his contract?
Hey, we already on the hook for $99 million regardless. So we're going to pay a large portion of the contract. We have a lot of dead cap on the deal right now. We're responsible for it, Kobe. So the receiving team, they're not going to have those cap implications.
And so at that point, if you're going to take on that much of the contract, why not just keep him? I don't think Tua's playing bad enough to take on his entire contract to get rid of him, but then still have to pay that contract on top of another quarterback that you're going to bring in.
Because we're in a Russell Wilson situation. We know what we have. A big piece of what's not being discussed in Miami when they talk about Tua's injuries, when they talk about Tua's play. Here's a big thing that a lot of people have been talking about this week finally. It's the fact that not only is he limited physically, but now you can see on the field the major limitation of, instead of making that throw, I can't take this hit. Let me not make the throw. Those decisions, it's creating a handicap for us where he can't always make the play because I have to prioritize my health. I'm not going to take that hit just for the first down or just for the touchdown. And that's where we know that he's not the future. That's the biggest piece. That limitation you can't get around.
See, this is where when you give Tony Dow an opportunity for a hot take, he takes it and he runs with it because this is nonsense. This makes absolutely no sense in the world.
Nonsense, Richie.
It just makes no sense. Absolutely no sense.
The Jets won them. That's why the Jets won them.
Why would the Cleveland Browns ever do this? You're trading away Shador. And we all understand your angle with this. You know, if you guys don't know TD, he's got a love affair with Shador Sanders. He just absolutely loves him.
I think he's going to be a great quarterback.
Yeah, he's going to be a great quarterback. Sure. He can't even beat out Dylan Gabriel, but that's another conversation.
Browns say he's bad.
Listen, man, at the end of the day, the Browns would never trade. Did I see Jerry Jeudy in that trade? Did you just sneak him in there without, like, you thought I wasn't going to notice that you had Jerry Jeudy in this trade? I mean, what are we?
I gave throwing the ball to.
You gave us 6. Okay, you gave us 6th round pick.
Is Jerry a quarterback. His value is something.
Man, Dan Mitchell was completely correct. That's a trade you see out of Madden. And by the way, it wouldn't even go through in Madden. Nope. All right, it wouldn't even go through. Like, that's the type of thing when you're out there, you're in the Madden trade simulator, and it'll be all red everywhere. Not interested at all. The Cleveland Browns will never do that. And it's unfortunate that your Miami Dolphins are in this spot because, yeah, you should be desperate to offload to his contract and say, yeah, we'll pay all of it because you just want him off the team. At the end of the day, the Miami Dolphins are going to be the next version of the Denver Broncos, but they're going to fail miserably because the Broncos, they had Russell Wilson's contract. They did a good job. They realized it was a mistake. They ate it. They got him off their team. They're eating all of his money. But they were able to draft Bo Nix, and now you see what the Broncos are doing right now. The Dolphins are going to attempt it, but fail miserably because they're not going to find a Bo Nix.
Folks, well, I will tell you what, it is the top of the hour, and we might as well go on ahead and take a look at what has happened already on the 2025 NFL trade deadline. Again, it's been relatively quiet. Thankfully, we saw that Jacoby Myers was off of the board. He is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. Logan Wilson was earlier this morning. One particular team I need to give a shout out to, which I feel like is always the topic of conversation for every single offseason and the trade deadline, is the Philadelphia Eagles. They add Phillips. They add the ghost of Jair Alexander. Many people would think his best days are behind him. They add Michael Carter II. Is Philadelphia done in your eyes, folks? Colby, talk to me.
It's hard to say that they're done because I do think that there are still some depth holes on the Philadelphia Eagles roster. And if there's one thing we know is that that team does not get comfortable, especially on the defensive side of the football. I'd be a little bit surprised at this point to see them make any moves on the offensive side of the football. I don't really think that's where they need help. A big move that nobody's really talking about because it happened a while ago, it didn't happen over the last few weeks, was Tank Bigsby, and we saw him get going over the last couple of weeks, and I think that's been a good addition for them. I think now they're more so focused on the defense, and I think if they can add, a couple of bodies there, more specifically in the secondary, can they add a depth corner? It sounds like that's maybe something that they are looking for, so that's a move that I could see them still looking, even after Jair Alexander. Jair Alexander isn't exactly a guy that you can trust game in and game out. Obviously, Green Bay Packers didn't exactly feel like he was working out for them, and they didn't have great depth at corner. They let him go to the Baltimore Ravens. He's inactive. They end up trading him to the Philadelphia Eagles. And so what exactly are you getting from Jair? I don't think that's a stapling move for Philadelphia. I think it's, let's see if we can rebuy in to this guy's potential that he once showed. And so look for a move at cornerback in my mind. You could still potentially see a move on that defensive line, and it wouldn't surprise me too, more specifically at defensive tackle. They lost a lot of guys in the trenches this offseason, between Milton Williams, between Sweat. And if there's one thing we know about Philadelphia, they love to win and dominate in the trenches. More specifically, being able to rotate those guys on the defensive line, not having that ability so far this season has put them in a bit of a bind. Yeah, Jalen Phillips, what can you do on the interior? I would be looking for that.
So let me ask you this, because the big topic with the Eagles is who are they acquiring at the trade deadline? Could they potentially be sellers? Because remember, I know that this is a super polarizing topic, but rumors were running rampant about A.J. Brown a couple of weeks ago at the trade deadline. I don't particularly see him being on the move, minus some blockbuster trade that occurs within the next hour or so. But here's my question for you guys. A lot of Eagles fans get upset when you suggest A.J. Brown could be sold from Philadelphia. But in my eyes, guys, I really don't see much of a difference in this Philadelphia Eagles team with or without A.J. Brown. I'm not sure about you guys, but I still see them being a Super Bowl contending team with or without him. Thoughts on that? I'm starting off with Richie.
Yeah, listen, A.J. Brown's name has been swirling, and I do think that without A.J. Brown, they're definitely not as much of a Super Bowl threat in my eyes. What makes the Philadelphia Eagles so ridiculously a big threat is they got two elite weapons on the perimeter. They got arguably the best running back in football. They got Jalen Hurts, who has proven that he can step up in the biggest moments. They got a great offensive line. Like, pick your poison. You get rid of A.J. Brown, then you're bracketing Devontae Williams. Great number two. I don't think that would be smart. If the Eagles are all in to win a Super Bowl, which of course they are, they want to be repeats, they have to go to A.J. Brown and figure out a way to make him happy. And you saw a few weeks ago where A.J. Brown got the targets and he absolutely went crazy. I think the Eagles are in a spot to not be sellers. They have a chance to be back-to-back champions. I think trading away A.J. Brown makes no sense in the world. You're seeing them being very aggressive to fill out their defense, trading for Michael Carter II. As a Jets fan, he's going to be an absolute stud over there if he stays healthy. He's a very good football player. You see him trade for Jalen Phillips. They're aggressive to win now. Them selling A.J. Brown, that's more about A.J. Brown saying, I want out, than the Eagles saying, we want you gone. It would not make sense. The Eagles are all in right now, and they would absolutely miss the presence of A.J. Brown if they did trade him, in my opinion.
And so what are your thoughts on that, TD? And so does this Eagles team change it all for you with or without A.J. Brown?
Yeah, it changes. It changes massively. It's just that you can't see it on the surface level. The attributables that he creates on that offense, like he said, the coverage, the shift. You have to care about so much more on the field when he's on the field. Not only that, you have to look at it as the Eagles are the smart. I'm starting to feel like they're one of the smartest teams in the league in this regard. When they go for it, they go for it. They don't play around and say, let's build this dynasty that can just keep on winning. No, they attack every year and every moment like it's its own individual moment to have success. And when you get to trade deadlines, they tend to be one of the biggest buyers. Always a star that's with an expiring contract that has a big name in this league who can play very well, and you're not going to pay him. We're probably not going to pay him either, but we can at least give the illusion that we care to think about it and bring him in here, let him ball out, win a Super Bowl. It's a win-win for not just the Eagles, but players have to be sitting back saying, please, Eagles, please come trade for me. Why? Put yourselves in the eyes of a player. Not only am I going to be on a good team, but now I'm also going to get postseason experience that many players, great players, don't have because they're on bad teams. Not only that, I have a chance to be in the Super Bowl. And if I win the Super Bowl, I have that pedigree on my resume, which just increased my value as a player with the 10% premium now. All of that stuff matters. And the Eagles are masterful doing it. I mean, this goes all the way back to whenever they won with Nick Foles and what was the quarterback that and Wentz. It was Nick Foles' show. People don't realize that year they went and traded for players that were starters on other teams and came to Philly to be a backup. I remember because Jay Ajayi, who was ripping the league apart running the football that year, Eagles said, hey, we'll go ahead and bring him over here when he was in his prime as a backup running back in the Super Bowl. It's insane, and they win Super Bowls. They have the formula. You got to pay attention to them. They get it done. But I do not see them as sellers because they're trying to win a Super Bowl. Why sell what they have? They're just adding on.
And so I'll tell you what. So I do feel like Howie Roseman, like, he deserves a lot more credit than he already gets. And he's definitely within the conversations of being the best GM in the NFL. But talk about self-awareness, because any time that you have seen him foreseeably miss on a draft pick, he goes out and he ends up fixing it via free agency. This guy is hell-bent on making sure that he builds one of the most consistent teams in the NFL, and you have to give him credit. I know a lot of NFL fan bases are wishing that they had a Howie Roseman. Colby, thoughts finally. Are the Eagles still a Super Bowl contender without A.J. Brown?
I do still think they are a Super Bowl contender because you do still have the coaching. You do still have Saquon Barkley. You do have a dominant run game. And not even just with Saquon Barkley, but like we alluded to earlier in Tank Bigsby. And you still got guys in the receiving game, even without A.J. Brown, that can get it done. I do believe that the quality of the team certainly does go down, even if A.J. Brown is not there, because a lot of times the impact that guys have doesn't necessarily show up on the stat sheet. It doesn't show up on the box score. And having A.J. Brown and having Devontae Smith on the field at the same time is going to make a defense respect what this team can do over the top, which is a big reason on why that run game is open up as much as it is between Saquon Barkley and between Tank Bigsby. If you get rid of A.J. Brown, teams are going to really focus in on Devontae Smith, try and take him away, double team him, and then devote more assets into taking the run game away. And so if they do trade A.J. Brown, which I do think could ultimately happen sooner rather than later, I think it's something that you do in the offseason so that you can find a wide receiver that can take his place so it doesn't mess with the continuity of the offense, and you can still run the offense in a way that has proven to be successful and the way that we know Philadelphia wants to run. They don't have that in-house right now at the receiver position if you do trade A.J. Brown. So if we're going to do this and we're going to talk about A.J. Brown getting traded, it's something we talk about at the offseason. When you're a Super Bowl contender, you're coming off of winning a Lombardi. That's not a move that you make at the trade deadline.
Well, folks, so far we have only seen two big trades so far this morning. Indeed, with Logan Wilson over to the Dallas Cowboys, it sounds like Jerry Jones is still trying to work something out, perhaps addressing the secondary and or the pass rush. And recently with Jacoby Myers being sent over to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 4th and a 6th. But now I kind of wanted to transition over to trade proposals that could all but flip a franchise. And Colby, my proposal is something that I feel that you would be close to home with because it involves the New England Patriots. I often see a lot of your Patriots fans, for some odd reason, they want to go after a wide receiver of sorts. It doesn't make sense to me. Right now, you have Stephon Diggs, who is playing at a very high level. You have Pop Douglas, one of the best slots in the game. You have Kayshon Boutte, who has really been able to establish that chemistry with Drake May. I think that the Patriots need to be focusing on a running back. For some odd reason, Vrabel hates Hendrickson. I have no idea why. He's making him share carries with a 7th-round pick. I have no idea what he did to Vrabel, but it's very clear that he's not his guy. I have something that I think you would find interesting. The New England Patriots ultimately end up calling the New Orleans Saints. They send over a 4th-round pick in 2026 and a 6th-round pick in 2027 for Alvin Kamara. Now, There's been news where you heard Alvin Kamara said, "Oh, if I get traded, I'm going to retire." Okay, I'm sure that's true, right? Just like the Cleveland Browns aren't going to send over a quarterback to a divisional rival who clearly needs a quarterback. We hear all of these puff pieces. Folks, NFL athletes are media trained. That much I can tell you. However, if you're really looking for a dynamic player, if you really think that you have a win now type organization, this is a win now type move. He's still very dynamic for his age. He brings a threat in not only the passing game, but also in his speed onto the outside. I think that this puts the New England Patriots at an entire new level because it's getting to that point, my friend. It's run the dang ball season in the NFL. As that winter weather starts to crank up, running the football needs to be a priority, and that's something I think that this Patriots offense is missing. Thoughts? Colby, would you hang up the phone, or would you like what I'm cooking up for you over here?
Dan, I'm handing up the phone because what you are cooking up is burnt. It's no good. We got to call takeout because of just how bad you burnt that take, man. I don't want no Alvin Kamara, man. And no disrespect to him. Guy's an absolute baller. Interesting fact, guy's never had a 1,000 rushing yard season, which I think a lot of people fail to understand. This guy is a good receiving back. That's his bread and butter. He's a well-rounded guy that's going to run the football here and there, but where he succeeds is as a receiver out of the backfield. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up outside. This would essentially be like the Patriots' James White, if you would, but they already have that in-house. That is the role for Travion Henderson. That is the role that they are trying to build him up with behind the scenes. And you talked about Travion Henderson and why they're not using him. That's a completely different discussion, but we're starting to see him going every single week. Ramondre Stevenson's injured with a foot injury, could potentially be turf toe, which if it is, that could keep a guy out for an unforeseeable future. Those can be a really bad lingering issue. And so if the Patriots do need to replace that role of Ramondre Stevenson, it's not in Alvin Kamara because like you said, he has that speed to the outside. He has that elusiveness. The Patriots have that in-house with Travion Henderson, who they used a second-round pick on. They need a guy who's going to put his shoulders down, run through a brick wall, and still have that receiving ability also. They don't necessarily need a guy whose pure game is going to be off speed. If you had listed a guy out there like Tony Pollard, I would have said, all right. If you wanted to say Chuba Hubbard, I would have said, all right, because I do agree they do need to add at running back. But like we heard James even allude to earlier, the Patriots are looking to add pieces, not just for now, but also the future. And I just don't think that Alvin Kamara at this point in his career also fits that philosophy. So for me, I'm hanging up the phone and I'm looking at making a different move.
Hanging up the phone. Well, you know what, Colby? I'm actually pretty interested to hear your trade proposal. What do you got?
One of my trade proposals
right now. I do, my friend. I do. What player to what team for how much?
I'm looking over here, okay? And I am looking at Rashid Shaheed. And I am looking at the Buffalo Bills, baby. Okay, 4th round pick that Buffalo was sending over. I think that this makes a ton of sense. You guys could use help at wide receiver, Dan. Buffalo really doesn't have any guy outside of Shakir at this point, and you guys obviously got that 2 tight end, 12 personnel that you're running up there, but if you're able to add somebody that can stretch the field, I think now we're talking about a different Buffalo Bills team. You have that deep threat that I feel like Buffalo hasn't had in a minute. Now you have that passing game that can complement James Cook in the backfield. I think one of the big problems for Buffalo is that when you don't have James Cook going, the running game isn't going, that's when you're starting to see that passing game is so limited. You're not getting what you thought that you were getting from Keon Coleman when you drafted him high in the 2nd round just a couple of years ago. Get Shaheed. This is a guy that can help you for multiple years. He is in contract year, so I don't think you'll have to give up a whole lot. Get him signed to a contract extension, and now you have one of the best deep threats that Josh Allen has worked with in recent years, which could completely change the philosophy of the Buffalo Bills offense. What do you think about that, Dan?
So remind me of the compensation again.
So it's going to be Rashid Shaheed to the Bills,
over?
And the Saints receive a 2026 4th rounder.
Okay. So I don't particularly hate it, but here's my thought process on this. This Buffalo Bills team has acquired quite a few new pieces to this wide receiver room this past offseason with wide receiver 1 upside. I have heard that ad nauseum since the offseason began. I don't feel like we need a guy. I feel like we need a dude, a true wide receiver one that can line up on the outside. Now, so many people that aren't really tapped in with the Buffalo Bills on each and every single day say, oh man, like Josh Allen needs a deep threat. I got news for you guys. With Josh Allen has never really been a good downfield passer. His best season was 9th in the league. He regularly averages about 24th, 25th in the NFL for deep ball success rate. And sure, I could say that maybe some of the drops Gabe Davis put out on the field while he was with the Buffalo Bills in his first tenure may have played a role. But what Buffalo needs from a wide receiver perspective is not a guy with just wide receiver one upside, but somebody that can truly fit that mold, that can be your route runner inside the numbers, that can make plays outside of the numbers. For me, any name outside of the Jalen Waddles, of the Chris Olaves of the world would be significantly underwhelming for me. While I like the compensation, I would not be upset with a 4th-round pick. I feel like if you truly want to fix the problems with Buffalo's passing game downfield, specifically outside the numbers, you need the Olaves of the world. You need the Waddles of the world. You need the Garrett Wilsons of the world. I'm just kidding. He's not going anywhere. I wouldn't be all that entertained with a Rashid Shaheed. That's me.
Well,
Richie,
then,
thoughts on Rashid Shaheed? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good transition into my potential trade. Honestly.
Talk to me.
Because
Talk to me.
it is exactly what you want. The Jalen Waddles of the world headed to the Buffalo Bills for a 1st-round pick. Listen, man, I think that Rashid Shaheed, it's not a needle mover. The Buffalo Bills got to take a swing. And parting away with a 1st-round pick would be absolutely smart for the Buffalo Bills. And here is why. They don't know how to draft in the 1st round. No disrespect. I mean, Dalton Kincaid, he's playing well. Hey, shout out Maxwell Harrison. He had a really good game, and he's finally getting healthy. But that's the guy I would absolutely target is Jalen Waddle. I think Rashid Shaheed is a guy that he's a really good number 2, number 3, and that's what the Bills are. They just got a bunch of number 2s, a bunch of number 3s. They need somebody to be a complete difference maker for this Bills team if they really want to take it to the next level. You're seeing what the Bills did against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. They did a tremendous job, but you're still missing that speedster that can go vertical, that can take it to the house. And I think that Rahid, like the way I look at it is this: Josh Allen has made guys around him better. But what about a receiver that can help out Josh Allen a little bit? And I think a guy like Waddle would make more sense. And it's obviously a way more higher price to pay, and that's the reason for it.
So a few things with Jalen Waddle. I understand that you would pay the in-division tax, but for me, I'm not particularly concerned about a 1st-round pick that starts after 25. That is a glorified 2nd-round pick. You very rarely ever see 32 guys with a 1st-round grade taken in the 1st round. And that's one of the downsides of being a consistent football team is that you're never really going to be in a position of having a for sure home run top 10 pick once every 2 or 3 years. I would be fine to send over a 1st-round pick to Miami for a wide receiver like Jalen Waddle. That is a needle mover for me. Now, is Miami desperate enough for draft compensation to trade a wide receiver over to their divisional rival? It is left to be seen. Crazier things have happened, but that's exactly what I am talking about if you really want to fix this Buffalo Bills passing game. I know we're all optimistic right now that Buffalo's pass game looked good against Kansas City last week, but we need to remember this pass game was never a problem in between the numbers. And the Kansas City Chiefs have 2 liabilities in the middle of the field and Connor and Nick Bolton in coverage. No wonder Dalton Kincaid ate. No wonder Khalil Shakir ate. It was a part of the game script. If you start seeing those defenses that are a bit more locked down in the middle of the field, you need to be able to hit that perimeter. And right now, Buffalo just doesn't have that. So Waddle is my guy. Olave would be a guy that I would be clicking my heels for, but at the end of the day, while I don't agree with the Rashid Shaheed take, Colby, I have a feeling that it's going to be more closer to that realm. That or we elevate.
Keep dreaming about Waddle, Dan. Keep dreaming about Waddle.
And to add to it, Dan, I don't know if you saw this, but the Buffalo Bills were one of the teams calling the Raiders for Jacoby Myers. So we know the Bills are interested in a wide receiver, but it just goes to show you that they definitely are looking to add a wide receiver. The Jaguars beat the Bills to get to that wide receiver.
And speed is not an issue for the Buffalo Bills either, right? Like right now, we have two guys that run a 4.3. You have Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore, both run a 4.3. Maybe you could say, oh, yeah, but like they're not really perimeter guys. They have traits. If Joe Brady truly wanted to incorporate that into the offense, we would have at least seen a couple of scenarios where they would have tried to put Curtis Samuel and Elijah Moore out on the outside and run a go route. All right? It's just not there. I have a feeling if they do get Rashid Shaheed, he's just going to be added for another glorified gimmick guy that's going to get a few jet sweeps here and there and a couple of outs. It's just how it is. Like, you need a dog in order for the Buffalo Bills to start attacking outside of the numbers consistently. Waddle, Olave, or bust for me.
Interesting.
And with TD shaking his head, he's like, there's no way that Waddle's going over to the Buffalo Bills.
Nope.
You gotta overpay more than everybody else. That would be torture.
I mean, dude, I would send
that's the piece that could help the Bills get over the hump for real. It could really help the Bills get over the hump. So, we can't let that happen.
And so as far as yards after the catch, it's not a problem. As far as attacking inside the numbers, it is not a problem. It is exclusively the perimeter. I do not need a wide receiver with wide receiver 1 upside. I need a wide receiver number 1. Or otherwise, don't do anything and just elevate Gabe Davis and pray that we have mismatches in between the numbers for the rest of the season. That's kind of where my head is at. TD, a trade proposal, man. What do you got for us?
All right. This trade proposal here will put this team as a potential Super Bowl favorite. Okay. They're not far from already being a Super Bowl favorite, by the way. I mean, if anything, some people already have them Super Bowl favorites. But we got Devin A-Chain on the move. To the Kansas City Chiefs. Devin A-Chain to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 2nd round pick. Yes. Why? Because first of all, we know that they have Pacheco and Hunt. We know Hunt is a rental, come in, be the backup, do some dirty work, but Pacheco is due to get paid now. Pacheco, he's finished that contract. It's time to get paid. Do you want to pay Pacheco? And guys, do you view A-Chain as a better player than Pacheco?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the dual threat, everything that he can do, this will be a massive, because what the Bills did to the Chiefs the other night, you want to know what was missing from the Chiefs? A solid, consistent run game in that game. They ran the ball 20 times for probably like 75 yards. They need to get back to having a better run game and a guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. Excellent yak. I mean, he's just a playmaker. He's a baller. He does everything on the field. He is a weapon at every position. I mean, the man out there running fade routes too, and he's short. I'm just saying. Devin A-Chain, for the right price, could be moved in Miami potentially. And if the Chiefs would be willing to give up a 2nd round pick, if you're Miami, you got to consider this. And this would actually put the Chiefs right back into that fray, because Buffalo's figured their number out. But the Chiefs got to run the ball better, then Buffalo's probably in trouble again.
Since Isaiah Pacheco was added to the injury report, when Patrick Mahomes is your next leading rusher, I feel like it is just written in the stars that Kansas City should be targeting a running back. A popular name is Breece Hall. I mean, we're not even sure if he's still on the trade block at this point. But Richie, thoughts on that? Devon Achane to the Kansas City Chiefs, or maybe there's a world where they're still into Breece Hall? What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Breece, they're set stone on their price, which is a 3rd round pick. They're not going to trade Breece if it's anything less than that. So if a team like the Chiefs calls the Jets and say we'll give you a 3rd, the Jets would definitely consider pulling the trigger. When it comes to Devon Achane, he would absolutely, I mean, him and Breece would be a huge upgrade to that Kansas City Chiefs offense. You got Rice back in the fold. You got Hollywood Brown. You got Xavier Worthy. Travis Kelce starting to play better football, but they're just missing. And I got to give a shout out to Kareem Hunt, man, because this guy, it feels like he's been in the league forever. And he's just still doing the dirty work. He's getting the tough yards, but he's not the bell cow. You can't rely on him too much. So I think that the Chiefs are absolutely missing a guy that they can rely on, not just on the ground, but through the pass attack out of the backfield. So, parting ways with a second-round pick for A-Chain's definitely that's a high price. I mean, A-Chain's a good running back, but that's a higher price for him. So I don't know if the Chiefs would be wanting to do that. He does have injury concerns, not this season, but in previous years. And he's going to be also due to get paid eventually. What is this, his third year in the NFL, TD? This is his third season?
This is his third year, yeah.
So he's, last year is his final year under contract. So he's actually due for a contract extension in the offseason. So I think a second-round pick is a little bit steep. Maybe a third-round pick for Breece would be smarter for the Chiefs, but I don't know if the Kansas City Chiefs want to do that as well, because they are a team. The reason why the Chiefs are so good every single year is because they don't make trades like this usually. They keep their draft picks and they hit on them in the second, in the third, in the fourth rounds. And they find guys that are starters, find guys that absolutely fill out the roster to make them a consistent championship contender year in and year out.
Mm-hmm. And so when it comes into trade compensation, and so I feel like a lot of people have played way too much Madden, like seeing and really overvaluing type players where they say, oh, yeah, it's going to cost a first and a second for like an 8-year veteran from this team to come onto this team. Very oftentimes, like, you're seeing significant trade compensation way less than what you would expect. Like, for example, I know that Logan Wilson on Cincinnati was seemingly benched for rookies earlier this season, but I don't think a lot of us thought that he would go for a 7th. Right over to Dallas. You would have thought that maybe he was a 5th or a 6th. So wherever your mind is for your initial thought of how much a player would go for via draft capital, I would argue that you should subtract about 1 to 2 rounds, because that's more than likely where it's going to go for. I'd say even with Jacoby Myers for a 4th and a 6th was kind of was less than a lot of us would have thought that he would have went for.
And what James Palmer said before, when I asked him about the Jets, he mentioned that the Jets are looking for a player in return for Quinnen. And that immediately was like, wow. And I know the Jets are going to be trying to add players because they're not just looking for draft picks. They want players. What player out there could be, like, what team is looking for a defensive tackle help that could potentially be a player that can match Quinnen Williams to be a fair trade? That definitely was interesting to hear from James Palmer. So don't just, and the reason why I bring that up is don't just look at draft picks as potential guys that are all these trades. It's not just second, third, fourth rounders. There could be players involved in these trades as well. And you saw the Jets do a player for player trade as well with the Eagles. Go ahead, TD.
I agree. And as far as the draft compensation, so many different circumstances go into play. They talk about age. They talk about motivation to sell. Is it a great player? Even with the A-Chain proposal, it's going to be a high price because Miami doesn't want to move him. That's the price to actually move him. It's no difference from like if Patrick Mahomes was on the block. We may say 30 first rounders. You're not going to get it, but hey, if a team want them, they'll go give it.
And folks, we are welcoming James Palmer back on. Maybe he's giving us some breaking news.
Yeah.
James, 30 time no see.
Long time no see, boys. Listen, I have a breaking news. 30 first rounders have been given to the Kansas City Chiefs for Patrick Mahomes. No.
God.
Listen, I just heard you guys talking about it. I do want to start with this. There is a very, very small group of players in the NFL that do not have a price. I think it's much fewer than probably most people watching understand. There is a price tag for the vast majority of the players in this league. There is a handful that are virtually untradeable. But that begs the question when we're talking about Jalen Waddle or Brian Thomas Jr. and the rumors that are going on there, or Quinnen Williams, and these are first rounders they're looking for and possibly more. Trey Hendrickson, a first rounder, which has kind of dropped to a 2 over the last couple of hours. If you ask around, teams are still trying to see if that's going to drop a little bit because they're still going to have to pay him $10 million roughly for the rest of the year and be a $10 million cap hit. So you have to figure out something within your cap structure. But my point is, teams are still going to call and see what it is about these. We do have to dissect through the buzz and the rumors and the calls that are being made because there are very few players that are untradeable. So what would it take to get Waddle? Well, these teams are going to call. What would it take to get Brian Thomas Jr.? These teams are going to call because they're doing their job. It doesn't mean that the trade is going to happen or that something's going to go down with these players that are at the top and, Devon Achane or somebody that it probably isn't going to be on the move. But you can ask about almost everybody. The league knows there's only a handful of players that you don't really ask about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And has there been anything else that you've heard in these last half hour? It's been pretty quiet these last hour or so, James. I mean, there's been very, very quiet stuff happening this trade deadline. Anything you're hearing? Because we have 4 hours to go.
Yep, for sure. It has been quiet. A GM texted me about 15 minutes ago going, it's quiet and I'm expecting it to stay quiet. Now, that's just his opinion. That's just where he's at with his organization. But he said, I don't see it being all that rowdy coming up through the next couple of hours. We'll see, because there are teams that are very aggressive right now, from my understanding. I think Minnesota, surprisingly, is aggressive in some teams' minds. When you look at the team that they've put together and the money that they spent this offseason, specifically in the trenches to put this group together around J.J. McCarthy, that they are kind of aggressive looking to do something. It surprises me a little bit, but that's something I am hearing. I am hearing that Pittsburgh is definitely out there being aggressive. I heard that this morning. I think I maybe mentioned that to you a little bit. They were in on the Jacoby Myers situation. They are looking at different players. I think Mike Tomlin just got off the podium too and did say, he likes shopping. Pittsburgh is one of those teams throughout the morning that has been mentioned to me as an aggressive team. But the one that I kind of have circled right now is Seattle. And I've heard this from a couple of different sources, guys, this morning, that keep your eye on the Seattle Seahawks. Obviously, they're playing outstanding football right now. Sam Darnold's playing great. Jackson Smith and Jigba, let's go, is playing out of his mind and is the best receiver in football. But I keep hearing from different sources that they are looking to do something. They really are. Could it be a receiver to add to this group, which would be fascinating? Could it be somebody in the secondary and they part ways with Reek Woolen and give him to a situation to where he is more fit in terms of the way Mike McDonald runs his defense, and Reek is more of a man-to-man guy? Can they find a way to shift some things in the secondary? Could they look for a guard? I think that's something that they've sniffed around at a little bit to help protect Sam Darnold. There's a couple of teams actually in the guard market. We'll see if something can happen there with maybe the likes of somebody like Evan Neal or somebody that has been a healthy scratch somewhere. But Seattle's really a team that I have my eye on, because I keep hearing from different buildings keep your eye on Seattle. Keep your eye on Seattle. I don't know why. Doesn't mean a deal definitely happens, right? There's a lot of teams going out there trying to make something happen, and then just the partner on the other side doesn't work out. The compensation doesn't work out. But Seattle is really trying to make some moves, and I think John Schneider's a very good general manager. So I think that's the team to kind of keep your eye on right now with what they're doing and how they're working behind the scenes. And I think the unknown of it is kind of the fascinating part with Seattle, because they could go a couple different ways. They don't have a whole lot of holes. They really don't have a whole lot of holes. So that's going to be the fun part to see if they can pull something off.
When
and so
we talk
one player
about
I'm kind of interested in.
Buyers,
TD had his hand up.
Yeah, when we talk about
I forgot.
When we talk about the motivated buyers, which tend to be teams that are in the playoff hunt right now, that have a major glaring hole, have you heard anything coming out of LA with the Chargers losing their tackles? Are they trying to be aggressive and figure something out there?
Yeah, the hard part really is just, are tackles available? I mean, this is a devastating injury. I mean, we could look at this and go, what would the Chargers be like right now with Rashawn Slater, who they lost before the season started, and Joe Wall? You've seen them just with Joe Wall on the field and off the field, and how dramatically different it has been. They've sniffed around at offensive linemen. They've sniffed around at running back as well, but I think they've been held over by Vidal a little bit until they're going to get Omari and Hampton back in a couple of weeks here. I do think this is an organization that likes to be aggressive, but an organization that loves their picks. And that's the way Joe has kind of always thought. Now, I think they're going to look and see if there's a way that they can improve this group in front, but it has been devastating for the way it's at. But where do you find tackles? I've always been told by teams, there's if you have tackles, you keep them. And if you have tackles, you re-sign them, and you keep drafting tackles. And if they're any good, they play. And so it's really hard to have somebody be available mid-season, because even if you're no longer a contender, tackles are still a cornerstone of your franchise moving into the next year, right? It's not the same as, say, a position like the receiver spot or the edge spot where you can kind of have hired assassins that come in and can help your team quickly, and then maybe be not a part because of salary on the next contract. Tackles are usually part of your future always. And that's why when you look even at teams that are sellers, like let's look at Miami for instance, like we've already seen Jalen Phillips, he's on the move to Philadelphia. They're looking for a trade partner for Bradley Chubb. They're listening on Jalen Waddle. They're listening on a lot of different players within that building. They are in a different spot. And these are different positions that are usually the ones that come up during this time period. So I asked the co-pilot right here, gentlemen, the old co-pilot right here, when was the last time a team cleaned house during the trade deadline? And it's because I'm looking at Miami right now, looking to maybe potentially be the team if they can find some suitors. It was 2 teams in 2022. It was the Bears, if you think about them going with Roquan Smith and Robert Quinn. Quinn did not work out in Philadelphia, but they got rid of 2 key players there. And the Broncos got rid of Bradley Chubb, which ties into Miami. And that's signaling a big shift in what they were doing as an organization there. So pass rushers are always ones that are on the move. There's a couple of them right there. But the side with tackles is always difficult because they're always going to be a part of your organization moving forward, even if you're not playing well. And even if you're turning things over, tackles usually remain.
Yeah, certainly. And so James,
one play,
look over to the NFC here real quick. I want to ask you about the Washington Commanders, because they're obviously a team that has a lot of expectations here in 2025 after what they did in 2024. Injuries have really plagued their season. Jaden Daniels, obviously Christian McCaffrey, Lattimore, those guys out for the season. And so do you see them making any moves to try and make a run for the remainder of 2025, or even potentially just kind of give up here in 2025 and be sellers?
Yeah, I think they have had to make this decision very, very quickly, right? With the injury happening to Jaden Daniels, it's a very quick turnaround for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn to go, we were in the NFC Championship a season ago. We have a short window with when this injury happened and the game happened that we are now sellers? Or does that change where we're at? I haven't heard too much out of them as an organization, because we have to remember they swung big last year. They swung really big with the Tunsil trade and the Marshawn Lattimore trade. I think because of the injuries you mentioned does change their thinking a little bit. They could have been a potential seller in their secondary before the Marshawn Lattimore injury now. And I don't know if they have the bodies to be able to part with somebody, even if it's for a lower pick, that they could have done before. Same thing with Tunsil, and they made the trade there. And it's Brandon Coleman could have potentially been available, as we're talking about offensive linemen that you could possibly find a way to acquire. Well, Tunsil's been battling a hamstring injury, so now do you have the bodies to be able to make that trade either? And so I do think their thinking is we're in a different spot than obviously we were last year when we were making a run at this. And I never fault a general manager for going, we have a quarterback on a rookie contract, let's go aggressively towards a run here. And they made it to the NFC Championship game. But now where you look at their now, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody called and said, hey, what's the price on Deebo Samuel? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, because right now, and this is off the top of my head, I'm just thinking, I think they only have 2 picks in the first 4 rounds of next year's draft. Don't quote me on that, but they do not have a lot of picks in 2026 because of the moves they made. So I would think they'd be listening right now, but it is really hard when you go to the NFC Championship game and then the next year you have to change your thinking as a general manager and go, we have to sell off some parts here. It's just not there.
Mm-hmm. And so one player that's always been intriguing is Chris Olave. So we heard the Saints suggest that they were interested in extending him long term. From the outside looking in, I just can't see it. It looks more so like a ploy to elevate their potential asking price, sort of make him look a bit more desirable, especially considering with his injury history. Is that something that front offices tend to do? And would you think that Chris Olave actually is available, or this is just some gamesmanship from the front office over in New Orleans?
I haven't heard anything of the contrary that he is available. I've heard that he is not, of the 3 receivers there, he is the least available between him, Rashid Shaheed, and Brandon Cooks. I've heard that they've been working on a contract extension with him. I do a show at The Athletic with Diana Rossini, and Diana has consistently stated that they're working on a contract extension with him. I haven't heard that he's essentially available. I know teams have, and I think we talked about this earlier, would love to make him a part of what they do, whether it's Buffalo, whether it's Pittsburgh, whether it would say be New England. Some of these teams probably would love to have Chris Olave. I think the asking price is pretty high, but I do think when you look at the way they're built, and they're not in cap hell like they have been for the years that Sean Payton was kept pushing money down the road. They're in a little better situation than they've been before. But if you look at receiver prices and where they're going, can they feasibly sign Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave this offseason? Both of them. I think that's difficult. I really do. I think that's hard. Not to say either one is even at the top of the receiver market, but the entire position as a whole has gone up to the point to where you're going to need to get a deal done with Olave. Obviously, the option, I believe, is coming up. And then Rashid Shaheed is a free agent. Can you sign both of them? That's what teams are looking at, going, hey, we're looking at this from the outside in. Yeah, you might tell us that you're signing Chris Olave. Okay, that's fine. Then you got to make Rashid Shaheed available. And we also get a little bit of advantage because we know you're not going to sign both of them. You can't. It might cost too much. So that's why Shaheed's been getting so much attention, because I do think teams understand that Olave might be less likely to be available. So how could we try to drop the price on Shaheed because we feel like you can't sign them both?
It's interesting.
Certainly.
So quiet out here, James.
But go ahead, Richie.
It is. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Crickets. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead,
James, real quick, if you don't mind, going back here to the AFC East, I want to ask you real quick about the New England Patriots. This is a team that it feels like a lot of Patriots fans were expecting this team to make a move. Certainly still time for them to do so. We're hearing a lot of rumors about them at running back, about edge. We also heard from Jordan Schultz yesterday that they were potentially looking to ship off Anthony Jennings. So have you heard any movement on the New England Patriots making a move or even looking to ship off some of their own players?
No, but I'm getting a text here if you want to talk about this.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's do it.
A sleeper team that I had heard about last night, and I was curious if they're going to try to be aggressive and make a move. And it might be the Denver Broncos. I know that they were poking around last night, and then that kind of died down, and there was some, a wet blanket was kind of thrown on it late last night. But now I'm kind of hearing, keep your eye out for Denver making a splash. And again, these are fun to talk about. You need both sides to make it work. But it seems like Denver is pushing to try to make something happen right now. And we'll see if that's possible. And we'll see if Denver can do that. I had maybe a team or two this morning going, Seattle I really am watching, like I mentioned to you guys. And two of them said, but I am curious about Denver. So people have been curious about what Sean Payton and George Payton are looking to do. Obviously, they're in a great position at the top of their division right now. And you know that you have the Chiefs in your division. Are you looking to do something to put yourself over the hump as you've started 7-2? That's an interesting one. That's just a, hey, man, keep an eye out right now text. So
Hey,
we'll
James.
see if
I think we have
Hey
Blockbuster
James, we have some breaking news.
Hit me.
Sauce Gardner was just dealt to the Indianapolis Colts.
What?
Okay.
Sauce Gardner
Okay.
has been traded
Richie's
to
heart just
the
dropped.
Indianapolis Colts. We heard that the Colts were looking for a cornerback.
They
but
were.
Are you
I could
kidding me?
not have seen this coming. I did
Okay.
not see this coming at all.
When
Wow.
I talk
Take it
about
away,
when I
James.
talk about teams that are in a position of rarity that we've seen, and they have a position to make something happen, like we're talking about with Denver, and them potentially making a splash because of where they are in their division. Look at the Indianapolis Colts and where they are in their division and how they're running away with that spot right now at 7-2. But they needed help on their back end. I think they saw that. But the part that shocks me here is Chris Ballard, in his 8 years as the general manager there in Indianapolis, has only made one trade, really, at the deadline. And that was Naheem Hines in 2022, if I remember, where he requested to be traded. This is out of the ordinary for Chris Ballard, but everybody was curious if he was going to go out and make a move and kind of break precedent of what he's usually used to doing, because of where the Indianapolis Colts are sitting. And we all knew it was going to be on the defensive side of the ball. They were sniffing around at pass rushers, to my understanding. They were looking at maybe somebody that could come up, like an Arden Key or something like that. They could be part of their rotation up front and maybe make them a little bit better at getting after the quarterback. But the number of injuries they've had in the secondary and the issues they've had in the secondary, I thought they'd try to make a move. There has been slim pickings, honestly, in terms of corners that are available. Well, you go get one of the best ones in football. Now, I will say this. There are people I talk to around the league that are torn on Sauce Gardner, like torn on Sauce Gardner. Some still think he's part of that top group. Some think he is not part of that top group anymore. I'm curious, when a new regime comes in, that's always something that it gets evaluated. But this is also a new regime that came in and gave him a new contract. So this is an interesting move. But you also have a quarterback that is on somewhat of a bargain, right? You're not paying a massive quarterback contract. And so you have some leeway to make some kind of acquisitions in this sense. When I look at where I was trying to see where they're at. They're not. I mean, they have some of the least amount of cap space available. So we'll see what ends up happening with how they make this work. But that's a massive move. That is a massive move, and it looks like
two
you have
picks
right now a team going for it. You have a team going for it right now. And if it's 2 first-round picks, is that what you're saying? Because I'm watching you guys. I'm not seeing any screen right now.
Yeah. 2 first-round
It's
picks.
2 first-round picks. And so I saw Richie's soul leave him the second that we announced that.
Yeah.
So what does that also tell you? What does that also tell you how they feel about Daniel Jones?
They're going all in.
And that he's their guy.
They're not in the market for a quarterback. He's their guy. They're not in the market for a quarterback. The prove-it aspect of Daniel Jones winning this job, it appears when you give away your first-round picks like this, it's not Anthony Richardson. You now have your quarterback not for 2025, for 26, and maybe for 27.
Wow.
They had already had some discussions, just very preliminary discussions, with Daniel Jones about potentially having a contract extension, and those were kind of recent. So this all does kind of add up going, okay, if we have our team built the way they're built, and we have some young talent like a Tyler Warren and certain guys that are on rookie deals, and a not overly priced receiver core, and not an overly priced quarterback, you make a big move, big splash.
Yeah.
Whoa. Wow.
And to adding this guy right to the
what you
secondary, like we're talking about a team that was top 10 in EPA and second in the NFL secondary-wise in DVOA. Now you add Sauce Gardner into the conversation. I think it might be time for us to start buying into this Indianapolis Colts team. It's taken a while, but now I think it's official.
I think so.
Does this make them Super Bowl contenders? Like, that's the question.
I think last week was a blip. I think if you look at the way they're built, when I talk to teams that have faced, it's not that they're balanced on offense. They have the ability to come to the line of scrimmage and see what you do and just switch to the opposite. Obviously, you have the best running back in football, in all honesty, right now in Jonathan Taylor. You have a receiving core where you don't need to force the football anywhere. Everybody knows their role and what they do. You have a tight end that I think has transformed the offense when you have a type of player that can be on the field. They run behind Tyler Ward. I mean, they literally have run plays designed directly behind him, and then he can also catch the football and line up anywhere on the field. They have everything you're looking for and a really good decision maker at the quarterback spot. I think what we just had forgotten over the last couple of seasons is that Shane Steichen is a really good play caller. If you remember his last year in Philly, he was outstanding. If you remember with the Chargers, he was outstanding. He's a really good play caller. He just had nobody to run it. And so I do think they feel like they are built in a fashion to win in a variety of ways. You can try to take one aspect away, and I think they can beat you in another direction. I just think they knew that their defense in the secondary was just so banged up. I mean, Kenny Moore's been injured, and he's one of the best slots in all of football, playing on the inside there. Like, I think they just were like, you know what? We're going to go for it. And, hey, I love when teams get aggressive like this. This is, again, not the way Chris Ballard usually works. And that's why it's the most surprising thing, because with this stuff, guys, we always look at tendencies in general managers, and this is outside of a tendency for Chris Ballard.
And James, if you don't mind, I need your thoughts from the Jets' perspective of this, because I'm the Jets guy here.
James,
I don't understand it.
Folks, we have some breaking news. We have some breaking news real fast. I'm glad James is here, because this has just started a domino to fall. You are absolutely right about the Seattle Seahawks, because per 3 minutes ago, Rashid Shaheed is now a new member of the Seattle Seahawks wide receiving core. Some breaking news here.
Did I just mention I think it could be a receiver? Didn't we just talk about that? Could
we did.
Seattle be looking at a receiver?
Yeah, you sure did.
So
it's now official.
So that's what we were kind of looking at this morning when I was talking to teams was, they really seem like they're built really, really well. And Torrey Horton's been a nice surprise for them now that the kid out of Colorado State, who I think they got in the 5th round. But how do you get that compliment to Jackson Smith and Jigba to make JSN's life even easier in the way he's working? I was actually talking to an executive this morning who said, keep your eye on Clint Kubiak. Honestly, they're doing so well offensively that there's a chance that they could lose him. I don't think they want to right now with the way he's running that offense, but there's not a lot of head coaching candidates out there. So strike while the iron's hot and what's going on in that really, really difficult division, by the way. And Shaheed was the other name with Jacoby Myers as the 2 most likely receivers to be on the move. And now you see Shaheed being the other one, but it's not really the landing spot we had heard. We had consistently heard that the Bills were looking at him, that the Steelers were looking at him. The Steelers were in on Jacoby Myers. The Bills were not really that in on Jacoby Myers. But now I'm interested to see where Buffalo pivots. I'm interested to see where Pittsburgh pivots, or do they stand pat at those positions? Because now Rashid Shaheed, the stretch the field type of player he is, and he is much more than just a deep threat, but the way he can stretch a defense, to me, the way Jackson Smith and Jigba works in space, can work the middle of the field, it almost makes it even more difficult to defend what Klint Kubiak is designing right there in Seattle.
God.
Well, we're hearing some things, and then they're happening, so at least we're on the right track, guys.
Yeah.
We went from things being quiet to a bomb going off. Wow.
I know.
And to the last
moves, yeah.
10 minutes of the stream, it's just been crazy. You know, Richie,
For our
I'm
segment
sorry
of the
you've had to
stream.
deal with that, my friend.
Yeah, you guys hit
I
the
was not
fun
mentally
streak.
prepared for this.
Yeah. Are you all right, Richie? You good? Or are
You gave him an extension this offseason, Rich.
I'm sorry, James, but I really need you to give me the Jets perspective of this, because this just hit Jets fans completely blind. We're talking about every player in this team, Quinnen, Jermaine, Breece. No one mentioned Sauce potentially getting traded. Why would Aaron Glenn and the New York Jets decide to part ways with Sauce Gardner after giving him a long-term extension in the summer?
Yeah, and again, this is just my opinion. I haven't talked to, obviously this has happened while we're on here, so this is my opinion, not anybody I've talked to in New York by any stretch. But I do think there was a thought when you come in as a regime that you want to sign your cornerstone players and show everybody that if you're drafted here, you play well, you get a contract, and that likes to be established by a new general manager and a new head coach. And you did it with Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner. But then I would assume what has happened is they've watched Sauce play. They've watched where their organization is. And then sometimes there are teams that do evaluate going, having a high price cornerback when you're not a competitor is not really necessary. It's almost a luxury, because what happens when the rest of your defense is not very good? Okay, we're paying one of the highest salaries at the position at a cornerback spot. And what can the offense do? Just avoid him and just go somewhere else. And so oftentimes there are teams that look at that thinking, combined with the fact that they do not have a solution at quarterback, and now you give yourself ammunition to be more aggressive towards a quarterback in 2026 and 2027. Now, granted, it's early, but the class of 26 doesn't seem to be wowing really anybody at the quarterback spot. But now you do have capital in the draft, capital in a variety of ways to try to make yourself more aggressive towards landing that quarterback spot. And if he's not part of what you think might be a longer rebuild, that thinking I mentioned about the cornerback spot does change a little bit, going, if we're not close, having a high-priced talent, who Sauce is that certainly, that doesn't touch the football and can be avoided by offenses, is that worth having right now? Man, we love you. We like you as a player, but what we're trying to rebuild right now, are you more valuable in terms of assets in where we're going? I don't know. I know some teams think that way. That they're kind of like closers in baseball. Like, if you're not a good team in baseball, what do you need a great closer for? Like, it's similar.
No, it makes sense from that perspective. It's just completely blindsided. I think
but it is wild.
Jets
I mean, it is
fan
wild.
right
I'm not
now.
saying it's not. Yeah.
Oh no, trust me. I know you're not saying
wild,
that.
But yeah.
And now the Indianapolis Colts, it just gets a 2-time first-team All-Pro, and now they're going all in for Sauce Gardner. You're talking about a blockbuster. It was all quiet. We're sitting here on this trade deadline stream waiting.
Quiet.
We're talking about hot takes. We're waiting for James to give us some news, and then that comes out of absolutely nowhere. And the funny thing is, Sauce sent this tweet out, New York, it's been real. I quote tweeted like, "Stop trolling with us, Sauce." And then 2 minutes later, he's gone. And I responded, he wasn't trolling.
God, I thought the Seattle
was
thing
real.
was big. I was like, guys, I'm coming on with some Seattle Seahawks news. Let's go. Watch them.
I got a
They're gonna be
signed
making
Sauce
moves, and all
jersey
of a
behind
sudden-
me, James. What do I do with this?
Send it to James.
I don't know. A lot of
you're
people
gonna-
burn them, which I always found to be very bizarre. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Well, you know
man.
what, Richie? That means that it sounds like Garrett Wilson may be on the table, and you can send him Buffalo.
Hey, you never know with this move with Sauce. You never know.
I think there's a player involved in the trade too. We haven't get the full exact details of the trade.
I
It's
haven't
2
either.
first-round picks, and I think there may be a player involved, but we haven't got the official confirmation of the exact compensation. Do you know that, James, yet? Do you know exactly?
No,
Is it
I'm
just
kind
2
of
firsts,
hanging out
or-
with you guys right now. Yeah, I'm trying to get that
I'm
aspect.
trying to figure out
of it.
exactly what the compensation is. I mean, wow.
But
It'd
why
be
are
hard
you
to
looking
text
that
Chris
up
Ballard,
on-
and I was probably doing backflips.
Yeah, the coach made a statement here though. Obviously,
Yeah.
they believe in where they're headed and they feel like they're in a position to start adding cherries on top. So,
Yeah.
man, this is
So,
maximum.
so I'll tell you what, Richie. So when you see like a brand new head coach and brand new regime come in, and we had this conversation a couple of months ago, it's almost like that first year they roll with the roster that they inherited. And it's that next off season where they end up unloading and attempting to bring in those guys that can efficiently run their scheme. Same thing with Sean McDermott when he was the first year head coach, right? Like he rolled with what he had. And then he ended up offloading some guys and drafting guys that fit his culture and his movement. I kind of figured that Glenn would do this, but not a Sauce Gardner move. Like this has also caught me off of guard.
Yeah, especially when you give him that extension. Yeah, go ahead. Man,
Awesome. They have some details on the Sauce deal. They're showing right now that for the rest of the season, the Colts only have to pay the minimum of his the league minimum for the rest of the season. That's all they have to pay. And then in 2026, it's 25.5 million, 27 is 24.95 million, and in 2028, it is 20.2 million. The contract goes down every year in cap hit. This is massive for the Colts. Getting a guy like Sauce Gardner and benefiting financially because the Jets chose to give him his extension a year early benefits the trading team.
And so Richie, we're looking at this early on, and obviously there's a lot to break down in terms of where you guys go moving forward and even the draft class for 2026. But you're a Jets fan. You guys have only won one game. You're one of the worst teams in the league right now. You're seeing some extra draft compensation come in. Is there any place that your mind is going with seeing this extra draft compensation, saying this is where I want the team to go early on?
Yeah, listen, I mean, we're 100% in the market for a quarterback. This gives us the ammunition to trade up if we do not get the first overall pick. This also gives us ammunition not just to trade up for a quarterback, but to trade for a quarterback that could be available in the offseason. That's where my mind is at. It's not about who we're going to replace Sauce Gardner with, because I think we already know who's replacing him. We have a rookie that a lot of people in the Jets are excited about, Nazarieh Thomas from Florida State. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, and he was really, really a fun player. Brandon Stevens has been playing good. Not Sauce Gardner's talent, that's for sure. But now that the Jets got 2 first-round picks, you talk about 2 first-round picks this year, 2 first-round picks next year. This is shades of the Jamal Adams trade. You talk about the Jets when they traded away Jamal Adams. That's what Joe Douglas did. He came here, traded away Jamal, get 2 first-round picks. What did the Jets turn those 2 first-round picks into? Garrett Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker. So now you're on the clock, Darren Muji. You got to nail these draft picks. And I would be shocked if they do not use these draft picks for either trading up for a quarterback in the draft or trading for a quarterback. But this just comes out of absolutely nowhere. Jets fans are completely blindsided right now.
Yeah, I don't think the Jets are gonna. I don't think the Jets are gonna have to trade up because they probably will have a top 3 pick.
I'm just saying they have the options now.
Yeah,
it's wild, man. It's wild to me. Like, were there any signs that Glenn wasn't utilizing like Sauce in particular situations that Saleh was utilizing him in? Like, were there any signs at all? Like now that it has happened and you're able to
what everybody was
clearly.
pounding the table for Sauce to do was travel. And Saleh did not have him travel. And Glenn did. And he was traveling with the league's best receivers. And Sauce is not playing bad football this year. I feel like, he wasn't playing first team All-Pro, top tier in the NFL, but he was still locking down the receivers and doing his job. So I don't know what it is. I think the Jets with this new regime, they want to build this team their way. And they felt like 2 first-round picks is enough value. I mean, listen, I'll say this. 2 first-round picks is nothing to just be sad about. Like, if the Jets trade him for a first
hey, so you figured it out?
Another?
So you figured out what that player was? A.D. Mitchell was sent over to the Jets.
Wow, no way.
This trade compensation. So you were able to get A.D. Mitchell from the Indianapolis Colts. I want to say this was a part of the same transaction, and these are not too separate. But it looks like so it looked like that the deal was Sauce Gardner, 2 first-round picks, but then you also received A.D. Mitchell in return.
Okay.
So you have a wide receiver next to Garrett Wilson.
I mean, that is a
per Jordan Schultz.
blockbuster trade. A.D. Mitchell involved in this?
Let's pump the brakes on A.D. Mitchell here a little bit, though. Okay, A.D. Mitchell had a lot of potential coming out of the draft, but not live up to that expectation.
Hey, bro, listen, I'm not saying.
But lined up outside of Garrett Wilson, he's far
he should
better
be
than
better.
Allen
He should be
Lazard.
better, but
Hey, all I'm saying, Colby,
he's a way
two
better
first
wide
round
receiver
picks.
2 option.
The Jets need wide receiver help desperately. Okay, and the fact that we got a player in return is great. So unbelievable stuff.
All right, folks. Well, I will tell you what, that is all she wrote for our portion of this Bleacher Report 2025 NFL trade deadline. Time really flew by. And who would know, the last 10 minutes was the most exciting of all, folks. We appreciate all of you hanging out with us. And feel free to go on ahead and welcome in the next set of guests. I know that they will keep you entertained. Until next time.
Thank you, guys.
Peace.
What's going on, everybody? We are at the NFL trade deadline and already so much going on here. I have Haley Lewis here with me, and we have Mitch as well at home remote to talk to you about the 2025 NFL trade deadline. Like I said, so much going on right now. We just had the blockbuster of all blockbusters so far this year. Mitch, if you could cue us in.
My goodness. Sauce Gardner broke the app, apparently. Broke the app. 2 first rounders. I kind of think this is probably the best trade of the day for the Jets side of things. I don't know about the Colts. What do you think, guys?
So honestly, 2 first-round draft choices. Haley, what do you think about giving up that sort of draft capital for a guy who, for all intents and purposes, hasn't played great football in a year and a half or so?
That's what we were just saying, about a year and a half since we've really seen the Sauce Gardner that a lot of us were used to, especially when he came out of the draft. But the Jets receive a 2026 and 2027 first-round picks, and they reunite with A.D. Mitchell. I think that, truthfully works in their favor. But it's still, right before the trade deadline, this is still a great move.
I know, and Indianapolis obviously coming off of that defeat at Pittsburgh last week. Their secondary lacking on a few plays in that football game. Did that play a role? Maybe. It could have.
I think this is just honestly bolstering up the Colts into the team that we're all starting to have to recognize that they truly are. I think when the Colts started to roll early this season, it was just kind of, is 2025 just a wonky season in the NFL? Now we're all starting to have to legitimize this team. Not to say that they weren't legit before. I think they are bolstering up where they need to, and we'll have to see if this pans out for them. It's quite a move.
Absolutely. And before the deadline, a lot of people were speculating that Indianapolis would make a move for a player in their secondary. Mitch, do you think this makes them, right now they're sitting at the number 1 seed in the AFC, does this make them the best team in the AFC?
Well, I think ultimately it's all going to come down to, do you turn the ball over 6 times? Daniel Jones coughed the ball up. I think that's what it's going to come down to, because when you look at the team, they have the offensive line. I think they have a strong interior defensive line. Now you potentially, Charvarius Ward will be back at some point, I believe, for this team. So you have 2 corners on the outside who can match up, play man, play zone. You've got a creative defensive coordinator, one of the best coaching combinations in football right now, if you really think about it. You got Lou Anarumo on defense. Now he's got the chess piece CB1 who he can match up, especially against Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, hey, maybe even Drake May, like a really good quarterback play in the AFC in the playoffs. You're going to have to stop the pass, obviously. That's been the Colts' weakness all year. If they can get a lead with their offense, run the football with their offense, and then shut it down with these corners on the outside, it's hard to ignore what they've done. It's hard to ignore how talented this team is. Maybe they're lacking just slightly on the edge. Maybe they make another move here, but this is a crazy move. I want to give Ballard a lot of credit, because I've often criticized him for being too conservative. He's been way too conservative with his team, with building around, strengths of his team before. So I really feel like this is a little crazy, a little much in my opinion, but they recognize the opportunity that is this NFL right now. It's anyone's game. So I like it.
I also think this is a team that's staying aggressive. They're trying to be, get a top seed in the AFC. They're a huge contender. It's wild that he just happened. I mean, what was it? $120.4 million extension this past offseason. And then he goes on to Twitter and says, New York, it's been real, with a nice little green heart. I mean, I'm surprised there wasn't a peace sign next to it, but it's the business, and I think I agree with Mitch on the fact that this team's staying aggressive if they truly want to stay in the game and compete with the other quarterbacks that, the offenses that they have to defend against in the AFC. Yes, I'm a Kansas City through and through girl, so yeah, I want to throw in the fact that the AFC, I think, is like one of the toughest to get through. And, for the past, 6-7 years, you're going to have to go through KC. And if this is a team that can defend against, then by all means, they seem to be stepping up to the plate.
They do. So. They do. And in those games, and you as a Chief fan know this better than anybody on here, in those games that Kansas City has, the very few games that Kansas City's lost in the playoffs over the last 5-6 years, it's been games where teams have turned them over.
Right.
Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl, Philadelphia in last year's Super Bowl.
I mean, Nate, we don't have to go.
We
through
have
it again.
the conference title game against Cincinnati a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
So obviously you have to turn these big quarterbacks over if you want to beat them. This is the Colts basically putting all their chips in the next couple of years here. 2 first-round draft choices. That's a big-time commitment to Sauce Gardner. Now, obviously, the other part of the trade, Adonai Mitchell, the embattled receiver.
Yeah.
We all remember the play that he had against the LA Rams, maybe, costing them that game with a bonehead play, fumbling the ball at the goal line. But what is he going to look like with the Jets now? Mitch, what is your opinion on AD Mitchell going to the Jets? Is this sort of like a new beginning for him? Is this just the Colts dumping a guy that was, like I said, embattled? What do you see here?
This is part of the reason I really love the trade for the Jets, because they immediately have a guy that was touted as a potential first-round pick. He goes a little bit later than that. But we've even seen the flashes with the Colts. It's kind of tough with Indianapolis because they had 4 receivers, legitimately 4 receivers, who could at any time, win their matchup and be a target. One of the best downfield receivers. Tyler Warren added to the mix at tight end, and then you had Mitchell, who it just kind of felt like he fell out of favor, was in the doghouse, but extremely talented. Really good route runner, good size, good speed. I think maybe new scheme, new coaching staff, but he immediately slots in as a complement to Garrett Wilson, which has maybe been the biggest weakness for the Jets the last couple of seasons outside of that brief moment with Devontae Adams. So they have a receiver they can build with who's still on an affordable contract, and they get multiple first-round picks that they can build the rest of this team. And then when you dive into kind of Sauce Gardner's fit under Aaron Glenn, Sauce Gardner hasn't really worked out in this man-heavy system. Last year, he was the least targeted corner in the league, despite a little bit of struggles from certain people saying Sauce isn't the same. Well, it's he's almost never targeted. Sometimes he might take a pass interference, but maybe he also is a better fit for what they're going to do in Indianapolis. So this might be an all-around win across the board, but I really like that aspect for the Jets to be able to get that throw-in talented, cheap receiver too.
Yeah, and I think that really, like I said, for AD Mitchell, this is sort of a new start. Didn't get off to a great start to his NFL career in Indy. Now he's a chance to really reset his career in New York. Granted, the Jets do have a difficult time utilizing the forward pass. They play sort of 1937 style football, but that's neither here nor there. Now, we have had a few big names traded here so far at the deadline. We have Rashid Shaheed going to Seattle. We had early this morning Logan Wilson going to Dallas. Obviously, Jalen Phillips and Jair Alexander going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jacoby Myers, in kind of a surprising one, in my opinion at least, going to Jacksonville. The Jaguars going to get him.
Yeah, I think the Eagles obviously came out of the gates hot, staying aggressive, understandably so, reigning Super Bowl champs. But I think to see this for Seattle, this is a great move. They've dealt with a lot of injuries right now. Maybe just also giving someone else that could take defense's attention away. I think it's aggressive, and I think it's a much needed, for their wide receiver core right now this will be absolutely a big help. I like that we're getting these moves a little close to the deadline too, because we spoke about this before coming on here. It's one of those years, and you just know the years that it's going to be a little quieter. There's a lot of people out here who are looking, but the price has just not been right for a lot of buyers right now. So to see Seattle kind of put their hand in the pot, I like it.
And I'll tell you what, Seattle, in my humble opinion, really in what is looking like a wide open landscape in the NFC.
Yeah.
They have looked pretty darn impressive the last few weeks. We saw what they did to Washington the other night on Sunday Night Football. This is a team that I think's hitting their stride right now. And granted, the Rams are going to be a very tough out in the NFC as well, and they actually have to play them 2 more times this year. But if that defense is playing like they did Sunday night, and if Sam Darnold, who's on your screen right now, is playing like he did specifically in that first half the other night, they are going to be a tough
contender.
Out.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Mitch, you can talk to this too. This is a team that has to be taken seriously now.
Yeah, I think you look at the state of the NFC West, and you could argue after this trade, are the 2 best teams in the NFC in that division? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but the 49ers, if they were healthy, would also be a pretty big threat too. But that's one of the teams Seattle barely lost to, and now they're all beat up. The Rams look insanely good. Seattle looks like really good too. And now you kind of solve a weakness. Like, I love that trade for them because that might have been the biggest weakness on the roster. I know fans maybe want them to add a guard, like a little bit more protection. That defense is awesome. And Mike McDonald, come playoff time down the stretch, he's going to be one of the best game planners there is to take away the biggest threat on offense, whether it be Saquon for the Eagles or A.J. Brown, or whether it be the Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra. He's going to find a way to take those things away. So the offense needs to have the playmakers to make plays. And my concern was, okay, it's JSN. He's incredible. He's open on every third down. But when a team eventually slows him down and just says, we need to stop him, Cooper Kupp looks washed, kind of. And they're relying on vertical plays off play action from tight ends, and that's about it. So you need another guy that can threaten the defense, another guy that can win the one-on-one when JSN is drawing the attention. And Shaheed is one of the biggest blazers in football. Like, this guy can really go down the field. He can run routes. He's, I think, extremely underrated, and I think he's a perfect fit for the offense. We already saw him in the offense under Kubiak in New Orleans. So it's a perfect complement to what they already have with JSN. I love the move.
Yeah.
So now we have James Palmer, our NFL insider, here to talk through these deals. Like I said, a lot of big names. You see them all on your screen. Those are all impact players that are going to immediately go to these franchises and really help. James, what do you have?
Seattle, I've been hearing all morning that the Seahawks really want to make a big push towards a wide receiver. I was hearing that throughout the league this morning when I was making some calls, and there you have it. They go in and they grab Rashid Shaheed, who a lot of people around the league knew that they wouldn't be able to probably bring back Chris Olave and Shaheed, both with new contracts, with that position and the way contracts are going with that group. And he gets reunited with his former offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak, who I don't know if anybody else is on a heater like Kubes right now, is in Seattle. And it's a great addition to the way that they run that offense, who's already knows a lot about that offense. And that's a big part of what happens midseason. I kind of want to bring this up because it just popped into my head. But a big part of what happens in the middle of the year with these deadlines are you want a player to come into a new building, learn a new system, learn new verbiage, get new chemistry with everybody they're playing around. And you want that to happen immediately because you usually gave up a lot of draft capital to get that said player. Well, look at the biggest moves we've seen here in terms of compensation, and you saw that there's a previous history for Rashid Shaheed to go in and work with Clint Kubiak. It can be off and running very, very quickly. You go to Philadelphia, and a third rounder is given up for Jalen Phillips. He's already worked under Vic Fangio before. He can come and be off and running very quickly. Sometimes when you see teams that give up quite a bit to acquire some players, there's also some sort of a connection there to where you can make sure you maximize that trade as well. There's one more that I'm kind of keeping my eye on, guys, and I mentioned this a little while ago, and I just put it out on social media. I would keep an eye on the Denver Broncos right now. I would keep an eye on Denver looking to possibly make some noise and make a move. They've been kind of quiet Obviously, they're sitting there at the top of the AFC West, and do they make a move to try to push themselves into a position to where they can win that division for the first time since 2015? We'll find out, but I think that's a name to keep an eye on as we've seen these moves, and we can talk about all of them, whether it's the Jets and whether it's the Colts, whether it's the Jaguars or now the Saints, and the Seahawks. It's been a fascinating couple of minutes here.
So that being in your neck of the woods, what do you have to say about Denver potentially getting in on the action here?
Of Denver, you know it's coming up, right? After the Chiefs get through this bye, that's going to be on the horizon, and it's a very daunting task. Denver has continued to build, and James, you see that firsthand out there. What do you think that they're going to go after and target, especially with what the landscape looks like now? Do they stay aggressive, and do they have the monetary value, to be able to do that?
Yeah, I think they'll be measured, Haley, in some capacity. I think George Paton is probably one of the more underrated general managers in this league. I think they've navigated brilliantly after the Russell Wilson debacle. Don't blame him for going and getting Russ. I mean, Howie Roseman was in hard on Russell Wilson. It wasn't like he was alone thinking Russ could still play at a high level, but they've navigated out of that situation outstanding. It's some of the most dead money we've ever seen, and they have very cost-efficient players at the premium positions in the NFL. And I think that's what you have to look at. Look at where they have in terms of pass rushers. That Nick Bonito deal, I love Nick, and I think he's an outstanding player. He's one of the best pass rushers in football. They fleeced him on that contract. I mean, it is nowhere near the top edge rushers in football. Jonathan Cooper as well. That is pennies on the dollar for one of the better complementary pieces as an edge rusher. Pat Surtain's deal looks like a bargain right now compared to the other cornerback deals that have now surpassed him. And then your quarterback is on potentially, like that Y type of tight end that can block and catch. But the second receiver spot has been kind of a revolving door the course of this season, whether it's Marvin Mims, who's a speed guy and an all-pro returner, whether it's Troy Franklin, who's coming along in year 2, or Pat Bryant, who they got from Illinois in the 3rd round, who's a bigger-bodied receiver. Maybe they go and look at that compliment to Courtland Sutton and can make a splash in some capacity to fill that spot. They've been happy with that rotation at the wide receiver 2, but now sitting at 7-2, do you feel like you can go to another level offensively? Revamp the running back room as well with a rookie in R.J. Harvey, and J.K. Dobbins comes in free agency, who's been outstanding. So that second receiver spot's really where I'm looking, because they don't need a pass rusher. Surtain's going to come back in a few weeks. I don't think you overpay on any sort of corner help. And their defense has gotten healthier with Dre Greenlaw coming back. To me, that's the one glaring spot if they are going to try to make a move, that if they add another pass-catching weapon for their young quarterback.
And Denver as well, a couple plays away from being undefeated at this point. They really, really are. You have that fluke play against Indianapolis early in the year, and then the very next week they give up a late game drive to the LA Chargers in a game that was really theirs for the taking, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm not discounting. I think Sean Payton, if anyone, would be known to, throw a couple draft picks around when he wants something bad.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to see how this shakes out. Denver scares me. I'll admit it. I'm scared of them.
The first time in a long time a Chiefs fan has had to say that they're scared about anybody.
I'll openly admit it. We'll see if the drama keeps going today.
Yeah, it's been a long decade for Bronco fans, but we have a trade in right here. The Browns are sending Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and a 7th-round draft choice to Chicago for a 6th-round draft pick. Noted also by Adam Schefter, Chicago lost Deo. I'm not even going to try right now to a season-ending Achilles injury on Sunday. And now, obviously, they get Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. This is an interesting deal here for a Chicago team that very well may be hitting their stride. Mitch, what do you think about this deal specifically?
Well, it helps an area of weakness. It immediately gets them a player. I've never been high on Joe Tryon, and then added the Shoyinka at the end. He kind of struggled in Tampa Bay to kind of find a role with the Bucs, and maybe it was the wrong scheme fit. And then he found his way into Cleveland and worked more into that sub-package rotation. But if you look at Cleveland right now, I mean, pass rush is ridiculous. Myles Garrett's getting 5 sacks a game on his own. So, I mean, they're selling. They're getting some assets here. I think it just adds a little boost to their pass rush, like a pure bend, finesse, speed pass rusher that can go on passing downs. I don't expect him to play quite the role to replace on early downs, but I feel like this is a team, when you look at their offense, they've been one of the most explosive, Chicago's offense. They've been one of the most explosive offenses in football this year, big play after big play, and they're scoring points. But as we saw against Cincinnati and Joe Flacco, I know they have injuries in the secondary, but they can't touch the quarterback right now. So they certainly needed a little addition there. So I think it's a solid, small move that I think helps a little bit, but I don't think it's like crazy or anything like that.
And the pass rush has really been a problem for Chicago the last few years. They've tried to address it via trade, via free agency. Nothing really seems to be working, though. This very well could be something that gets them headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's what they need. They need the pass rush depth, and this is going to fill it. Like Mitch was saying, this is not a flashy move, but it's a Band-Aid, and it's what they need for right now. It's interesting because I'm pretty sure they just picked up his fifth-year option earlier in March. So
I believe so, yes.
I'll be curious to see the details of this trade when they come through. Of course, we'll probably just wait, a couple Shefty tweets, and then we'll have the full details. But again, it's nothing flashy, but it's exactly what they need, and it gives them that passing rush depth.
Yep, and Mitch, like you said, they didn't even think about touching Joe Flacco the other day. He threw for 470 yards and 4 touchdowns in a defeat on Chicago's defense. I don't know what the NFL is right now, but the Browns obviously sending Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in the 7th-round draft choice to the Chicago Bears in exchange for a 6th-round pick. Now, obviously, I think the Cleveland Browns, Mitch, like you said, like you alluded to, sell mode. Do they move anybody else? Is this the only move that they're going to make? What sort of position do you think that they're in?
It's interesting. I definitely think you alluded to the position they're in, which is they should be selling. And they do have assets already in the draft where they should be looking for their next quarterback. But I think it's trying to get as many potential draft picks as possible. And I'm not sure what it is with Cleveland. I don't know why they're so reluctant to move on from David Njoku. Like, I really like David Njoku. I think he's been a really good player. I think he's slowed down the last couple years. He's dealt with a lot of injuries. But you have, like, an example to me is a guy like Harold Fannin. Maybe he doesn't quite block the same way as Njoku and that, but you got an overlap at tight end. You found a young, talented tight end that you can use in the passing game. And Njoku seems like, would Denver be interested in him? Would after losing Tucker Kraft, would the Packers be interested in him? Like, I feel like teams would maybe be interested in him. I'm not sure why they're so reluctant to move off of him. And then defensively, Malik Collins is somebody that comes to mind. The only thing that I would say there is Malik Collins looks incredible this year on that defensive front in that system specifically. Last year in San Francisco, I kind of felt like he struggled a little bit. So he looks like a completely different player in Cleveland, although I always kind of thought he was underrated in Houston. But to me is like, maybe that's a interior pass rush type that's hard to find that teams may covet. So there's a couple pieces out there in Cleveland that still could be on the move. But yeah, Njoku's the puzzling one to me. I don't really understand that. You guys have a take on that?
I really don't know why they would hold on to him.
I think Barry's claws are latched into him for some reason. And people come sniffing around for him all the time. And it just seems like they're not willing to move on. So we'll have to see. I think that the Browns will always stay in the mix, though. Again, it's one of those teams that is worth monitoring. I wish I had more insider information as to why they won't just,
But, the Browns confuse me because if you look over the last 5-6 years or so, they've been aggressive. They have. It just hasn't really resulted in all that much success other than that magical run that they had in 2020, the second magical run they had in, I believe it was 23, when Joe Flacco came in the last few games of the year and won the Comeback Player of the Year award. But this team has been aggressive most years. It just hasn't seemed to equate to as much success as I think they would have expected, and obviously the Deshaun Watson deal as well really set them back, a few years at least. But on that note, who else is staying? Who else is going? We're gonna have a little segment here about players that we think could be on the move in the deadline. Number one being Breece Hall. Mitch, do you think he's staying in New York? Do you think this is, the Sauce Gardner deal is the beginning of a fire sale for the Jets? What do you think is going to happen there?
I think they're open to it, but I would lean towards no for Breece Hall because the identity of the Jets this year, and I think moving forward offensively, I think stems from the running game. And I think when you watch Breece, he looks healthy. He's got that speed, explosiveness that's hard to find at running back. So for the next couple of years, I think he's going to be playing at near a top 10 level at running back. So with that Aaron Glenn and Detroit-like staff, I think they want to keep that explosive playmaker. They only went out and added another one. So I'd actually say probably not unless they just get blown away by an offer by somebody, maybe like the Chiefs. And then you have a couple players on defense, though, that I think maybe we could look at. Jermaine Johnson keeps tweeting that he could be on the move. Maybe him, maybe a Quincy Williams, maybe a team like Robert Saleh's 49ers, who had those guys playing at Pro Bowl, all-pro levels, maybe want to make a call. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But after the Seahawks made a Rashid Shaheed move, I think 49ers could add a player like Quincy Williams for now and later, and same with Jermaine Johnson. So those are a couple players that I think. I don't think they're going to move off Will McDonald, but it feels like they're willing to move on from anybody at this point.
It definitely does. And now Kansas City's name has been invoked. I have to come to you. What do you think the Chiefs, number one, would have to give up in order to get Breece Hall? And do you think that he would be worth what they would give up?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there have been a lot of trade rumors, obviously. I don't know, especially with after the earlier move today with Gardner, that this would be a more plausible thing to actually happen. But running back is such an interesting position, right? It's continued to be devalued. And then we go see Barkley do what he does in the Super Bowl, and you start to realize how invaluable a running back can be in today's scheme in the NFL. So I think it's been a little, I mean, guys, what a world we live in. Like, the fact that players can remove themselves or, like, their team photos from their bio, and then we have an entire narrative of exactly what is going to happen. I mean, he's playing into the Jets' narrative that they could potentially be moving on from him, or maybe that he's potentially unhappy there. So being a fit for Kansas City, yeah, I think they've kind of made it a known fact that they want to lean into Isaiah Pacheco. That's going to be their guy, but right now he's dealing with injury. Kareem Hunt, I'm in my 30s. I don't want to admit it, but he ain't getting any younger, okay? And it's going to hurt different after you continue moving on. They need someone who can continue go in there and not just be your third down backer. Does that actually happen? Do they have the capital to give up? I think that's where it really comes down to.
Absolutely. And you see Breece Hall's statistics on the screen. He hasn't scored a lot of touchdowns this year, but he has been relatively effective on the ground, averaging about 5 yards per carry.
Consistent.
Now, correct. But I think ever since coming out of Iowa State, we saw it the first, 7 or 8 games that he played in the National Football League before the ACL injury.
Yeah.
That set him back. I think we've been waiting for him to really break out as that guy, but we haven't really seen it yet. I think an opportunity in Kansas City could really, present him a very good opportunity to prove that he is indeed the guy that we thought he was after those first 6 or 7 games. Mitch, what do you have to say to that?
Oh, for sure. I mean, anyone in Kansas City, even Tyquan Thornton looks amazing in Kansas City under Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes there. So it definitely helps. And Breece Hall, I think one of the underrated aspects of his game is the receiving aspect, the screen aspect.
Right.
I feel like the Chiefs' screen game to the backs haven't exactly been as dynamic the last couple of years, but that's an Andy Reid thing dating back to Brian Westbrook. So he'd like to have that involved. And then just that explosive element that it feels like Pacheco, they want to be able to give them that explosive run, but Breece Hall certainly could. Kareem Hunt is a specialist in short yardage. I mean, that guy's amazing. Within 3rd and 3, he's going to get the first down. Whether he just jumps over everybody, he takes contact like crazy. But I will say, bigger than a running back, guys, I don't know what we got the Chiefs fan. I don't know if I'm stepping out of line. I think they need a pass rusher. They couldn't touch Josh Allen. And even just the defensive line in general, they could use even a run defender, a well-rounded edge player. There are a few out there. We've seen Jermaine Johnson's name out there. We've heard about Bradley Chubb's name. Mm-hmm. I just kind of feel like they're not getting a lot out of that other edge spot. Chris Jones, he's still great, but he's not quite the same inside. And Karlaftis is really good, but like Omenihu and those guys aren't really stepping into that role and playing great this year. So I don't know. No Jalen Phillips for them, but there could be somebody out there that could help them and start for them, I think, on the D-line.
I mean, Nate, I will have to say, and just to all those viewing, they set me up with 2 Pats fans. So just know the company that I am within right now.
Putting pressure on you.
You do make good points. That's definitely some of the weaknesses that they have. And pouring salt on the wound from the Bills game already, it's too soon, Mitch. It's too soon.
Well, only certain teams can go to Buffalo and win this year, so.
Took the words out of my mouth. Now, we did mention a Miami Dolphin and Jalen Phillips. What about the other Jalen that plays in Miami, Jalen Waddle? Do you think Jalen Waddle's staying in Miami? Do you think he's leaving? We've seen a lot of receivers on the move. These trade deadlines, I feel like, are built for wide receivers at this point. The last few years, we've seen so many on the move at the deadline.
I think that this one's highly unlikely. I understand the plausible argument to why he could be leaving Miami, but I think there's been too many sources who have come out and just said that this guy's too essential. Also, remember, this is a team that lost Tyreek Hill after Tyreek was very vocal about not even wanting to return with his, what do we call that? The end of the year, instead of an exit interview, we'll call it the end of the year locker room exit interview, making it very, so they've had their own, obvious issues there. It hasn't been easy for Miami. I think they need to hold on to anything and everything that they have right now. I don't see this being beneficial for them unless I'm missing some insider trade knowledge that is going to give Miami the value back for this guy. They're too depleted.
And I don't really think they're going to find it. I really don't. And I know that he's been the topic of a lot of discussions.
Not this year. They won't find it this year.
Correct. And if they do, maybe it'll be in the off season, because I do think that they're in for a complete franchise
overhaul.
Reset just about. With Mike McDaniel, who knows what's going to happen with him. Chris Greer already out the door. So this team may really be in for a complete overhaul. We see their starting offense right here. Now, if you take that picture that's on the screen right now and superimpose that with what they had 2 years ago, it's a completely different team and a depleted team. Perfect word that you used. I mean, it really is unrecognizable. And this was a team that going into 2023 had real Super Bowl aspirations. And they really haven't, lived up to that at all. And I think this regime, for all intents and purposes, yes, they got to the playoffs a couple times, but I think it's been a relative failure. You see their offensive stats on the screens, 26th in scoring, 23rd in yards, not even averaging 200 passing yards a game. And their rushing attack at times has actually been the one thing that's looked halfway decent for them, which is a far cry from what it used to be in Miami, at least, as you see Devin Achane running for a touchdown on your screen right there. But Mitch, what do you think about the Dolphins? Are they in for a complete fire sale? What's going on? I really think that these two teams in the AFC East, the Jets and the Dolphins, are really, not in the exact same spot, but as far as a potential fire sale goes, they might be in similar positions here.
Yeah, I wouldn't move Jalen Waddle. And I have a slightly different take on the Dolphins, just in terms of I wouldn't move on from Mike McDaniel either. I think it's hard to replace a guy that's that good at play calling and that good of an offensive mind. I think what he's done with even this year with that offensive line and that set of characters out there. And I think clearly there's a couple issues in Miami. From my perspective, I think it's the GM has been a big issue for a while. And I think that the quarterback is extremely limited. I think if they were able to find a different quarterback that they could evolve this scheme, I think they could do some different things with it. But I don't think you can move on from Jalen Waddle, because a number one receiver, young in his prime, number one receiver who you've already paid, like, to me, you got to keep some of your good players. You can't just move off of everybody. Jalen Phillips was a young, although injured player in his prime. They just moved off him, and he's having a really good year this year to the Eagles. Like, that maybe is another player they maybe should have kept. I understand why they got rid of him and they got decent value out of him. But I'm on the side of, like, Mike McDaniel needs a little bit of help. I think should get another GM in there, another quarterback in there, give him one more shot. And I'm a Patriots fan saying this. Like, so I'd rather him leave. I'd rather him go back to San Francisco and help Kyle Shanahan. But it is what it is.
I'll tell you what, though, man, as a New England fan myself, I'd rather he stay there. I think he's lost the locker room for all intents and purposes. They haven't even been competitive in a lot of these games lately, getting absolutely destroyed at Cleveland. So, Mike McDaniel, please keep your job for another couple of years. I hope that they retain him. But that being said, one of the biggest names that I think has been in circulations as far as trade goes for, it feels like 2 years now, has been Trey Hendrickson. Do you think that he's staying in Cincinnati? Are they finally going to cut a deal with somebody for him? I feel like we've been hearing about this saga for, as long as Joe Burrow's been in Cincinnati.
Right. And it bled over into this offseason again, right? The holdout, the hold in, whatever we're calling it nowadays. And the fact that you see him show up to training camp and try to be a part, but not be, a part of the team activities on the field. And this is a guy who is essential to this team's defense. And also, Cincinnati, let's talk about another contender team that just a couple years ago were the thorn in the side of every team in the AFC. And now are struggling to be more, and yes, it does have to do with the fact that Burrow has been plagued with injuries. But this is a guy who I feel like has just not been able to be settled for the last 2 seasons. Now, they talked to him on Monday, and of course he says, the stereotypical answer of I stopped doing hopes and all that stuff and the what ifs and whatnots, because ultimately it does come down to I get a phone call from my agent or from my team and it's like, hey, you're going here. But I don't feel like, and a lot of people will probably be the same, his forever home is not in Cincinnati. It's been too wish-washy for the past 2 years. I think he goes to a team that values him, can get things settled, and just finally be able to sit into the right system for himself. So I feel like it's time to go.
I agree, and I think he could potentially be a huge, huge get for a contender out there.
Now, where does he go? That's the problem.
Mitch, where do you think he's heading if indeed Cincinnati finally decides to pull the trigger?
I would like to see him in Detroit. I don't think that's at the top of the list for a lot of people, but if you think about Detroit right now, they are healthy, and they've needed a complement to Aiden Hutchinson. They only have so much longer with all these guys at their prime and their peak on affordable contracts. Like, how much longer are you going to have an all-star team in Detroit? Like Penei Sewell, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta, Alim McNeil, Brian Branch, all these guys. Like, you go down the list, Kirby Joseph, like, how long are you going to have all these guys? And last year they missed their window where they were all hurt. So I understand that. The year before they were in the NFC Championship. And as we've discussed already, right, it's like, okay, this NFL's wide open. The NFC's wide open. The AFC's wide open. If you add Trey Hendrickson to Aiden Hutchinson, I don't care who's playing cornerback. Like, Lions are like, oh, we need a corner. No, I don't care. And you made the mention like he is essential to the Cincinnati defense. He's not essential. He is the Cincinnati defense. He is. They don't have a defense. He's the only one that does anything out there. 17.5 sacks back-to-back seasons. He's been on a Super Bowl run. He's made big play after big play for even the Saints dating back to there. So, him and Hutchinson, to me, there are other teams that you could float out there. Like San Francisco's been heavily rumored to replace Nick Bosa for the year, but that's probably not a long-term thing. It's probably a rental thing for Trey Hendrickson this year because he's going to be paid a lot of money in the summer, right? And it's a 1-year contract. It makes absolutely 0 sense, guys. Can we talk about this for a second? 0 sense that the Bengals will not trade this guy. Absolutely 0. He's a free agent. He doesn't even want to play there. Come on.
Now, let's think about the franchise we're talking about.
Right.
Okay. They ran into a Super Bowl appearance in 2021. They get back to the AFC title game basically in the exact same fashion that they got there in 2022. But if you look at the history of the Cincinnati Bengals since the turn of the century, how many wise moves has this franchise made? Let's be completely honest here. Not very many, right? Yeah. Dating back to when Carson Palmer tore his ACL in the playoffs in 2005, they didn't do anything to keep that team together, and I think they would have maybe even gone on a Super Bowl run the next year had they kept that nucleus together. They don't retain those guys when they had an all-star team back then. Now, they signed Joe Burrow to a huge deal. They signed Higgins to a huge deal, probably 2 years too late. they signed Jamar Chase to a mega deal. You're putting a lot of eggs in an offensive basket in a league where it's proven time and time again, I don't care what anybody says, defense wins championships. And I think that they really sort of shot themselves in the foot by giving those three guys, and granted, did they need to keep Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase together? Of course. But the T. Higgins deal and then this whole saga with Trey Hendrickson, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it was just the back and forth of how strung out that whole offensive push for who. I mean, it was one day it was Jamar Chase, the next day it was the fact that they couldn't keep everyone together on the field, and they don't have the money to as well. Correct. And then, like you said, it's so unbalanced in Cincinnati right now. If you're going to invest on one side of the ball, come on. Like, you've got to at least put some kind of retainer there for the defense, and they haven't been able to. Mitch, you nailed it. I mean, he is Cincinnati's defense, and they will have to reshape the identity there. Yep. Because I think it's a wash. It's time to move on. And sometimes the claws stay clinched on some of these players for too long. And I wonder, sincerely, and maybe James, when he joins us later, can give a little more insight to this. I wonder if it's just a front office ego thing sometimes, where they don't let go on certain players they have just held on to because we got him, we drafted, we pooled for this person, and we're going to see it through. Sometimes just take the loss and move on, you know? I think this is an L that Cincinnati needs to actually look in the face and just let go.
I agree. And now we did talk about a couple of big-time receivers in Cincinnati. Let's talk about a big-time receiver in New Orleans. Do we think that Chris Olave, a guy that, again, been a hot topic as far as trades go recently. Mitch, do you think Chris Olave is staying in New Orleans? Do you think somebody's going to make a last-minute deal for him here? What do you think his future holds?
I think he's staying in New Orleans. Again, another situation like Jalen Waddle where it's like, young player, I know he's had some concussion issues, but I don't think that's enough for me to move on from this guy. And every Sunday I watch him, no matter who his quarterback is, he's creating separation, he's making plays. Sure, would I love the Patriots to strike and get Chris Olave for Drake May? Absolutely, but that's not going to happen, I don't think. I think they've kind of made their move. I think they moved on from Rashid Shaheed. I think that was fair, correct move. He's on the final year of his contract. He was going to be a free agent. Maybe they saw more value in a draft pick here rather than signing him long-term. Kellen Moore can go get the offensive pieces he truly does want for this offense moving forward. But Chris Olave, it doesn't matter the offense he's in. He's already shown that he can be productive there. And you need to keep around young playmakers. And Alvin Kamara is getting older. Like, they don't have many of those guys. So to me, I don't know why you would trade him.
And I agree. And this is another situation where I believe it's a roster devoid of much talent.
Yeah.
You got to at least keep somebody that can get open, that can help your quarterback out. And granted, they're starting the rookie the rest of the year. I mean, you're really, really in trouble as far as any sort of offensive production goes if you let a guy like Chris Olave go as well on top of losing Rashid Shaheed.
But if you look from his perspective, this is a guy who's been dying to have a great, more veteran quarterback.
It's almost a Terry McLaurin situation before Jaden Daniels got there.
Yeah, that's actually a good comparison. This is someone, and I also, he's had, you mentioned his concussion issues. He has shown that he can have the resiliency to bounce back. We have seen the production when he is healthy. I would hate to see it happen, but I'm sure the Bills would love to be able, and it was even rumored, I believe Diana Rossini was the one who rumored the fact that the Bills had some interest in being able to get their, hands on him. That would be incredible. But I just don't see the Saints giving up the one positive piece that they can lock in and really count on. So this is a guy that I see staying with the Saints. But, we could make it spicy and see what happens here in the next we got a couple of hours until we're getting there.
Yeah, we got just over 2 hours. You see Olave's statistics on the screen. He's been productive, and they haven't gotten hardly anything out of the quarterback situation, especially the last few weeks.
And what, he's 25? He's 24, 25? I mean, he's young.
Still a very young guy.
So there's plenty of room and for him to continue to grow. I don't foresee them saying, moving on from him right now.
Me neither. You got to have some, and from a franchise perspective, you got to have at least a couple players on a roster
have to have the
that'll
pieces.
bring people to the stadium.
Yeah.
You can't completely, you can't just throw everybody away. But obviously New Orleans has had a very, very difficult time scoring points, under 15 and a half points a game, not even at the 200-yard mark passing per game. And their rushing attack has not been great either. They sit at 1-8. And dead last in the NFC South right now. The thing about New Orleans is, though, 1-8, you are what your record says you are, as Bill Parcells always famously said. But they've been competitive in a few of these games, and I think that's a testament to a decent job by Kellen Moore so far. Mitch, what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I think he actually has done a decent job. Other than last week where it looked like the Rams were participating in a practice, I think every other game has been pretty solid. Seattle maybe. But, yeah, I mean, the defense is really old. And I do wonder about some of these defensive pieces. The weird thing about New Orleans is, like, there's a lot of really loyal players to that team. Like Cameron Jordan, Demario Davis. Feels like these guys have been on the team forever. And, like, those are players that I feel like you stick Cameron Jordan in Buffalo for a playoff run just to, like, help their pass rush a little bit, or Kansas City, or, like, Demario Davis to go somewhere and plug in at linebacker. Like, those are kind of interesting names to me because they're old and the Saints just look so old on defense. They need to replenish with some draft picks. They've been desperately holding on, kind of like the NFC's version of the Bengals, a little bit different. The Saints have been doing it longer, where they've been pushing the money ever since Sean Payton and Drew Brees were there. And it's like they're trying to hold on to this last gasp, and they finally hit that reset button with Kellen Moore. And I think Kellen Moore so far has done a solid job with what he's been given. I think next year will be the true kind of test for him to see what he can get out of this offense and this team.
I really think so, too. And you make a great point at how they're basically, at this point, the Cincinnati of the NFC.
It's not, I mean, we kind of transitioned into that perfectly, so kudos to our producers because that set us up for a great time. But, I mean, I agree with you guys on the fact that I think it's something that you can't part ways with when that makes up for so much of your production. Also, just imagine how many times I'm sure Saints fans have to get new jerseys down there.
I know.
Think of all the jersey swaps and burnings we would see online because they can't just stick with the one star-studded player that they need. So I say he stays.
But speaking of a star in New Orleans, maybe their biggest, obviously Drew Brees notwithstanding, maybe their biggest over the last decade or so, that being Alvin Kamara. What do we think's happening with Alvin Kamara? Obviously, he's up there in age these days, right? He's no spring chicken, but he can still be very productive when given the opportunity to be. Mitch, where do you think he's going to go? Do you think he's leaving? Do you think he's staying? My gut tells me he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But what do you have to say?
Yeah, another player where I'm like David Njoku again, where it's like, why won't we trade him, or why doesn't he want to does he even want to get traded? That's the kind of the question I'm asking.
It could be a comfortability thing.
I don't think he does.
It really could be.
I mean,
maybe he's just a career guy. He likes it there. He wants to stay there. Like that, it's the human element too. Like I understand that, I guess. Yeah, to me, there's a lot of teams that could use him because, yeah, he's not as efficient as a runner anymore, and he really hasn't been for a number of years, but there are very few running backs in the league that are as good of a pass catcher, as detailed in terms of pass blocking, pass catching, route running. I know, we've talked, our two teams here, like the Patriots have been discussing running back help for Drake May on third down. Oh, they like James White role, perfect. Or you have the Chiefs who could definitely use that. They're the highest pass rate team in football on neutral downs. That'd be a perfect fit for them. So yeah, I think there's a number of teams across the league that could use even a role player, Alvin Kamara, not even the stud anymore, but it just feels like he's not going anywhere.
Now, what do you have to say about this quote that's on your screen right now? Alvin Kamara, I remember he did come out last week and say this, that if he was traded, that he would just go somewhere and drink pina coladas. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, if you like pina coladas, like, by all means, you know. Here's the thing. I don't think he wants to leave. I think Mitch really hit that also, just being a career guy. Also, he's been very vocal about this, and not only with the tweet that we just had up there, and also pina colada sounds great right now, even though we're now getting into the winter months. But he said, you know, I don't want to go anywhere. I do think it's interesting, though. We've seen a little ramp up of Devin Neal.
Yeah.
And over the last couple of weeks, that's something that when I was like diving into some of the trade rumors that's been starting to pop up. I'm not reading too much into that. Maybe this could also be a phase out for, you know, seasons to come. But that does kind of perk up your ear a little bit of, oh, are they maybe starting to lean on the Kansas grad and start to look into him being maybe potentially more of that guy? Who knows? I don't foresee the Saints. It comes down to not only money, but what you have in your in-house already.
Correct.
Is it really worth the value you could get out of a trade for what you would receive and what you have to? James was talking about this earlier too. What do you have to, like, who is going to be able to walk in there day one and be able to immediately produce? Is it better to just roll with what you have?
And that's why I believe receiver is really the position that's most popular to trade for at the deadline, because it doesn't really take those guys as much. We saw the Jets go and get Devontae Adams last year. First of all, his relationship obviously with Aaron Rodgers. Second, it's very easy for those guys to go in, all right, let's learn a package, let's learn a couple, right? And they can go in basically day one and be all set. I feel like running back is a little trickier as far as the ins and outs of learning the playbook, because they also need to know pass protection, et cetera. Right. So I think that makes it a little bit more difficult for those guys. But I do think that Alvin Kamara is just one of those guys. He's comfortable where he's at. And it seems like everything he said the last couple of years makes you believe that he doesn't want to leave. Mitch.
Yeah, I'd slightly disagree with your point about receiver and running back. I'd also say pass rusher is probably the easiest, because you just literally ask them to just get to the quarterback.
Absolutely.
And we see that all the time. And the thing about receiver, in comparison to running back, is it feels like a lot of teams like their running back situation, and a lot of teams are always looking to add, because how many receivers are on a field at one time? Usually 3 is the typical standard. So you need 3 productive players, right? Pass rusher, you need 6, 7 guys at least. So, like, those are positions. Running back, it's more like, can we land Christian McCaffrey and go for it? If you're the 49ers, you know, can we land an all-star running back? You know, but it just doesn't really happen, because a lot of times, like we say, and it's been brought up, like, the most replaceable position in the league maybe has been running back. And that's why teams are, like, reluctant to maybe swing for that running back position.
I think you make a great point.
Do want to cut you off real quick and say, speaking of running backs, we have a meme that has just come by way of a Jets running back. Breece Hall. Is someone more Gen Z enough to? You're a later '90s baby. Am I supposed to know what this means?
I don't know what the hell's going on here personally, but Mitch, you got any
maybe?
insight?
Are you the youngest one here?
Maybe it's one of those like
Greason.
You know the SpongeBob meme there where Squidward's in his house and Patrick and SpongeBob are running out in the yard?
Yes.
I think it might be something like that. Like all his buddies are getting traded, right?
Yeah. What does he know that we do not know?
And now Breece Hall's sitting there. And now Breece Hall's sitting there like, what about me? I want to leave. I don't want to be here, you know, sitting at 1-8 or 1-7 or whatever we are.
Here's the thing.
I think he's kind of just saying, like, okay, maybe it's my turn.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because what's wild about today's world and just how the trade has continued over the last 10 years. I mean, it is so crazy to see how much social media.
It's unbelievable.
And how much these trades sometimes just happen and guys are just, you know, chilling, waiting for it. It's not so involved, I feel like, as it used to be. And of course, the cryptic tweets and memes keep the fans going and the
unfollowing your team and stuff, and then somebody
taking out
sees
the profile
it,
pic,
and then that's, you know, every news topic for the next week is, oh my God, he unfollowed the Jets.
I would be so messy. I mean, I'm just telling you, I would be so messy if I had the power to where people were actually tuning into my social media. toxic.
Make it a show.
So toxic.
Make it a show. Hey, all these guys are entertainers at the end of the day. But,
we'll figure it out.
I will say what Sauce Gardner tweeted out, basically saying, peace, New York, right? I think everybody that's played for the Jets for the last decade could have tweeted that.
Yeah.
But he didn't decide to take the high road. He went low.
I mean, where's the high road when you're playing for the Jets?
There hasn't been one for about 15 years now.
I got to be careful. We're in New York here, but that's a tough ask to stay on a team like that.
For sure. Now, Chuba Hubbard. Very interesting situation here. I mean, this one really has sort of flipped on its head since the beginning of the season. Rico Dowdle looks like Emmitt Smith out of nowhere, and now Chuba Hubbard, who they gave a contract to, is sort of left out in the cold here. They haven't, the last couple of weeks they've tried integrating him in the offense, post-injury, but he hadn't been all that productive. With Rico Dowdle, like I said, basically playing, out of his mind right now. Mitch, where do you see Chuba Hubbard going? And granted, they just gave him a sizable chunk of money.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he does get moved at all, because the contract, and then as we've discussed with previous players, the loyalty to those players who you just paid and you don't want to be proven wrong about just yet. And he is a talented player, for sure. Like, great on the ground, great speed. I do feel like he's a starting running back in this league. It's going to be difficult, though, with the contract. Like, how much do the Panthers take? How much does the other team take on? It's a running back contract. It's not a quarterback contract, but still. And like you guys said already, like, Rico Dowdle is just that's incredible.
I mean, just look at the juxtaposition of the stats on the screen.
1 year, like $1 million or something like that. Ridiculous. Yeah. They could have had, wow.
And he's averaging 2 more yards per carry. He has 3 more touchdowns. I mean, just look at the statistics. That's really all you need to see.
Yeah, the running back position, though, just to float some names out there that, I don't know, maybe could be interested. We could go through, but again, we brought up the Patriots and the Chiefs, but I do feel like the Patriots and the Chiefs are the two teams that are kind of looking for a running back the most. Would the Texans be interested? Just because the whole Joe Mixon fiasco. I know Woody Marks has looked decent as a rookie. The Chargers, maybe, but is Hampton going to be back? How much do they want to invest there rather than maybe the offensive line that is completely beat up? That's another team that maybe could be floated out there. Am I missing any? The Bears? Is Swift?
Maybe Chicago, maybe. But even still, the backups looked solid. He went for over 100 yards the other day. So who knows as far as, and like we've alluded to this entire stream so far, running backs, kind of a difficult deadline acquisition. They really are.
And it seems like everyone, they target the trenches, they target the wide receivers. Those are your big buck money, money-making trades right there. And running back it's been an interesting position, especially within the last 3 to 5 seasons in the league, also with how they have been acquired and traded. So when you have a guy who you just gave a 4-year, $33.2 million extension, then has a calf injury, then it seems like just almost plagued with injuries, and then you have another guy come in and just quadruple. I mean, I'm being exaggerating
just
a little
about
bit, but the production that you were able to get, and now you have this guy sitting on payroll, not being able to produce for you. So where does he land? I think that this could be a wise trade monetarily if it can work out with all the different legalities of guarantees and all that jazz. So we'll see where he goes. I do think Pats and Chiefs definitely have big interest. I think the Steelers could also be interested in him as well. I do see the Bears having a need for that, but where he lands is just it's finicky, and I think that's the best way that we can describe the running back market right now.
For sure. And we talked about the Miami Dolphins a little earlier with the Jalen Waddle situation. Where's he going? Is he going or staying? What about Bradley Chubb? Bradley Chubb has been the topic of a lot over the course of his career. He has been, I feel like, on the trade block just about every year since his rookie year in Denver, where he sort of broke out. But ever since, it's been kind of a tricky situation for him. Mitch, do you think he's staying in Miami? You think he's leaving?
The contract again here is interesting.
Another
I think
one
he's
for
affordable
sure.
right now. The next 2 years, I want to say it's like 31 each, but obviously they could work that out. Something like that. It's pretty expensive. That being said, he felt like a very obvious trade candidate. Now that they have traded Jalen Phillips, though, I do wonder if they're still inclined to trade him. He has actually produced this year. He's played well this season, especially considering the whole injury stuff, his age. You kind of thought maybe coming out of that ACL, he might be a little washed. Still had 4 sacks in 9 games, still kind of has that juice and that explosiveness off the edge. He's been a solid run defender and every down edge player for his entire career. He's a guy that if I were the Chiefs again, like I'd be targeting him to go opposite George Karlaftis. Maybe a little too expensive, but there are a lot of teams that could use an edge. I think the 49ers might be interested with that fit as well because they've been looking for a pass rusher, and there's a lot of teams that could use a pass rusher. Like the Ravens already went for Draymond Jones. New England, I think, could use another edge rusher, but that's in the division. The Bills, with all their injuries up front, would they look at that? There's a lot of teams. Dallas even has been rumored, which I don't know about that. But, yeah, I do feel like he'd be a player that I'd look at. It just come down to the contract. It definitely come down to the contract for me.
Definitely. And now we have James Palmer back with us here to talk everything NFL trades. The deadline, we are within 2 hours now of the 2025 NFL trade deadline. James, welcome back.
Yeah, guys, good to see you. You look real comfortable out there. I mean,
we are, man.
We're lounging.
Nice digs. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm stuck in this basement. Listen, you guys are talking about Bradley Chubb. Kind of want to throw this out there a little bit to add to the conversation. This morning, this was even after the Jalen Phillips trade yesterday, and after that already went down with the Philadelphia Eagles. This morning, I was still hearing that the Dolphins were looking for a trade partner with them for Bradley Chubb. So they still were this morning, even after the Jalen Phillips move, looking to see if they could find somebody that was looking to pair up with them to move on from Bradley Chubb. Obviously, the contract would be something that need to be sorted out, negotiated in some capacity. There's no guaranteed money, I don't think, after this, but there's pretty decent cap hits and where it's at. It's kind of an interesting look of how this would happen. It would certainly be asking some decision makers around the league a lower price point than what Philadelphia gave up for Jalen Phillips, third rounder. So it would be below that, but obviously you have some finances that you have to figure out. And there still are plenty of teams that are looking for edge rushers. Now, there's still a player out there that I would throw out, like an Arden Key that maybe still be available, that could be in a much different price point than, say, even a Bradley Chubb, specifically in terms of his salary, like a place like San Francisco that already has a familiarity with him, or that Detroit is still looking for somebody to rush opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. We know that New England has been sniffing around at edge rushers, to my understanding, but it seems to be more of like a rotational type of player. They're looking not to rent. That's a very specific thing with New England. They want to make sure if they're looking to bring in anybody before this deadline and they have more money than anybody else, that they want to make sure that that's a player that they're going to use past 2025 as Mike Vrabel is trying to rebuild this. So that's just a couple of things to think about with Chubb and some of the other teams that are looking at pass rushers and what their current situation is as they're still evaluating a couple of players that are out there and available, some of them at the higher points, some of them at the lower points, like, say, an Arden Key.
So now, what do you think this signals for Miami? Obviously, a very difficult season thus far. They've lost a few close games. They've gotten embarrassed a couple times, the last couple times we've seen them, right? Yeah. Do you think this signals a complete overhaul? And granted, they were probably in for it anyways, but are they getting a head start now? Basically fire sale at the deadline with a bunch of their big money guys?
I think you're starting to take a look that they're open for business in that sense, certainly. And I think a lot of people I talked to when this season started, it was kind of like, who are the Dolphins? Like even decision makers with other teams are going like, I feel like they're in a soft rebuild, but they don't really want to do it. And, they're making some moves to change the culture of their locker room. But then you still hang on to Tyreek Hill. Is that an asset? We would have been talking about him at this deadline, certainly if the injury didn't happen. And so everybody was curious about them going into this season, going like, well, if you're going to kind of try this soft rebuild, you might as well fully go for it. Now, the part that always made it very difficult is what you're going to do with Tua Tagovailoa. So you have $54 million guaranteed in 2026, really no matter what. And so you can find certain ways to slice that, and the dead money would be unbelievable. But at the same time, you're feeling out a team that is very specifically built for one player. There's very few teams in this league that are really just built schematically for one guy. Like, I'd say the Ravens offense is entirely built for Lamar. I'd say that, everything that Cincinnati does, as you've seen some other quarterbacks struggle, was built for the processing information of Joe Burrow. Now, in Miami, it's literally built in the opposite direction in terms of progressions because Tua is left-handed. Like, they built everything for Tua right there. So whatever you do in terms of changing things is a little bit more difficult than, say, in some other situations. Now, I don't think they really want to move on from Mike McDaniel. Like, I really don't think they want to. They might have to, and they may feel like they have to, and Stephen Ross has a decision to make certainly at the end of this season. But it does seem like they're looking to go, okay, this roster wasn't really built with an identity. I felt like we have a built collection of players. Do we build a team? And I felt like they didn't really do that. And that's what some people around the league thought. So now when you find a way to kind of reset it a bit with the way you've gone out and you've made some moves already, and they're listening on Jalen Waddle. I don't know if anybody's going to give up what they're asking, but they're certainly listening at all of these positions. And so I do think what they started out as kind of a soft rebuild, they're looking to kind of rebuild this in more of a team feel than much more of just a collection of players like they've done over the last couple of seasons.
And now, speaking of a fire sale, do we have a trade to break right now? And that is Quinnen Williams going to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, we saw this Cowboy defense get basically embarrassed last night with Jacoby Brissett in Arizona running wild on them. Now, they make two huge deals today at the deadline. Jerry Jones said that he had moves to make, and he's made a couple of big ones. Obviously, getting Logan Wilson from Cincinnati. Now, getting Quinnen Williams, one of the best defensive linemen in football for the last few years. Could this signal that something's changed in Dallas? Granted, they looked terrible last night, terrible. But these are two big moves.
I didn't foresee them being, and maybe James, you can talk to this more, but after the Gardner move, I kind of thought maybe they would be a little quiet to be able to go and do this. And also for the Cowboys, I think we were all talking about it last night. Half of us weren't able to see the game. We were all trying to watch the game and then going on to see the game and be shocked by the fact that the Cowboys were losing as poorly as they were.
Yep.
I think staying aggressive today and making a move like this is great. I believe they're sending a first-round pick and maybe possibly one more to the Jets. Don't have all that information in there just yet. But keeping us on our toes here as we get closer and closer to the deadline.
I love it. And Quinnen Williams, like I said, one of the best interior defensive linemen in football. Now, what a day it's been for the New York Jets. 2 first-round draft choices for Sauce Gardner. Now potentially a first-round draft choice for Quinnen Williams. Is that confirmed? That's been confirmed?
So that is as of
At least.
the tweet from Ian Rappaport.
Wow.
So it says, sending a first-round pick and more to the Jets per the insiders. So we're waiting for a little more information. Maybe, Mitch, if you see another tweet than I do, with a little more details on that. But that's what I got right now.
But unbelievable.
Yeah, I've just seen at least a first-round pick, like a first-round pick and more. So, but man,
I love this
Jets. The Jets, the Cowboys, I am speechless. First of all, the Cowboys, Quinnen Williams, he plays defensive tackle. He doesn't play corner or safety, so you still can't cover anybody. But
when you got somebody that gets home like that, it makes it a little bit easier on the back end.
Can still stop the run now, because do you know who is the #1 graded run defender in football this year?
The man himself.
Quinnen Williams, the #1 graded defensive tackle against the
also
run.
blesses himself. I will never forget this kid from the viral video of him during an interview blessing his own sneeze.
Yep.
And I was like, that kid's hilarious. Then, of course, he's on,
amazing.
Mitch.
Oh, I would never trade this player if I were the Jets. I think Quinnen Williams is a game-wrecking player. There's not many players like this in the NFL. Now the Cowboys actually have 2 top 10 players at this position, Odigizua as well, who are top 10 in pressures at this position from last season. And this season, Quinnen Williams has been one of the only admirable parts about the Jets. A big part of their run defense, a huge part of their pass rush. He's the guy that gets the double team on every down. Now, you look at Dallas, Odigizua is going to have a lot more offering inside and matchups. We even saw Jadeveon Clowney look pretty good last night. Sam Williams.
He looked all right. I got to give it to him. I mean, the guy looked like he still had some jump.
The Dallas Cowboys defensive line actually really hasn't been that bad. Kenny Clark has been solid for them. Fowler's still getting sacks. Like, they have a good rotation of players. I still feel like they need help in the back end. Now they got Logan Wilson. I do believe that Overshone is coming back at linebacker, so their linebackers could be set there. I appreciate Dallas trying to make some moves for a terrible defense. I do have to wonder, though, is this more about, like, Jerry just not wanting to be embarrassed after he traded Micah with having the worst defense in football? I do have to wonder, like, is he making these moves out of desperation after watching that defense against Jacoby Brissett, and for the entire season, Bo Nix ripped them apart? Like, I do wonder if they're just saying, we just can't have the worst defense in football for my reputation. But, man, this guy is incredible.
I definitely think it's desperation.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think this Cowboy team's sitting at, 3-5-1 right now? And if we could flash those team defensive statistics back up on that. Here's your tweet. There it is.
I love this guy.
Unbelievable. He blessed himself.
Sneezes and blesses himself and gets right back into it. I will also, and please, I do want to hear you finish that point, but
yeah.
I think one of the things I like about this kid, not only he's a locker room energizer. They have constantly talked about that, and the fact that he brings energy, and I mean, he always has a smile on his face, and just that is so contagious. And in a setting like Dallas, it's something that's definitely needed. So locker room culture, yeah, there's a lot of important things that obviously happen on the field, and we'll look at those stats here soon. But I think a big part of it too is also just kind of resetting some of that leadership and resetting some of that energy.
I agree with you. And honestly, this Cowboy team, coming into this year, I think it was sort of topsy-turvy as far as expectations went.
Yeah.
We knew their offense would perform very well. The defense was the big question mark. That question mark has been an absolute liability so far this year. If we could put those team defensive statistics back up on the screen real quick, they're giving up over 30 points a game. They're giving up over 250 yards against the pass a game. They're giving up, worst of all, in my opinion, almost 150 yards on the ground per game. They're getting gashed, big play after big play.
Yeah.
Now, with a guy like Logan Wilson, with a guy like Quinnen Williams now, I know they need help on the back end. I think everybody knows that. Everybody's seen that so far this year, making Russell Wilson look like it was 2016 again. But there are the statistics. Now sitting at 3-5-1, still in second place in the NFC East because Washington's been struggling. Mitch, do you think that the Dallas defense now can give at least a little bit of support to this offense that for most of the season, save maybe the last couple of weeks, has been tremendous?
Well, if they don't now, I mean, you got to look at the defensive coordinator at some point and be like, okay, we've given you some pieces. But I do think with this trade, they lost Micah, was the defensive centerpiece, chess piece. Now they brought one in for only one first-round pick. And Quinnen's only 28. He's not super old. He's a 3 straight Pro Bowler from 2022 through 2024. And as we've discussed, elite against the run. So that should take care of that. If you have Kenny Clark and you have Quinnen Williams in the middle of your defense and you can't stop the run, and even Jadeveon Clowney throughout his career has been an elite run defender. If you can't stop the run with those guys, good, I don't know what you're doing defensively. So you should at least be very good in that aspect. And now you factor in Odigizua, that's a pass rush that can get after it. And Eberflus, he's about, zone coverage, 4-man rush. He doesn't really want to send blitzes. He's kind of sending those blitzes out of desperation to get stops because he has nothing else. Logan Wilson, we saw him when he was the head coach of Chicago. They went out and what they do right away, they added Tremaine Edmonds and they added TJ Edwards immediately. So they wanted linebackers that could cover. So those are 2 huge adds for the defense that they want to run now. And I'm wondering what the Jets, they have no one left. Are they going to trade everybody? What's going on?
Well, I mean, seriously, the word fire sale, we use it a lot this time of year,
We're
right?
talking about Miami. Maybe it's really the Jets.
I mean, seriously, maybe it's the New York Jets. And granted, they're sitting at 1-7. They won their first game against Cincinnati before their bye 2 weeks ago. But this is now 3 first-round draft choices and then some. We still don't know the exact compensation for Williams, but they've at least acquired 3 first-round draft choices now.
It's looking. The Cowboys are sending a second-round pick in 2026 and a first on 2027 per source.
Okay, so this is a next year second. This coming draft will be a second. Next year's draft,
first.
in theory, will be a first.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the Jets now, you've theoretically acquired 4 premium draft choices in the span of about 6 or 7 hours, right? From the Jets' perspective, what do you think this means for them? Is this basically them saying we are hitting the reset button right now? We're not even going to try to really compete for the rest of this year, but we're going to have a ton of draft capital, and we're going to try to get after it in the offseason, probably with a new general manager, maybe? Mitch, what do you got to say about that?
I do think for a new regime, it's ideal to have all these assets. But as we always see, will those assets actually pan out? Like, how many times has Cleveland done this alone? Like, it feels like every 3 years, Cleveland has like 3 first-round picks. Miami did it, not that long ago, and they missed on a couple of those picks. I mean, maybe if they just would have picked Herbert over Tua, they would have been fine, but I throw that out there. But, like, teams do this all the time. It comes down to the execution of that plan. The plan, in theory, sounds phenomenal. And the thing with Dallas, though, is what I will say with that Micah Parsons trade, it did kind of open them up for the possibility of not just acquiring draft picks or like rookies with those picks, but then also going out and getting different style of players that will fit whatever they want to do now. So I think it's a fair move for both sides. I think that it makes sense for both sides, but it's going to come down to ultimately the execution of the Jets' plan. If the Jets execute this, get their new quarterback, and they go on to win 10 games plus for the next 4 years, after that, the rebuild, then it's going to be spectacular. But if it doesn't, then it's not going to look like a good trade.
You just say the Jets in 10-plus wins 4 straight years. I don't think they've ever done that in franchise history. But anyway, I digress.
Building for the future, though, right? I mean, this is the 5-year plan.
That's what the Jets have been doing.
Yep,
forever.
Continuing. And I mean, we all saw it. There was a viral video of this poor kid who came out of a Jets game.
Yes.
And he goes, how do you feel throwing the mic in their face after yet another loss? I don't even know at what point, which loss it was this season. He goes, this sucks. I was born into this. Like, this is my life. I have to be a Jets fan, not by choice, but this is what I have to endure. And I hate this franchise, and I hate what's happening. And, maybe this is the turning of the new regime. 5 years in advance, maybe we'll be talking about how we once thought the Jets would never turn it around.
And how we were making fun of them on a Bleacher Report live stream. Now, the one thing I will say about the New York Jets, right, is this team has the most diehard fans maybe in the National Football League. They are absolutely diehard. If there's any fan base, and I'm even saying this as a New England fan, and back in 2010, one of the first, heartbreaks I ever had in football was the Jets of all teams coming to New England and beating one of the best Patriot teams ever, right? And they broke my heart back then. But ever since, they haven't won a playoff game. They sold their souls to beat us that day, right?
Ladies, date a man who is a Jets fan. They will never leave you.
There you go.
That is your advice. Through thick and thin, they stay.
But for this organization, no fan base deserves a winner more. I'm saying that as a New England fan, and I got to play them twice a year, right? But no team deserves a winner, or no fan base deserves a winner more than the Jets. Seriously, I know you're a Patriot fan too.
Nah.
this fan base deserves a winner. Do I hope that they ever actually have one? No. Do they deserve it?
This
yes.
guy, yeah.
And here's our guy here, young Jeff fan going viral. for knowing his life will be filled with disappointment. What an omen that is, being born into Jet fandom.
And the kid wasn't even trying to be funny. The best part about it is just
he was dead serious. You could see from the countenance on his face. You could just see the look on the kid's face. He's holding back tears.
Like I said, if you want a loyal man, I guess stay with the Jets.
But now, obviously, let's look a little bit further ahead now.
Okay.
Mitch, come draft time, you're the New York Jets. What are you looking at immediately? Are you addressing the quarterback situation? Justin Fields has not panned out, I think, the way they hoped, right? He did look solid against Cincinnati, but I think you and I could go out there and play quarterback and look solid against Cincinnati, right?
I was going to say.
Because you're only playing against one guy.
Yeah.
Who was most likely about to be
You're playing 11 on 1.
Was he even playing that game?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But anyway, you're the New York Jets, right? What are you looking for immediately? Assuming you have at least 2 first-round draft choices, 2 seconds, maybe even more than that. Where are you looking?
Well, they did add Mozzie Smith to the trade, so the full details is the first, second. Mozzie Smith, who's a former first-round pick out of Michigan, has been benched, essentially, inactive for Dallas. So that's another young piece that maybe in a different system, again, different coaching, maybe they get more out of him under Aaron Glenn, who is a defensive coach. You need to kind of count on your head coach and his special ability to be able to coach those guys up, or else he's worthless, basically. The offensive line is an area where they're actually really strong. So that is a core fundamental for them. And if they're going to keep Garrett Wilson, we know they have a number 1 receiver. Now they've landed Mitchell. It feels like he could be a number 2 receiver. Okay, now we have something to work with. Breece Hall looks like, I don't know, we'll see if they do pay him or not. But then you would have your offensive line. You would have a young tight end, too, in Mason Taylor, who is a second-round pick. A number 1 receiver, maybe a number 2 receiver. Okay, and now you're looking for the quarterback. So the quarterback, 100%, you have to put yourself in position with all these draft picks to get the guy that you want. It doesn't matter the cost. You have to get the guy. Okay, and then defensively, though, we're talking about this is a completely reworking and reshaping of this defense because Jermaine Johnson is not signed long-term. The only guy there, Quinnen Williams was traded. Sauce Gardner was traded. Brandon Stevens has played well, who they signed, but it's not like he's extremely young. They need safeties. Sherwood's there at linebacker, but they need a pass rush moving forward. They need corners moving forward. They need safeties moving forward. So essentially, I think their draft capital comes down and their plan comes down to, and maybe that's free agency too, quarterback, do whatever it takes, then get Aaron Glenn his defense, and let's go.
And there it is on your screen. Obviously, the entire compensation for the Jets, second-round draft choice and a first next year, 2027, that is. They're also getting Mozzie Smith. And like we said with A.D. Mitchell, really a new lease on life for a guy that had been benched in Dallas, that was out of favor, right? So now is this an opportunity for Aaron Glenn to kind of take him under his wing? You know, a defensive head coach, obviously. You never know. And with these guys, these former first round, we call them retreads, right? But sometimes they really pan out. And now the Jets have 2 of them in-house.
Yeah, I think sometimes, especially reunited, there's just again, we talk about so much the on-the-field stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that we don't get, we're not privy to, and we don't see those conversations. And when you find the right coaching staff and the right locker room that you mesh with, it can take an average-looking player and all of a sudden see them transform to where that would never be something that happens with a different franchise.
Absolutely.
So finding the right fit for these people, but I also think that this, again, just to hit the nail on the head one more time, this is the Jets completely tearing down and rebuilding. Because now Ari Murov just put out like the full Jets future draft picks.
Yep.
So they have 2026, a first rounder. They have 2 first rounders actually. Then they have a second rounder. Again, 2 second rounders in 2026 now. And then for 2027, they have a first on their own, another one via the Colts, and another one via the Cowboys.
It's a lot of capital.
And I'm not expecting you to remember all that after I just said it, but that is a lot.
That is a lot of capital. And now for all of you at home, it's up on your screen. I mean, that is a lot of draft capital.
Yeah.
But
let's see what they can do with
Mitch,
it.
like you said, you got to put it to good use. We've seen teams try this in the past. And granted, it's more common in basketball than it is football. You rarely see an NFL team with 5 first-round draft picks in a 2-year period. It's rare, right? But if you're the Jets, Mitch, why the hell didn't you just do this like 6 months ago? Really? Did they think that they were going to compete this year, and that's why they didn't just go into the new regime completely fresh, with everything? I mean, now you make the move, but now you're sitting at 1-7. It's a demoralized locker room, probably even more so now that you traded probably your 2 best players, So why didn't the Jets just decide to do this in, say, I don't know, February or March?
I think a lot of it has to do with it's a new regime, which means you kind of need buy-in at the start, right? So you can't just sell all your best players and lose the locker room immediately. I think a lot of that
You had to give it a shot. They had to give it a shot.
You have to give it a shot. And then also, okay, how does Sauce Gardner, I think if you're Aaron Glenn and you're thinking, I'm a former corner, I want to play man-to-man coverage. We did that in Detroit. In theory, Sauce Gardner should be that guy, right? And it hasn't exactly molded. So they saw the fit. Again, Quinnen Williams may not have been a fit thing because he's been playing well, but he was like, let's get assets. We're getting rid of Sauce. Might as well get rid of Quinnen as well. Restart fresh. And I think some of it has to do with, we want to see how they fit in the system. Some of it is also, who are going to be the guys for us moving forward? And then can we just get buy-in from this locker room? We're not going to sell all our best players. It's a way to lose a team.
Gotcha. And you know what? I do agree with that. It's very easy to lose teams these days. In the age of social media, it feels like everybody's unhappy all the time. Everybody wants to be in a better situation. But sometimes it takes a little while to get there. Now, we're bringing James Palmer back in with us. He was with us when this trade broke.
Right.
Now, James, what do you have to say about this deal and maybe, a groundbreaking one for both of these franchises?
Yeah, there's some people in Dallas, I will say, that are going, I wish this happened a couple of weeks ago and we hadn't dropped to this last one against the Cardinals, that we've been in a better spot to contend as they have one of the best offenses in football. There are people, I'll be entirely honest with you, because this is Jerry Jones and this is how he operates. There are people in that building right now still trying to process what is going on. Like, I'm texting people going, what do you think? And they're like, I'm still trying to figure out what we just did. Like,
oh my God.
I'm still trying to see if I love this. Like, that's the way Jerry operates.
Yep.
That's the way this thing went down from the Cowboys side of things. And obviously we shouldn't be all that shocked with the way Jerry wheels and deals and just couldn't, those picks were burning a hole in his pocket. And he just had to try to make something happen as quickly as possible. I do think over the last couple of weeks, as I talked to people in that building, and they've been very upset with the way this defense is played. Like, there have been people in there that I've talked to that have said, we are wasting a Dak Prescott season, to where there was a large stretch of this season, guys, right, where he was playing like the MVP of this league. Like, he had been playing outstanding. George Pickens was playing out of this world when they lost CeeDee Lamb, and they had really everything you were looking for from an offense. They absolutely just stole Javonte Williams in free agency when everybody thought he couldn't play, and they felt like they were just wasting away Dak. There were actually comparisons in Dallas talking about this is very similar to Joe Burrow a season ago, where you're just wasting away a brilliant performance at the quarterback spot. But they did feel the last couple weeks, but it just hasn't come to fruition, that they were going to start to get healthier on the defensive side of the ball. That Demo was going to come back in the next couple weeks right here, right, and solidify maybe a little bit in the middle of that defense and help them be better. But then I was at that game in Denver where they were just absolutely destroyed and beat physically in every aspect of it, and talked to Jerry after the game in the tunnel, where he said, this loss is not going to change my thinking. I'm still going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. I didn't believe him then. I believe him now, because apparently he wasn't lying and he still thinks he was going to go out and do all of this. Now, with the Jet side of things, to me, this signals to a couple of things. I was on, I've been on throughout the day with all of you guys, and you guys rotate. I stay right here. But with everybody before, I kind of mentioned there was some buzz about Quinnen Williams this morning, and I said that early. And there was some buzz with him, and I was kind of starting to go, really? Like, is that? And then, it kind of comes out that he wasn't entirely happy there for a variety of reasons. Mm-hmm. And what Darren Muji's doing, and you can see this, is the way not they're only just loading up on capital. What stands out to me is that you're loading up on capital in 2027, which a lot of people have questions about this 2026 quarterback draft class. With you having 3 first-round picks in 2027, I think also allows you to really evaluate this 2026 class at the quarterback spot, which is really none of this works without a quarterback, is what we're seeing, right? You have Quinnen Williams, you have Sauce Gardner, you have all this talent on your defensive side of the ball. What were we seeing? Without a quarterback, it may not mean much. And so you now put yourself in a position to really be aggressive if you want to at a quarterback in 2026, but pass if you want to as well, with the added capital to go after exactly who you want. Say, I don't know, Arch Manning in 2027, as a lot of people believe he's not coming out in this draft, and he's more seasoned in the following one. Now that you have capital in the first round for both these next two drafts, allows you to be flexible at the most important position. But what I think we have really seen is Darren Muji now, in the beginning, comes in with Aaron Glenn. Hey, we're going to try this. We're going to try to be confident behind Justin Fields. We're going to guarantee him more money than anybody else was willing to give him, even though Pittsburgh wanted him back, but nowhere near that number. And at the same time, you go, okay, we're pivoting now. And I think he can still look everybody in the locker room and go, look at what we got for these players. We didn't just give anybody away. We didn't just lower our prices because we feel like we're in a fire sale. We actually made our team in the long term better. We'll make some people in the locker room obviously uneasy. And, nobody wants to be part of a rebuild entirely because oftentimes you're not specifically part of it. But it's easier to sell with the capital they've gotten back than if they would have lowered their prices.
I completely agree with that. And honestly, like you just alluded to, it's very difficult to sell these guys who may not be here in, say, 2027. Hey, we're selling right now. We're basically saying we're not really going to be all that competitive the rest of 2025 at least. But in 2027, we might be all right. I feel like it's difficult to sell that to guys, but when you look at the capital they've acquired, it's difficult for anybody to come back and be like, oh, I don't believe what you're saying, right? I think it's very tough for anybody to look at 5 first-round draft picks in a 2-year span and say, oh, you're just blowing smoke.
But I also think, to Mitch's point, it's what they do with these picks. So
Correct.
James, I'll ask you, how realistic is it to see the amount of capital that they have? Obviously, I'm sure they'll have some other trades coming around the draft that they're going to be, negotiating, moving some of those around. But how realistic is it for Jets fan to see this as an overhaul that actually pans out?
Yeah, I mean, Haley, picks are hope right now if you're a Jets fan, right? They're just hope. That's all they are. They're nothing more than that in this early portion of it. But what I think is happening is Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji are banking on themselves. Muji, and I don't know if anybody knows him all that well, this is a guy that spent his college career with Kevin O'Connell. He probably wouldn't have this path if it wasn't for, or both of them really, if it wasn't for their relationship dating back to San Diego State, where I think they were a receiver and quarterback there, or maybe both quarterbacks in the room. And he learned from a really good general manager in George Payton in Denver, to where you can draft well and you can be strategic with how you build something, and then you make the swing for the quarterback. And they could do that in 2026. They can help build this foundation about how they want to do things as an organization, and then make your swing. Like we mentioned the Russell Wilson move earlier, like they missed on that, but they corrected it quickly. I think what we're seeing is Muji being somebody that can kind of pivot and correct quickly. And that's one of the things that general managers oftentimes don't do, is they kind of sit with what they've decided as long as possible to make sure that you got to pivot. You got to tell the owner that you missed on something. I think they're realizing that they have the ability to pivot here, and they're doing it sooner rather than later. And I think the interesting part, I mentioned 2027. I got to throw out this co-pilot question, because I got this thing stacked up like right here next to me, this co-pilot deal. And so I want to reference it here because I had to ask it. Ask co-pilot, when was the last time the Jets made an in-season trade and made the playoffs the following season? 2005 was the answer. Wow. The Jets gave up Barlow Jets for Kevin Barlow for the 49ers in the offseason, and made it in 2006. It's been a minute. But I do think this is something that you got to sell to your room, and that's on Aaron Glenn. And this is something that Darren Muji's trying to piece together right now and going, we're going to pivot in terms of where we're at, and we got to focus on the quarterback, and we got to focus on building a new core foundation.
By the way, he mentioned the Jets losing or making the playoffs in 2006. Do you know who beat the Jets that year in the playoffs?
You
remember who beat the Jets in the playoffs that year? Anyway, then we went to San Diego and beat them too. But anyway, James, thank you so much for your insight, man. We appreciate you so much. And obviously this must be like Christmas for you, no?
This is bonkers, guys. Like, this was, I'm not lying. Like, there were so many people that I was like hitting this morning, and I heard like a Quinnen Williams rumor this morning, and I heard like a Jalen Waddle rumor this morning, and then people are hitting me like, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be pretty quiet. Jaden Phillips might be the biggest thing we see, and I'm like, okay. And I keep like asking around, and I'll say this: there were very few people in that Dallas building that saw this coming. Very few.
That's crazy.
And so. It's interesting how they do business and work, but it shows you how certain things just come to fruition maybe a little bit later than others, because I don't think the Jets were really fully sold on that they had to unload Quinnen Williams. Like, they were forced to, and they ended up finding a partner. And that's the way all of this works. We talked about Bradley Chubb earlier. They need to find a partner for something to work, and these things don't work unless both sides can try to figure something out.
Correct. And Mitch, you got something quick?
Jermaine Johnson to the Niners, or what's next?
I know. I mean, listen, the Niners have been kicking around everything. They were in on, I think, Jalen Phillips. They were in on, some of these edge rushers. I think that price is still rather high. They did. And listen, we can't believe anything that's going on with Muji right now. He's bobbing and weaving. He's probably having a meeting the other day with Jermaine Johnson saying, you're part of our future. But, something could always happen. Everybody's got a price. Everybody's got a price. Honestly, I don't see the Niners making a move for anybody that doesn't help them specifically in 2026 as well as 2025. It's a big part of what they're trying to build right now with an aging core, to my understanding. So keep an eye on what they want to do. They've obviously got to, add some bodies defensively if they can, but they'd like it to be something that helps them pass this season as they're trying to shift things a little bit like we've seen them do over the last couple of months.
Absolutely. James, thank you so much for your insight, man. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Oh, you guys are outstanding. I've been listening to you guys while I work. Like, it's been, pull you out, grab the phone.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Look at that.
You guys are wonderful.
But I mean, James is right on the fact of that a lot of us went into today thinking it was going to be kind of quiet.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, this is the inevitable way that things go ahead of a trade deadline. And now, we're less than 90
I feel like in years that we think a lot's going to go down, nothing really goes down, and then every once in a while we get surprised with all these mega deals.
I jinxed us. We talked about it downstairs. I jinxed us. So.
But you know what? I don't mind it. We're having fun here. But anyway, we are going to go into now what is a massive mistake that certain teams could make at the deadline. Yeah. I don't think we've seen any huge mistakes yet, but I think it's teams that won't deal for guys that are making big mistakes. Namely, in my opinion so far, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers have been quiet. We haven't heard too much about them. I think them not trading for a wide receiver could really come back to bite them.
Now, is this the Rodgers fan in you speaking, or are we being unbiased here when we're talking
unbiased?
About Steelers?
No Rodgers love. Obviously, I'm a huge Aaron Rodgers fan. He's my guy. But I really think that would bring this offense into the 21st century. They're using a lot of 3 tight end sets. These tight ends at times have trouble catching the football. We've seen Pat Freiermuth, who has come into his own the last couple weeks, but early in the year, drop problems. Jonnu Smith had a big drop the other day, right? I think the Steelers need another receiver. Roman Wilson's come into his own a little bit. He did have that ugly fumble late in the game. I don't know what he was trying to do, hurdling a guy with 2 minutes left and you're up 10. But I do think that's a big need for them. Now, another one, I'll go down my 3 and then we'll pass it off.
Look at how specific you guys got, and I went for the generic.
Yeah, you know what though? I like
names,
that. I like that.
You guys were like, we have some specific points to talk about.
So anyway, the other one for me, my second one, is Green Bay not adding a piece in their secondary. We've seen them be susceptible to the pass, and even late in the game, and I know they only gave up 16 points to Carolina, but even late in the game there, they had to get a big stop. They couldn't. McMillan had a couple big catches late in that game. We've seen this Packers team. I don't know who the hell this Packers team is. I really don't. They've lost to Carolina and Cleveland. I don't think
they know, Nate.
I don't think they do either. They've lost to Carolina and Cleveland, but dominated Pittsburgh, dominated Detroit, and have had a couple other big wins. They had the tie against Dallas, too. But I think they could really use another guy in the back end. They dealt Jair Alexander, who had fallen out of favor there. But this Packer defense, statistically speaking, pretty darn good. They're top 10 in every major category. But at 5-2-1, I think one more piece on the back end would have been very beneficial to them. third and final one for me. The Chargers not adding offensive line depth. I know offensive line's a very difficult position to deal for at the deadline.
Yeah, but they took a big hit.
They've taken huge hit after huge hit, and I really think that this team, who, when healthy, looked like a contender, man. I mean, the first 3 weeks of the year, they looked pretty darn good. They beat your Chiefs, obviously.
Yep.
And I think that this team, when healthy, have a chance to make a playoff run. But if this offensive line can't hold up and if they don't add to it, I think they could be in relative trouble.
Yeah, and I think for Herbert, too, especially when he can get out and scramble, you know, he has those flashes where it's hard to take him down. But he also does do very well when he can be able to sit back. And if he doesn't have any protection anytime, it's going to be dicey for them right now. So I think the Chargers are still very much so a contender, and they still very much so haunt the Chiefs. And week 1 was not a fun outing, but definitely they have got to add some depth there in the trenches. And like you said, it's a hard position group to go after because of how expensive it is.
Yep, expensive, and really, there aren't a lot of great ones.
Options.
There aren't a lot of great
That's
ones,
another.
if we're being
Yep.
completely honest, especially ones that could come in and be an absolute difference maker right away. Now, Mitch, you got a lot of mistakes the teams are going to make here. Let's run down.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad that I was going to do like 10, but Nate took the 3 other that I was going to add to my list. So
Ian said 3 to 4, okay, Mitch?
Yeah,
he
I
said
know.
3
I
to
just
4.
throw them out there and see
And you
if
know
he
what?
likes
Great
them
minds
all.
think alike. Great minds think alike, man.
Yes. And speaking of week 1, it correlates to my top one, right?
Okay.
Kansas City doesn't help their pass rush. I think that is going to cost them a
You're not
chance of
wrong.
winning the AFC again and winning the Super Bowl again. Because let's be honest, the great passing games, outside of maybe that Baltimore game, who's more based on the run, the teams that they've played with great elite quarterbacks, you look at Josh Allen and you look at Justin Herbert, those guys have shredded them and they've been able to move the ball, and Bills have more balance. But we've seen moments this year where the Chiefs have had weakness. Even Trevor Lawrence on the road, Jacksonville, in the key moment, 2-minute drill, they couldn't get to Trevor Lawrence. So I think if they don't add a pass rusher to complement their front, I think that's going to be something that comes back to haunt them. You want to comment on that just a little bit?
Here's the thing. I really don't have any dispute. You're correct. That has
Yeah.
been a gaping hole for a while now. We all saw the Steve Spagnuolo puzzle get solved by Josh Allen last week, and it seems like without that pressure, especially like you mentioned, the quarterbacks who are able to elude the pressure and also just have grown up, I feel like. The competition that the Chiefs have continued to face, they've started to learn and adapt, just like everyone adapted to Mahomes. People are starting to learn how to adapt to Spags' defense. So they need the pressure. It's been something that they've left unattended. If the defense is going to be a backbone of this team when Mahomes and company are not playing to their top tier level that they could be, then yeah, it's going to be a problem. We saw it happen in the Super Bowl. It was very painful.
And it is funny how, cyclical the NFL is, right? New England for years, when they were the best team in the National Football League, they had teams creep up on them, right? They always had Indianapolis on their heels for the first few years.
We'll start to figure it out.
They always had Pittsburgh on their heels, right? Denver then later in the dynasty years became the thorn in their side, right? So it is kind of funny how there always seems to be a couple teams that put the pieces together and start to catch up. But anyway, speaking of New England, are we staying conservative or what are we doing here?
This is you two.
I've heard James brought it up. Oh, we got to get a guy. Why? Can I just go on a quick rant? Like, why? We have the quarterback that's playing the best in the league right now. Do we not? I mean, Drake May is setting a record every week of the NFL season. Do people not notice this? Best deep ball in football. And he's doing it with what? Like a pedestrian cast of receivers. So, like, honestly, and the offensive line is fairly average, but like you look at the Patriots and why not us this year? Why not us? And this is my whole thing throughout my entire list. Is there is no one that is elite this year in the NFL. I don't care who you give me. There isn't an elite team. There is no generational roster, generational team this season. The Chiefs have 4 losses, don't they? Or something like that, right? The Bills have had their weaknesses. The Patriots beat the Bills in Buffalo, right? Like, why are we not going for this? Drake May, is young. Drake May is affordable. It's time. The time is now. The time is now. So to me, I think they're being a little bit too conservative. There is a line where like you can be aggressive, but also don't give up all your assets for the future, but try to make some moves, help this team out. And it just feels like they haven't done that yet. Maybe they will, but they haven't done that yet. The Cincinnati Bengals, I brought up as well on my list that them failing to trade Trey Hendrickson to me would just be, I know they're not a contender, but it would just
foolish.
Be idiotic.
Foolish.
Like,
I'll finish
foolish.
the sentence for you.
There's
Foolish.
there's no other way to put it. We talked about it. Yes, he is their defense, but he's not even signed next season. So there is no long-term future there, and he's only getting older. You have to get the assets now to help you for that team, for Joe Burrow, for the future. You're not going anywhere this year. It is like, I don't understand it. Then you have the Bills, who another team should be all in right now to win a Super Bowl. Right after they just beat the Chiefs, you've got to be all in. And yeah, everyone's looking at their receivers, but what happens every single time the Bills get to the playoffs? Their defense doesn't perform every single time. So they need that defense to be able to make those plays. And yes, they match up well with the Chiefs because they built their entire defense to stop the Chiefs. They're fortunate the Chiefs can't run the ball because every other team that can run the ball on them, Atlanta, or even a threat of a run, New England, is able to play a power style of football and make them kind of play both the run and the pass, and their defense looks bad, right? When they can play the pass, they're great, but when they have to play both, they're not that good. So to me, like, they've had Ed Oliver go down. They had Hoyt go down, who they just brought in, and he looked great, and he went down, right? Their corner situation, I think, is pretty good. But they have the old Jordan Poyer roaming back at safety. I'm not sure about that. And they have a defensive line that I just feel like is a little thin without Ed Oliver. So I'd be looking to fill those holes more so than even the receiver position because their run game is so good. Josh Allen's so good. He can elevate that. So I'd be looking at a defensive lineman. We talked about the Lions earlier, and I alluded to Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson would be amazing for them. That would be the last missing piece that they would need to go for their Super Bowl, for a fan base that's so desperate for a Super Bowl. And this is their window right now with all these young players in their prime. So just missing their all-in window, like trying to make one final move, whether that is they feel like it's a corner or whether that is a defensive end or whether that is a guard, right? Wherever their weaknesses they feel are on their roster, they should be all in on making this happen right now. They missed the Ben Johnson window with the Lions, and now they could just miss the prime of this incredible roster over the last 3 seasons that they've been able to have because it's not going to last too much longer where all these guys are not making incredible amount of money. And then the last one I threw in there is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A lot of people are overlooking the Bucs at this deadline. We have talked about the Bucs, I think, approximately 0 times in this live stream, and they need some protection for Baker Mayfield, who, I don't know about you, we've talked about Dak Prescott, we've talked about Drake May, we've talked about Allen and Mahomes. He played like the MVP for the first month at least of the season. He was incredible, and they have receiver talent. Evans, I think, will be back in the playoffs. I don't know what's going on with Godwin, but Abuka's been incredible. Bucky Irving's coming back. They have all the playmakers. Their defense is actually pretty good this year, unlike the last 2 seasons. And they're mostly going to be healthy for this playoff run in the NFC South, where they should win that division. You got to protect Baker, though. Every time we've seen the Bucs fail this season, it's because they can't protect him. So to me, though, that's my list. Just basically underline the point. You got to go all in. If you're in the window this year, you got to go all in. You got to go all in. Dallas is doing it for no reason at all. Go all in.
It's a good point to one of my points, which is at the end, which is misreading your window. When you have the opportunity to figure things out. I mean, it's everyone thinks that, and I think we always talk about how in September, the football season is so wonky and no one really knows what's going on, and there's a lot of weird.
It's the preseason.
Right. It really is. Things don't really settle in until after Halloween. And so now that we're getting to this time where we see the window of, okay, what is this team's identity going to be? If it ain't working, there's no time like present to burn it down and try again.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying for every team to just call everything a wash, but missing your window and not figuring out exactly. I mean, play pretty football in September and play violent football in January, right? Like, figure out who you're going to have for that time. So I guess I got down to the bottom of mine. Paying for a name versus a fit, schemes win. I mean, you have to find the right name for your scheme. We have seen this happen before. Big names go elsewhere and it doesn't work out. We've even seen in Kansas City trying to bring in these older big name wide receivers. It doesn't work out. This is no hate to DeAndre Hopkins. He's an incredible talent, but it only shows out here and there. And it's not going to be an every down, every series sort of thing where he has these impressive one-handed catches and it shows us the Texans version that we saw of him when he was younger. That, I think, is something that a lot of teams, or actually fans, really want for teams, rather than realizing what goes in behind the scenes and what is best for that team's scheme. Overpaying for rental that you can't keep. I mean, here's the thing. How many months do we have left until 2026? 2? Less than 2? We are almost to playoff football, which is crazy to even think about. You don't, eight games? Is that right? Around there?
Yep.
So you're really going to spend how much for that? I mean, you have to think in terms of the new league year is in March, which is about 4.5 to 5 months away. So don't be overpaying for a player to just be here for 8 games and, fill out the rest of the 2026 mortgage when you have a lot of other things to be looking forward to. And then, of course, ignoring the trenches. That's pretty obvious. Like you said it earlier, championships are won by defense. It is cliche. I'm a coach's kid. It is the thing that my household grew up around that phrase. It's so true, though. Your trenches are what is going to win the game for you. We've seen it time and time again in the Super Bowl. How many Super Bowls have the Chiefs lost because the trenches were not there? The offensive line was not there. I hate admitting at least twice. And so that is where you really have to, fans have to also understand going for these flashy wide receivers, going for these big names does always not equate to winning championship football. Sometimes it's really the silent killers that come out during January and all of a sudden we realize, again, I think i.e. the Colts were a huge sleeper team who just decided to, all of a sudden now we're all recognizing how freaking good they could possibly be. So we'll see what happens, We got how much longer we got here?
We got just over an hour.
Which is crazy.
An hour and 6 minutes.
Have we been yapping for 2 hours, guys?
I think we have.
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing new for me, but I don't know about you guys.
But anyway, now just over an hour till the NFL's trade deadline. We got a big rumor here. And if we could put that up on the screen now. Breece Hall wants to be traded. I don't know if that's a rumor. I think that's just a fact at this point. I mean, the guy posted that meme that we saw earlier. I mean, he's definitely getting a little lonely there with all these other big moves and his good player buddies, moving away from the Jets. But obviously a little over an hour till the trade deadline, and he, quote, wants to be out.
What's the source on this?
I don't know.
What's the source on this? But I mean, again, burn it to the ground.
Yeah.
I guess this is where they're going with it. And I mean, I don't blame him. I would, in that situation, I think anyone would want to be out.
100%.
Of what has been going on there. And also, what if you can go play for a contender team like we were tossing around, Mitch? Like, what if you can go be a part of a run? And think about the start of your 2025 season and then where it could be ending if you go from the Jets to a contender and now all of a sudden you're playing playoff football.
It's like you get a new lease on life. We said that about players that, the former first rounders that didn't pan out where they were, going to a new situation, both of them namely to the Jets this year, But that could also be the case for a guy like Breece Hall, who's been playing losing football his entire career. I have a perfect example, actually, as a New England Patriot fan. I know I relate everything back to that. But when you look at Corey Dillon before the 2004 season, Corey Dillon had played losing football in Cincinnati forever, for 7 or 8 years, losing every year, but he was the most productive player on the team. He comes to New England that year, runs for 1,600 yards, leads the NFL in touchdowns, and wins a Super Bowl, right? Could a guy like Breece Hall be in a position where that could be the case for him? I think it might be. Mitch, what do you think about Hall?
First of all, I'd hate to be a Bengals fan watching this stream. My goodness, they've taken shots left and right.
They have.
Wow. But hey, Breece, come on to New England. If you want to play for a contender, come on to New England. Yes, I just said New England's a contender. All right, all you people in the chat. Yeah, you heard me right. Okay.
I'm not jinxing anything. I'm not going that far. I'm not.
He's not
But,
even
hey,
gonna say anything.
Can I say something bold though? Like maybe it was Breece Hall who said he wants out. I don't know. Maybe it was him. Maybe
Could've been.
that's the source.
The source.
Breece Hall himself. Maybe that's the source. But yeah, the problem is that there's not a lot of teams that want a running back for the price that the Jets want to trade Breece Hall for. At least a third is what we've heard, right? So, and there's just not a lot of teams that need one and or feel the need for one. And then you're constantly seeing guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round at running back going crazy in the NFL every single season. So it's like, yeah, Breece is really good, but like, where are we going to trade you to, man? Like, we'd like to trade you maybe, but I don't know. So, yeah, we brought it up throughout the show. Like, the Patriots and the Chiefs, our two teams, have been the teams that have been circulating around running back because the Chiefs just don't really have an A-plus running back, and they're greedy, so they want that. And then the Patriots, you know, they need a pass catcher for Drake May, and Ramondre can't stop fumbling the ball. So, you know, there are teams, maybe a couple, but it's a short list, and one of them's even in your division, which I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, which, you know, a Jet-Patriot trade mid-season just wouldn't feel right. I'd feel weird about it, but I'll tell you what. Let's take a look at our big board here. If we can, and there you go, Ramondre Stevenson. And you can add about 4 fumbles to that too, by the way.
Hall probably has a Reddit account, and he's just, you know, like sourcing out everything right now.
Yeah, he's probably on his burner right now, you know, going nuts.
I would be so messy. You just make all these accounts and like start. Can you imagine even just like go argue with fans like on a burner
like Kevin
account
Durant does. Kevin Durant does it all the time in the basketball.
I like the energy, so maybe he really does one out. We'll have to see.
But anyway, here is our big board. These are a bunch of guys that we've talked about. Quinnen Williams off the board. We have Breece Hall, Alvin Kamara, Trey Hendrickson, Jermaine Johnson, Maxx Crosby, Minkah Fitzpatrick, who we haven't talked about, Bradley Chubb, Chuba Hubbard, and Jalen Waddle. Now, Minkah Fitzpatrick, we haven't brought his name up. We've talked about just about everybody else on the Miami roster besides Minkah Fitzpatrick, who was in Pittsburgh, Miami, and obviously I think he could provide a spark for a defense. But, Mitch, do you see anybody really going after him at this point?
I had him predicting him to Dallas before the deadline, but I don't know if Dallas has any picks left to trade.
I don't think they do.
I definitely feel like if Dallas wants to complete this thing, if they're going all in, that's a type of player, right? That's the position they need. They need to stop giving up those big plays. They play a lot of single high safety. Minkah Fitzpatrick, that's what he's good at, roaming the field deep in the back end of the defense. So to me, that would be the perfect fit. I think the Bills should be calling, as I've mentioned a couple times. I still think they need some safety help. I wouldn't be shocked if the Patriots were interested because we just have very little in terms of depth at that safety position after trading Kyle Duggar. But he's played well this year. Like PFF has him as the number 10 safety, 12th in coverage grade, top 20 in run defense grade. So Minkah Fitzpatrick, you know, he hasn't played like at the level of all pro in recent years, but he's still pretty good at what he does best, which is free safety, deep area of the field, take away the big plays, read and react to the football. That's what he does.
He's also a ball hawk. I mean, he's a very aggressive player. I think anyone would be happy to acquire him. It's just more so, how would that now happen after what we have seen transpire in the last couple of days? It's more of, does this formula perfectly work? I think this would have to be, even though you did bring up, you know, his ratings, this would more have to be a perfect fit, not only monetarily, but scheme. And just what is Miami willing to give up at this point? Like, how locked down are they right now with what they have and just surviving the remainder of this season? Again, great player. Yeah, I mean, you love PFF. I'm sure you have some thoughts.
PFF.
But
yeah, the number 10 player on PFF, to me, that doesn't mean anything. PFF's rankings, and God forbid.
Who knows?
But anyway, I do think Minkah Fitzpatrick would provide a spark to any defense that picks him up. And I think that he's still got something in the tank. I know he's I can't even believe I'm saying this because I feel like he got drafted yesterday, but he's getting a little bit up there in age at least.
Crazy.
It's nuts.
It's yeah. The years continue. Like I said, we are less than 2 months away from 2026.
Unbelievable.
That's just wild to think, guys.
Unbelievable.
The playoff football is amongst us. It's coming.
But guys, it has been a hell of an NFL trade deadline. It really has. So many deals have gone down. Big name players, premium draft choices on the move, and we are so happy to have spent it with you. So on behalf of Haley with me here and Mitch at home, thank you guys so much for watching our Bleacher Report NFL Trade Deadline show.
Ooh, here we are. Are we here? Are we live? I think we're live. All right, here we go. We are now taking over the block, guys. Ray G, Jay Rich, how we doing today, guys?
Kurt, it's wild, baby. It's football. We've been streaming all damn day. We got teams excited, players getting moved, big money floating around, and I don't think we're done yet, man. So I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
I love that.
Kurt,
Jay
I'm
Rich,
excited,
what up, man?
I'm good, man. I'm excited. This has been a wild deadline day. Obviously, we're doing all the show prep, getting ready, and it's like, boom, big move over here, big move over there. And I'm just so excited for what's going to finish out a phenomenal trade deadline. You were asking me pre-show, could this be the best trade deadline ever? And it's not over yet. We still have an hour to go, but it could just be that. So I'm so excited. Happy to be here with you boys, ready to talk the rest of the trade deadline.
Let's go. I'm excited too. First off, we have a bunch of guys that have moved. But we've got to take a look at a few of the people that are still remaining. We've got Breece Hall, who we talked about at pre-show, just put some stuff out. Per source, Breece Hall wants out. We have a good source on that. We know he wants out, but as of last night, the Jets were not anticipating trading him. They were going to keep him for the long haul, even through this tanking, rebuild, whatever it may be. So Breece Hall is, in my opinion, the biggest name to be looking at in this last hour stretch. But again, the Jets can be stingy. They want a certain price. Don't know if they're going to get it out of a running back. We'll see. We've got Trey Hendrickson still. We've got Maxx Crosby, who we know the Raiders said they don't want to trade him, but the last hour, anything can happen. We know the Dolphins are probably sellers. They got Waddle, Fitzpatrick, Chubb, Chuba Hubbard with the Panthers after Rico Dowdle possibly taking over the starting role for good. And then we got Jermaine Johnson, who is also being shopped in Alvin Kamara. I mean, we've got some big names, guys. Anybody standing out to you?
I mean, everybody's waiting on Breece. I mean, we're seeing what the Jets are doing, man. The Jets, been a lot of talk about what the hell they're going to do. Justin Fields, Woody Johnson, Aaron Glenn. Kurt, they're giving the head coach reign to move players. I mean, you're moving a 3-time Pro Bowler and Quinn Williams. You move off of Sauce Gardner, who just got a massive extension. I mean, why would they still want Breece Hall, right? This is a young running back that a bunch of teams that are contending could have. I mean, for me, I don't think it's A.J. Brown that's getting moved, none of that stuff. I'm really, really zeroed in on Breece Hall, and does he move maybe Minkah Fitzpatrick as well?
Yeah, Ray, I have to agree with you.
Jay Rich?
Yeah, no, Ray, I have to agree with you, honestly. When you talk about running backs, especially what they could mean to an offense, I mean, everyone's looking to the Chiefs, right? The Chiefs need a running back, but are they going to meet the price that the Jets are going to ask for Breece Hall? Probably not. And I think that's the reality of the situation, is that both these teams have to come to an agreement. But if you're Breece Hall, how could you not be pissed off right now? Every time you go and scroll X, what happens? The Jets traded away another star player to another team, and of course, it is not Breece Hall. I think Trey Hendrickson is very interesting, right? Because Cincinnati already made a move to trade a defender. We know how bad their team is. You know how bad their defense is. And on that expiring contract, they probably could get a decent haul for Hendrickson. But is someone going to meet that price? Maybe the 49ers. We talked about Dallas a lot heading up to the trade deadline. But the 49ers are still a team that could be looking for a pass rusher late and could be in the running for Trey Hendrickson. Are they going to meet that price? He's probably the top name for me because Maxx Crosby is very unlikely to be traded. But if Maxx Crosby was traded, he'd probably be the biggest name on the board for this trade deadline.
Yeah, Maxx Crosby, in my opinion, is one of the top 5 players in the NFL. There are not many people on defense that can completely change the course of a game like Maxx Crosby has been able to do recently. As far as batted balls, sacks, interceptions, forced fumbles, he is a true game wrecker. And I know that he's also a lot younger. You look at Trey Hendrickson, I think what the Bengals are asking right now is pretty steep. He obviously just got paid. They're asking for a first-round draft pick for a guy, in my opinion, that might have a year or two left in his prime, but I think he's past his prime, to be honest. And you're seeing it with the Bengals defense. They're not able to stop anybody anyways, regardless of if Trey and Hendrickson's on the field or not. So
you're in a spot where the Bengals probably should get whatever they can for him because he's not making a difference for them. Could help another defense, but we're dealing with billionaire owners that have a lot of pride. And that is really what we're dealing with at the trade deadline. We know we have GMs that make decisions sometimes, but we've got owners too in the mix, and it is why this is all coming down to the wire. And in my opinion, will be one of the craziest trade deadlines we've experienced in the modern day NFL. But man, we got to talk about some of the trades that have happened. Yeah, go for
it. Real quick too, man. I'm just trying to figure out what is Miami doing. You see the Jets kind of saying, all right, we ain't gonna win this year, right? We're not gonna win this year. Let's get some assets. Let's get some capital for moving forward. What are the Dolphins doing? Minka Fitzpatrick, Chubb, like they should be in the market right now.
They should. And at the end of the day, too, you've got Waddle, you've got Chubb, you got Fitzpatrick. You've already moved once and then got him back, I believe, right? That was the whole timeline of what happened with him. You have question marks with Tua, so maybe there's something else out there. I think the whole thing is going to blow up, and they're going to miss their window of getting draft picks right now for teams that might want it. And these guys might be dished at the end of the year. Once it resets into the new calendar cycle, maybe they'll be looking to move these guys in the draft season instead of now. But I don't see how you don't move off some of them. And I do think that where you get into this spot during the season, you get teams slightly more desperate, slightly more, hey, we need to make a move now to get us over the hurdle of being a wild card to being a contender. And so I think the longer that you wait to dish out some of these guys, the more that the shiny new receivers, the rookies, are going to be more exciting. And I think they're going to get passed up. But I will say, you gotta just tip the hat a little bit to what the Jets are doing right now. They know they suck. They know that they don't have what it takes right now or probably next year. And this is a long-term rebuild, very similar to the Lions with Dan Campbell, whom Aaron Glenn just came from. So if they're going to give themselves a chance, that's what they're doing. They're getting as many picks as possible in a loaded draft class, by the way. Like, I mean, this class is crazy. And we'll see what happens. But, man, want to talk about some of the trades that have already happened, guys? Get a little grading in and whatnot?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So we've got some trades. We had the Eagles, who have been buyers all the time. They don't really trade away a bunch of people. I know we saw A.J. Brown kind of in the mix, but we've got the Eagles who got, was it Jalen Phillips yesterday?
Yep.
I believe. Jalen Phillips yesterday.
Jalen Phillips.
Sauce Gardner to the Colts, which is just incredible. Sauce Gardner, I think they gave up 2 firsts, I believe, which was it?
Yeah, 2 firsts and AD Mitchell.
And AD Mitchell, which I actually love AD Mitchell. I think that's a great get. I think it's a great get for the Jets. I think it was a pretty mutually beneficial trade. Sauce is going to be a key piece to that defense and them wanting to win a championship this year. But Ray, I believe it was you earlier that mentioned, what does those 2 first-round draft picks giving up mean about Daniel Jones?
Listen, this is a situation that a lot of people didn't expect Daniel Jones to play as well as he has. He's played exceptionally well this year. You've got Jonathan Taylor doing his thing. Their run defense is dope. But when you're moving 2 first-round picks, and Kurt, you could tell me better than I could probably say it, right, being in the league. But that signifies to me that they probably found at least their quarterback of the immediate future, right? I'm not saying he's going to be a 10-year starter in Indianapolis, and he's going to be, but you move 2 future first-round picks, Daniel Jones is probably the guy. You move off of a second-round pick from last year and Adnan Mitchell, Alec Pierce probably in line to get paid. I think this was a move where on the face value, Colts absolutely needed to improve their secondary. They've got a very strong run defense, but the pass defense has been god-awful, especially over the past month of the NFL season. Getting Sauce Gardner here, I mean, we can get into the grades, but I just think the bigger sort of things underneath this deal, Daniel Jones probably the guy for the immediate future in Indianapolis. And I like the move of improving their secondary because this team, and they're not just competing for the AFC South title. They don't want to just try to win in the AFC. So no, they're trying to make noise in the playoffs. So I really did like the move of Sauce. I think it was beneficial for both teams. I think it was at the end of the day, as disappointed as you may be, Jets fans, about Sauce being gone, like long-term, this is probably a really good move for both squads.
I agree with that. I think we can get into the grades now. And when you look at this, I'm going to give this Sauce trade a B. I think he's an incredible player. I think he's going to be a better scheme fit for what the Colts want to do versus what the Jets were doing. They did have to give up a lot. So I'm going to say it's a B because I don't think it's necessarily one-sided. I think the Jets won. I think the Colts won. It addresses needs on both sides. And A.D. Mitchell, I think he's a great player. Yes, he's had some mistakes, some hiccups, whatever. Sometimes those type of guys need just a fresh start somewhere else. A.D. Mitchell on the opposite side of Garrett Wilson, while healthy, is going to be a nice little tandem duo that I think can turn into something for the future quarterback of the Jets, whoever that might be. And now you look at it, the Jets are loaded up with how many first-round draft picks over the next 2 years? Like 6, something like that, 4 or 5, something like that. It's pretty crazy. They're going to be able to get a quarterback if they like somebody. That's like without a doubt. Or maybe you see them using them first-round draft picks to trade for a quarterback that might be on the market soon in the league already. You can do whatever you want with stashed picks. But for now, we're going to talk about Sauce Gardner. Give me Sauce Gardner as a B because he's a great player, but they did have to give up a lot.
Jay, what you got? Well, I'll save my grade. Would you give a trade?
So it's funny the way that you put that, Kurt. I really liked that because I struggled like you with how do I grade this trade? Because I also agree with you that the Jets, to me, smashed this trade. If I was grading just the Jets side, it would be an A+. It's only a $20 million dead cap on them into next season and beyond for the Sauce Gardner contract, and they got 2 first-round picks and a wide receiver that can develop over the long term for the Jets. The self-awareness from this front office, to me, is astounding, and that's the main takeaway here. But on the Colts side, they have a bad pass defense. Now, part of that is because they get up in games and then teams pass on them in the second half, and ultimately it hurts their overall grade for the game. But when you talk about this secondary, they've been banged up and they struggled. So this is a move for winning now. And that's why my grade is an A- for this trade as a whole. I like the trade a lot. It works for both sides, but I definitely have some concerns. You know, Ray, you talked about how this is a move for the present, and I completely agree with that. But this is also the same Colts team that went into Pittsburgh and lost. And Daniel Jones looked like the old Daniel Jones. And that's not the Daniel Jones you want going forward when you're trading multiple first-round picks to go and win an AFC title, maybe even try and push for a Super Bowl. And that's why I have some concerns. They went all in on this trade to go and get Sauce Gardner. Great player, going to instantly upgrade that defense and probably do make them AFC contenders. But does that mean I think they can beat the Chiefs? Does that mean I think they can beat the Chargers? Does that mean I think they can beat the Denver Broncos? I don't know. The jury is still out for me in that respect, and that's why I'm curious how this is all going to play out. You have Sauce locked up. You got to lock up Daniel Jones, but is it going to play out for the long term for this team, even into next season? Because ultimately, as good as Sam Darnold was last year for the Minnesota Vikings, it took 2 games for the league to realize he's not a franchise quarterback, or at least not to be paid like one, like we saw in the offseason. Hopefully it doesn't happen for the Colts. Hopefully it doesn't happen for Daniel Jones, but we'll see how this trade plays out over the long term. Love it for the Jets, like it for the Colts.
Yeah, we're talking about the Colts, right? The 7-2 Indianapolis Colts, who have one of the best offenses in the NFL, who has arguably the best running back in the NFL, and you're telling me they're going to get a 24-year-old former multi-time all-pro cornerback on a defense that needs defensive back help? Yeah, I'm giving them an A. I'm giving them an A. Like, the window to win in the NFL, it's not long. It's quite short, right? And if you've got an opportunity to get it done, like you have locked up a premier defensive back. You have locked up a premier defensive player who should be motivated coming off of a team that is 1-7 to a team that's 7-2, playing indoors, AFC South. I love this trade for Indianapolis and what they've done. But I don't think this is an either or. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I love it for New York. Like, the Jets ain't winning nothing, man. Like the configuration of the squad right now, you know, they've got some things. They've already shipped off Quinn Williams. We'll talk about him later. To get 2 first-round picks back and a young player who, you know, Adnan Mitchell probably has got some talent in there. I think there are bigger issues in New York than the pass catchers and the skill position players. But you get 2 first-round picks that you can play with, you can manipulate, you just gives you so much more flexibility as a team. If you're gonna do it, then commit and go all in. To get 2 first-round picks for a corner, Kurt, I think that's nice work for the Jets. So I think both sides walk away from this feeling good. I think the fan bases are gonna be a little bit like, you know, damn, did we give up too much? We really moved Sauce. I like this deal. I'll give it an A overall for this trade.
I like that, and I think we can get in now. We got a little bit of a Microsoft integration. We have access to some film. We can break it down, and we've got some Sauce Gardner clips rolling up. Okay. So let's see what we can cook up here. Grab my little pen. We've got a few clips for you guys today on some of these players that are getting traded.
Clips.
Oh, we got clips. We got it all, boys. Let's go.
Let's
Shout
go.
out to Copilot. Let's see what
Yeah,
we're
shout
cooking
out
with here.
Copilot. Shout out
See where he's
Copilot.
at.
We
Just
got
ball skills, man. Ball skills.
yeah.
You know, these are the types of games I believe in the playoffs they're going to get into. I know we got this is old Mac Jones, okay? Throwing one up, but this is one of the things too that when you're looking at Sauce Gardner, how many times we see DVs drop interceptions? And I will say when the ball is in his vicinity, it is not just a typical 50-50 ball with another receiver. He is a receiver out there, something that we see continually. Now, his biggest, or I would say knack against him lately has been his hands on holding receivers, DPI holding, all that. I'm not going to lie to you guys. When I was looking at this and breaking this down earlier and watching some of his film, he, in my opinion, gets called for more penalties, maybe just because he's a New York Jet. Because some of the holding calls, some of the defensive PIs, I'm like, I think some of them are ticky-tack. And if you go to a different team that has just a more of a winning culture, whatever, it does put a different persona or a different perception into refs' minds when they're reffing games. Like, I just think when you watch the Jets, even back to last year when Aaron Rodgers was there, they were just the brunt of every bad call. It never went their way. And I just would not be shocked to revisit this later when we're regrading this down the line and seeing how many DPIs or holding calls Sauce Gardner does not get while being an Indianapolis Colt. Because that was the number one thing that stood out to me. He has all of it, all the talent, all the ball skills. He's a ball hawk when the ball's in the air. He is a receiver out there, and he can strap anybody. I bet the penalties drop now that he's going to be in Indianapolis, and I would not be shocked to see that happen. But I love this trade. Yes, they gave up a lot for him, but he's going to change that defense.
Kurt, why do you think, just in your opinion, what makes a team give up on, and I don't, maybe give up is the wrong word, okay? Was it the offer of 2 firsts and another player just way too much for an NFL team to turn down? Have you seen any sort of diminishing returns on his play on the film? Like what do you think was the motivating factor for them to do this deal for such a young player who had been viewed as the premier cornerback in the NFL the first couple of years of his career?
You know, I think that when you're looking at what they were willing to give up, what the Colts were willing to give up, that moved the needle. The fact that you can get 2 first-round picks for a player like him who now has been paid, and you're not just giving up the player, you're giving up that massive contract, which buys you a lot of time in free agency, buys you more players, allows you to spend more, frequently when you're talking about getting guys that maybe would not come to New York, but now you can offer them $5 million more than the other team. They're going to have more leverage in that department. Also, I just think at his point in his career, he's got like 3, 4, 5 years left of his prime. Okay. In my opinion of how DBs typically play, you're going to waste the next 2 of them while you're rebuilding anyways, because you can't compete with the Bills right now. You can't compete with the Patriots right now. Clearly, you have this 2 to 3 year window, in my opinion, that you have to turn it around before you're fired for the next coach, assuming that Aaron Glenn gets that much of a runway. It can't look terrible next year, but they're going to need to bring in young guys that play early, and that's going to be the excuse for him to not get fired next year. Okay, but if you have Sauce Gardner, Quinnen Williams, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall all on the roster and you're still losing games, you don't really have as much of a runway and excuse. So I think that this is maybe a little cover yourself, get rid of some of the really good players, get an excuse to invest in the future and buy yourself some time. I think it's a really good play by the Jets, to be honest, to kind of kick the can down the road a little bit. So that's how I look at it. So, yeah, I hope that answers the question. But we do have more trades. We've got more trades, guys. We've got Shaheed to the Seahawks. And this one, I got excited about this. I had Shaheed scoped out as my number 1 landing spot to Buffalo, which Buffalo they were buyers in the trade deadline for some receivers, but they just couldn't pull it off at this point. We still got some time left, but it doesn't look like they were. Shaheed to the Seahawks. We saw what they already did with JSN. Sam Darnold is playing lights out. Just goes to show you quarterbacks in good situations, regardless of their past, can play well if they have guys around them. If they have a good defense like Mike McDonald has. If they have receivers like JSN. And they have a pretty good running game. The one thing they were missing is that match up to JSN on the opposite side, because like jury's out. JSN is a problem. Teams are going to start double covering him. They're going to give him the vintage Devontae Adams coverage real soon. Cover 2 to his side the whole game. The only way you can beat that and still pass the ball downfield is with a speedster over the top. And that's what they went to go do with Shaheed. Not to mention their offensive coordinator had already spent time with Shaheed, knows what he's capable of. I think a lot of people around the league know what he's capable of. But to make that trade in season, it's not as drastic because there's not as much of a learning curve. Like, these are still NFL guys. We still got to learn playbooks and all that, but it's the same playbook where he just came from. So I love this trade. I'm giving this trade, I believe I gave it an A.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, did I
A hard grader, Kurt. Give it an A.
I think I'm going to give Shaheed an A, man. I love Shaheed. I love this trade. I don't think they have to give up a lot for him. And we already saw an explosive offense that's been dismantling people against good defenses too. And now you give Sam Darnold another receiver on the opposite side, man. I think this could be the best offense in the league, if not one of the top 5s, going in through the playoffs. And one last point before we move on. Do you guys know how loud it gets at that stadium in Seattle? Especially
I don't know firsthand.
Especially when you have home playoff games. Like, they are going all in right now. And I actually met with Mike McDonald earlier in the offseason before the season got rolling. And one of the things he said to me was that, look, we've got all these draft picks, all this. We're not like playing it safe. We're going to get guys that have high ceilings, that can make plays, and it's our job as coaches to get the best out of them. And that's what they went to go do with Shaheed. They're going to go get a guy that has a high ceiling, that they feel like he has not even reached his full potential yet, bring him over and elevate him with the rest of the team. I love this. I think the Seahawks are a problem. But I want to hear what you guys
say. Rich, go ahead. Would you grade him? Would you grade this one? Because this is your boy. You love
you know
Rashid Shaheed. You love Rashid Shaheed's skill set. What'd you give him?
Ray, you know me so well, my friend. I gave them an A+. I love this trade for the Seahawks. I love it for Sam Darnold. I love it for Clint Kubiak. Kurt, you hit a lot of my points, right? Playing in the Kubiak system last year already gives him a great opportunity to acclimate very quickly to this offense. And I think it's funny because you look to, what did they have last year in New Orleans? They had a quarterback that wasn't working out, but they had Chris Olave and they had Rashid Shaheed. They bring Rashid Shaheed and Clint Kubiak over to Seattle. Now they have a slightly better, maybe, Chris Olave and Jack Smith-Njigba, also an Ohio State receiver, and Rashid Shaheed once again. So he took his offense from last season and he souped it up this season with Sam Darnold, with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, and adding Jack Smith-Njigba while trading for Rashid Shaheed. I think this offense could be dynamite. You know, they run the most 2 and 3 tight end sets in the league. Adding a receiver like Rashid Shaheed can only make this offense even better. And with the way Sam Darnold's playing right now, if he can get on the same page with Shaheed very, very quickly, we may be looking at one of the top offenses in the NFC, period. When it's all said and done, the Seahawks can be very dangerous come the playoffs. And like you said, Kurt, the 12s are going to be very loud. And I think when Shaheed catches that first big touchdown at home, they are going to go absolutely crazy.
You know, one more thing to add to that before, Ray, you get into it. Like, if you look at the Seahawks, we can talk about their offense. Look at their complementary football. Their defense is just a stonewall. So now you have an offense that on paper could be seemingly unstoppable. You can run anything you want. You can run 12 personnel, 11 personnel, 13, anything you want. It's all open now because of one more key piece. Then you have a defense that just can go it can go toe-to-toe with anybody. I mean, I almost want to up mine to an A+ because you got me hype about it, but I love this trade. Ray, let's hear it.
Yeah, you gotta let me just say, you gotta stay out of the YouTube chat, man. They got me wanting to announce Breece Hall and Jalen Waddle trades. Ain't none of them been traded yet. You gotta watch that YouTube chat. But I agree with y'all. I think this is a great fit for the Seattle Seahawks. I think this is great for Sam Darnold, because Sam Darnold, like, honestly, I didn't expect it, but he is playing some damn good football. Let me hit you with this real quick. In NFL history, man, 4 quarterbacks have done the following over their first 8 games of the season. Completed 70% of their passes, thrown for 2,000 yards, thrown for 15-plus touchdowns, and taken fewer than 10 sacks. Those quarterbacks, Tom Brady in 2007, Peyton Manning in 2009, Drew Brees in 2018, and Sam Darnold right now in 2025. Balling for the Seattle Seahawks. Rashid Shaheed, PFF grade on targets of 20-plus yards since 2023, 94.5 grade, and Sam Darnold's 97.4 grade on passing throws 20-plus yards since 2024. This is a hand-in-glove fit, lock and key. There's some other things that go together that we won't talk about on this show, but this is a great fit for Seattle. I think it's a good move for the team. Maybe I'm a little too hard of a grader. I gave it a B+. Y'all got me feeling bad. I'm feeling a little insecure that I gave it a
Wow.
B+. I wanted to
That's
switch it as
okay.
y'all were talking, but I gave it a B+. It's a great move for Seattle. Great move. B+ is good. Don't act like y'all was out there getting straight damn A's. You are just as happy with that B+ as you are an A-. I think a B+ for
Absolutely.
Seattle in this move. I love it.
And we do with that have another guest. Come on, Palmer. Welcome, Palmer. And we might have some breaking news, some updates. What are we looking at here, Palmer?
What's up, guys? Can I give my grade first? The one thing I'm a little skepticism maybe for is this might hurt the Seattle Seahawks' chances of keeping Clint Kubiak. If this offense continues to roll the way this is rolling, and the limited number of quality coaching candidates I'm kind of hearing that might be in the mix for 2026, like just this morning I was on with an executive telling me, just going, people are going to start calling on Clint Kubiak. Like, if this
100%.
continues, they're going to start calling on Clint. And obviously, we know the lineage, and I know Gary really well, and obviously he knows. And some people close to him believe he's close to being ready. Who knows? This offense might be too good that now it hurts their chances of hanging on to Clint. I heard you guys mention maybe some breaking news, what could be out there as well in terms of what's moving forward. I do know that there's a couple of teams that wanted to be aggressive throughout today, and it just hasn't panned out for them. Pittsburgh being one of those teams. Buffalo being one of those teams. Now, it might not have worked out for Buffalo. Maybe a couple of the guys that they were looking at on the offensive side of the ball, I wouldn't sleep on them still looking on the defensive side as something that could still try to move and make a play if they can kind of change the course of things throughout this last hour. But I know that those are two teams that wanted to go out and do something. Seattle was the team that I had heard from this morning going, everybody keep your eye out. They're about to go make a splash. And so they went out and did that. I know there were some rumblings about Denver potentially going out and doing something, and there was some people in that building going, we might make a move here. We might make a move that might shock some people. My understanding is that's kind of calmed down. That's kind of gone away a little bit. They are preparing for a Thursday game, by the way, so maybe Sean Payton's out on the practice field. But they did really kick around the idea in Denver potentially of doing something that would have been a splash, and that seems like that's died down. I do know the last one is Miami's still looking for a trade partner for Bradley Chubb. They wouldn't mind moving him. The price would be lower, to my understanding, than what Jay did with Philadelphia for Jalen Phillips. But they still are looking to see if the right partner is there for Bradley Chubb, as well as we're still monitoring Breece Hall and Jermaine Johnson. The prices still haven't moved there with the Jets. They're still probably just collecting their picks and I don't know, like Scrooge McDuck or something, but they still haven't moved off of the numbers that they're staying right now, which is essentially maybe a 2 for Jermaine Johnson, a 3 for Breece Hall. We'll see. Sometimes in this last hour, those numbers go down a little bit. And I haven't heard anything with Trey Hendrickson just of late.
Really?
That's the interesting one. It started to go down this morning just a little bit. It went off of the 1. I started hearing that at least actually last night. This one makes me scratch my head a little bit. I'm curious, actually. I'll ask all of you, like, why wouldn't you make the move? Like, I know it's the precedent that they have as an organization, and it's the way they work as an organization. But you already broke that with multiple moves, with the Logan Wilson trade and the Joe Flacco trade. It just doesn't seem like you're headed in the right direction. He doesn't look to be a part of your future after 2025. I'm curious why they are standing so firm on this. I know Trey wouldn't mind playing elsewhere right now. And so that's the one we're looking at, but it hasn't had any movement of late.
Is it, correct me if I'm wrong, does this come down to potential comp picks in the future if they keep guys and lose in the free agency? Is that what these teams are banking on? Because we look at Breece Hall, they're wanting a 3 for him. A team's probably not going to give a 3, maybe. Like, they're probably 4 or 5 because you're going to have to take on the contract, whatever. Are they just like, all right, we'll keep him, we'll stash him, then when he goes to free agency, we'll get comped for whatever he gets paid? Is that what they're looking at? Same with Trey?
Yeah, that's out there, and that's always out there. I mean, I think you look at what the 2 receivers, you guys were just talking about Shaheed, we can talk about Jacoby Myers as well. They probably would not have gotten in the comp formula what they got in those trades, whether, they weren't part of these teams in 2026. They weren't going to keep both receivers in New Orleans, my understanding, as they try to sign an extension with Olave. And Jacoby Myers wasn't going to be part of the future with the Raiders. So then when you look at getting a 4th and a 5th and a 4th and a 6th, it's more than what you were going to get in the comp formula. I think that always plays a factor in it. And with Breece Hall, you're right. It is a free agent, and you are going to have to handle some sort of contract situation afterwards, because the 2 receivers I mentioned, there have been no discussions yet about contracts with their new organizations. So I think those are something to monitor with both of those receivers, as well as obviously they're going, You see Seattle going all in here, but you would like to think, and teams like to think this way. I think this is why we haven't seen much out of New England. Is you don't want to really rent players if you can. You want them to be part of 2026, and I think that's a big part of New England was, open for business, has a lot of room, but I think they wanted to be smart about it. And I think we're going to see, what happens with these two receivers, what happens contract wise. But Breece is that's part of the equation there as well for him for sure.
So you're saying if people know that Breece, if he's traded, you're giving a draft pick and he may not sign with you next year. That's what you're risking. Yeah. So they're staying away from it.
Yeah. Ooh, I mean, that's a play for sure.
Yeah. Sweet. Does anybody else have any other questions?
James, let me ask you this.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me ask you this in regards to Hendrickson, okay? Because we keep talking about why has Cincinnati not moved him? Why has Cincinnati not made this move? Doesn't feel like he's going to be a part of their long-term plans. Is the market for him amongst the other 31 teams, is it as robust as I guess we're thinking here at our houses when we're thinking about this? Like, is that market for Hendrickson, is it as popping as we might think that it is, from Cincinnati not moving him? What are you hearing from the other 31 teams potentially that could go get him?
Well, I mean, Philly was one of those teams that was obviously in the market for an edge rusher, and they get the Jalen Phillips deal done. They liked the age. They liked that he comes in. And here's the deal, honestly. Acquiring people midseason is not always easy. Edge rusher sometimes a little bit easier because there's a lot of see-ball, get-ball involved. But Philly looks at Jalen Phillips, goes, okay, he already played for Vic Fangio. He can be off and running right away. It's the same thing with Shaheed in New Orleans going to Seattle. He knows what Clint Kubiak does, and you can get off and running. You make this trade, and you give up this capital. You want it have a return as quickly as possible within the season. And Philly didn't want to give up a 3, but ended up going with a player that they had some familiarity with and had the ability to come right in and make an impact. But my point is with them, it's just that's a team that's now out of probably the Trent Henderson situation. You could look at a place like Detroit that's been looking to get somebody opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, but now the numbers of it really play a big factor. The part that really isn't being talked about enough is that up until yesterday, the Cincinnati Bengals had an opportunity to convert any part of his remaining salary into any sort of bonuses or any sort of situation to where you could lower the number for any team acquiring him. That didn't happen before yesterday's deadline. So if you take him on, you're going to have the $10 million cap hit roughly, and you're going to have the $10 million in cash you're going to have to pay him roughly. So that eliminates maybe some teams that could have some of the flexibility. Obviously, you can always move numbers, but that's just something worth noting that Cincinnati didn't help teams by trying to convert anything prior to today's deadline that they could have done to make him a more appealing in terms of the cash standpoint. But I do think San Francisco was calling about him weeks ago and was interested. Yeah. And so the number has gone down. But I still think, you are looking at a player that is going to be a free agent after this year. He is in his 30s. Like Phillips is 26. I mean, there's some other numbers that come into play outside of just what these guys produce on the field. But here's the other part. Cincinnati could be balking at some of these. And honestly, we haven't said it, but they could just go franchise him next year. They could do that. That could be in their as they try to push this thing to 26. But it has been the most
very
interesting
Cincinnati.
one.
It's an inept
I will tell you this.
organization.
I have to say this. This is a great forum to say it. When I talk to other teams, the number of them that go, I just don't really understand how they do business. Like that is coming from other teams in the league.
Clip it.
Like just being like, I really just don't understand. And so, and I think there's probably some people in that building that feel that way. And that's why this is an interesting one. Some people are easier to do business with than others. That is certainly true during this time right now.
Man, what incredible intel, by the way. You said it a lot more gracefully than I would have. I would have been a lot more harsh, but you talk to the executives every day. You talk to everyone around the league every day. We certainly do not, and we are on social media stirring it up, but it's incredible, man. Thank you for popping in. I know you got to go and get some more intel, but we'll have you back soon.
Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be chatting. This is great. All right, boys.
All right, see ya. All righty, guys. We've got to get back to some grading. We've got... Man, what incredible intel, like bits and pieces here and there. I love having James come through, talking to the executives all day long, all the time. That's his job. It's incredible. But let's talk grading. Jakobi Meyers, okay? We've got Jakobi Meyers to the Jaguars. Do we have what they gave up for that on
4 and a 6?
That was the fourth
right,
and a
Rich?
sixth. Fourth and a sixth.
Fourth and a sixth.
I feel that's like pretty fair. I mean, his contract's not going to be crazy. I think that obviously the Jaguars have a need right now. They still have a window right now to be a wild card team. They can still win their division, whatever could happen. But they're really trying to play for a wild card right now. I believe they're slotted 7th or 6th right now if the season were to end today.
They're right in the hunt, yeah.
You've got BTJ who's got a low ankle, so he's going to need some help. And you're going to need an acclimation period with Jacoby as well. The Jaguars, this feels like a pretty good find for them. I thought maybe Jacoby would go somewhere else where he'd be maybe a little bit more in the limelight, but I think it was a good fit. I don't know how the Bills couldn't match this. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's because they're seen as a competitor, but yeah, I like this for Jacksonville. I thought it was a weird landing spot, and I'm shocked other teams did not want Jacoby because he is a baller. Give me a B plus, somewhere around there.
All right.
Jay Rich.
Right. I'm surprised you like this one so much. I mean, I agree with you, Kurt, that I like Jacoby Myers, right? He's a good player, but this, for me, is a little bit confusing. I understand why they made the move, right? Yeah. Travis Hunter hurt on IR. We don't know how long he's going to be out, but he could be out for the entire season, right? But then you have a situation where it's like, okay, this team wants to compete. I get it. They're on the come up. They're already currently stated to be in the playoffs. But trading a 4th and a 6th for a player like Jacoby Myers to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I gave it a C+. I don't really understand it. I think James Gladstone has made some interesting moves. He's made some bold moves. But is this a winning move that you need to make at the deadline and give up future capital for?
I agree with you.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And I think that's my problem with this as a whole, is that for me, it's a good move in the sense that it makes their team slightly better. Do I think they're going to go out and it drastically changes their chances of winning games? Absolutely not. It's only a 4th and a 6th, and they do have a lot of draft capital still to go with it. But I just don't know if it makes this team any better this season. And beyond that, we know he's gone, right? He's not going to be on the Jacksonville Jaguars going forward into 2026. He's going to be a free agent. So that's where it's just like, does it elevate this team? Does it make them better? I'd rather them add pieces defensively and lean on a stronger defense, which has been pretty good and much improved throughout the season, than try to piece together this offense that really comes down to is how good is Trevor Lawrence? And is Trevor Lawrence going to gel with Jacoby Myers? They've never played together, right? And Liam Cohen's system doesn't seem like it's the easiest to learn either, right? And so all those things combined, Jacoby is a great receiver, can fit into an offense well, but that acclimation period mixed in with the fact that they still may miss the playoffs because the AFC is very strong right now, especially in that 5-3 range. It's a puzzling move for me, and that's why I only gave it a C+.
Ray?
Here I am about to be negative Nancy again. I don't disagree. Jacoby Myers is a dope player. He's a very good NFL wide receiver, and he's been good since his time in New England. This Jags team, y'all, I don't trust Trevor Lawrence. I think I don't care what Jacksonville is telling me. They're telling everybody, oh, it's not that big. Travis Hunter avoided this. It's not going to be that big a deal. He's going to miss a couple of weeks. It's a low ankle. If it's just a low ankle sprain, if he's not that injured, you're getting Brenton Strange back. You've got a good rushing attack. Why are you giving him the 4th and the 6th for Jacoby Myers? But are there some other things underlying? We're going to move on from BTJ. Travis Hunter's not 100%. I gave it a C. I gave this move a C. I think that Myers is a very good player. But when I look at, first of all, respectfully, Kurt, they ain't winning this damn division. They're
definitely not winning the division.
They win this AFC South, right? It ain't happening.
In their mind, they have a chance, but I'm with you.
We're giving up a 4th and a 6th for. I thought Parker Washington was fine. I think Parker Washington is a good player, good complimentary player. I know De'Ami Brown is hurt, but they're getting Brenton Strange back soon. If it's a low ankle sprain, it just seemed like if you're going to upgrade in other places, they shipped off Tyson Campbell a couple of weeks ago, and now you go bring in Myers. So if you've got we look up in week 13, and Hunter's knee is good and BTJ is back, you've got an offense with Travis Hunter, Jacoby Myers, Brenton Strange, Parker Washington, Brian Thomas Jr., and Trevor Lawrence. I think he's a good player. This was not where I woke up and thought Jacoby Myers would land in Jacksonville. But I guess, you know what? I guess after the game they just had on Sunday, they were like, oh, man, we might as well make this swap. How about you send us some picks, and you take Jacoby Myers, who didn't do anything for us anyway. So this was one I gave Jacksonville a C on this trade.
Looking at this one too, like I wanted Jacoby to go to the Bills. I wanted him to go somewhere where he could be plugged in and be a feature. The two biggest question marks for me, are they going to extend him like soon before he hits free agency? Because you don't want to trade 2 picks for somebody. Like that would be I'm guessing they're going to do that. If they don't, this drops down to a D for me. Like it goes bad. I'm anticipating the fact that they're going to sign him to an extension before we get this thing rolling. Also, they have some big question marks with Trevor Lawrence. I don't care what anybody says, how much they want to believe that he's the $55 million franchise quarterback. We just saw it with Tua. Like, we see it every week with Tua. Maybe good, maybe not, whatever. Like, they're probably going to move on at some point. Trevor Lawrence has, in my opinion, been just good enough to not move on from and not to draw too many question marks from the national media. But you get him into playoff time and he keeps doing some of the things that he's been doing to cost them games. You cannot make any more excuses when you have BTJ, when you have ETN, you have Travis Hunter, you're going to have Jacoby Myers, like you have Strange coming back. You've got everything you need to be an above average quarterback. Jacoby Brissett can go do it with the Cardinals.
Yep.
In the Lions den over there in Dallas last night. Like, I just think that all of this is saying we need to give Trevor more help than he currently has, which is saying a lot. So this grade for me is subject to change. If they do not extend him, a complete waste of picks, because it doesn't move the needle as much for this season as it does potentially for the future. But we'll find out, because we do have more guys to talk about. And the next one, Quinnen Big Dog Williams, man. One of the two players, I believe, from the Jets to move on. I love this trade. I love watching him play football. I think that he is fixing a problem that Micah Parsons could not fix with less capital involved to get it done. They essentially, we can do the math on it, they flipped Micah Parsons into some first-round picks plus Kenny Clark. He's a good player. Then they took their first-round picks. I don't think they took all of them, I believe. They took different picks, maybe one of them, and flipped them into Quinnen Williams. So they essentially got Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark for less than what they got for Micah Parsons. That is incredible, because I think that there are people around the league that would be able to argue, depending on how you value a defense, that Quinnen Williams is worth more than Micah Parsons. Now, everyone loves DNs. They're flashy, but when you can't stop the run, it doesn't matter. And Quinnen Williams in the middle of that defense actually can help them, where a DN, you can just slide to him. You can double team that guy. He can become 4 to 6 hands on him, and he's not a part of the game. You can't do that with big dog Quinnen Williams in the middle of the field, especially when you have Kenny Clark next to him. Now, they turn into their interior D-line as the strength of their defense. That gives them a chance for the future. Now, they're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. But if you have Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, some of the DBs that are getting back healthy on the back end, and you have an offense that features George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, like, they're playing for next year with this trade, in my opinion. And I like it. I really like it. I think this is A+, whatever you want to throw up under my question mark. I'm not going to even complain about it, because Quinnen Williams is a problem. And before we get into the next grades, guys, let's talk some film, because this is who Quinnen Williams is. We're going to watch this clip against, I believe this was the Falcons. Maybe it was a year ago, I think it was a year ago. We can pull that up in the background. Brought to you by Microsoft Copilot, by the way. Maybe. Please hold.
I was going to say, drop that Copilot, baby. Drop that Copilot in there. Shout out Microsoft.
Here we go. Look, this is all I have to say. This is a defensive tackle, an interior lineman that can completely change the course of games. Right here. Watch what these two try to do to stop Big Dog, and it doesn't matter. First step faster than everybody else in the field. That's just something that you just can't teach. I mean, this is stuff, and like, we see these types of plays all the time. But you can run away from defensive ends in the NFL. You can chip the ends in the NFL. A premier defensive tackle is invaluable, in my opinion. There's no price tag the Rams could have put on Aaron Donald back in the day. He was the most valuable player on their team, besides maybe Matt Stafford, but that's arguable back then. It's just different when you have a D tackle that can do this. And there's only a handful of them that come around every few years. Quinnen Williams is one of those guys. And in my opinion, for the problems that Dallas clearly has on defense, he fills a need. And I love this. I think they did not overpay for him. They got probably less than what he's worth. Other teams probably could have given up more. Now, in-season trade's a little bit weird, but I think it's a great trade. Now, Jay Rich, I want to hear your take.
I'm right here with you. I think this is a phenomenal trade for Dallas. It's funny because going into September, we said you got to re-sign Micah Parsons. You just can't let him walk. and they let him walk. They traded him away to the Packers. They got some draft capital, got 2 first-round picks, and then they turn around, come trade deadline. They trade a second-round pick in 26 and a 27 first-round pick. So they retain the 2 first-round picks they have this season going into the 26 draft, and they get a premier defensive tackle. That's what Jerry Jones wanted. He didn't want to pay Micah Parsons $45 million to just rush off the edge. He wants a player that can contribute not just on 1 down or 2 downs, but all 3 downs against the run, against the pass, and that's exactly what Quinnen Williams can provide. I think it's a phenomenal trade. I give it an A-. I was surprised to see they gave as much as they did, but for a premier player like this, you simply have to give up whatever it takes to get a player like this. But I think the problem is like you mentioned, Kurt, is Dallas making the playoffs? Is this a play for next year? He is under contract, so they will retain his rights, and they can move on from him if they want to, but it'd be interesting to see what they do, how they build around him. But Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams in the middle for a defense that already generates a ton of pressure, those sacks are coming for Dallas. It's just how do they manage that defensive line going forward? But I think it's phenomenal. Ray, you're in Dallas. What is the pulse feeling right now? How do you feel, and what is your grade for this trade?
I was just there talking to Will McClay. I was down the street. I was at the stadium. I was like, hey, man, I got to get back to do this Bleacher Report stream, so I gotta go. But the vibes are good. The vibes are good. The Dallas Cowboys gave up a 27 first, and what I heard was it will be whichever first is higher between them or Green Bay. They gave up a second-round pick this year, and they gave up Mozzie Smith, who is not he has not lived up to expectations after being
former first rounder Mozzie Smith is for now.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith has done nothing, right? But they still have both of their first round picks here in 2026. They still have both of their 2026 first. And I would be hard pressed to say that there's a player where they would probably pick with their first or Green Bay's first in 2027.
Absolutely.
That's going to come in and be better than Quinn Williams. And I know this has not been his best season in New York, and that's probably part of the reason why he's being moved. But this interior of the Dallas defense is significantly better. We're talking about Kenny Clark. Osa Odigizua is there in the middle, right? You add Quinn Williams, who you've seen him, his positional versatility up front, Kirk.
Crazy.
He is one of the interior D tackles that can slide out. If you wanted to kick him out and have him rush,
load front,
he can do that, right? He can absolutely do that. You get DeMarvion Overshown back. There's another upgrade that Dallas made by trading for Logan Wilson from Cincinnati. We know that their run defense has been tough. This is a move for now and for later. I love this for the Dallas Cowboys. This is an A. This is still one of the premier defensive linemen in the NFL. He is currently, according to PFF, and I know there's been a lot of stuff out there about PFF of late, #1 run graded defensive tackle right now in the NFL. And since 2022, he is one of just 2 defensive linemen with an 85 plus pass rush grade and an 85 plus run defensive grade. That is the player the Dallas Cowboys just traded for. I think this was a home run trade for Dallas.
I love that. I honestly, I feel like I could talk about Quinnen Williams all day because everyone wanted to talk about Jerry Jones and how he ruined the franchise. They just got better than they were prior. And to the point, you guys in Dallas have young studs on the edges, guys that can fill in, backers that have, like, you have a lot of guys with juice. You had no beef in the middle, like no true game stoppers in the middle. And now you have it. And now you buy yourself time to maybe hit another edge rusher, maybe hit on this. And also, really smart, they gave away the 2027 first round pick of the Cowboys, which means it's based on their 2026 season grade, not this season grade. They're not going to be as bad next year as they are this year. So that could be a late 15s, 20s pick that's not nearly as valuable what this year's first round pick is going to be. I don't know how Jerry Jones got it done, but it seems like the Jets just wanted everybody out on defense. We'll get a fresh start, and I think the Jets absolutely won this trade. But we've got one more. Let's talk about Logan Wilson, another linebacker. Cowboys ends up leaving. What did they get for Logan Wilson? Was it a mid-round pick, right? Late round pick. Seventh round pick. I mean, that's
bottom of the
just
barrel.
Dallas going and getting a guy. Like these coaches, these GMs, all these guys, they don't care about 7th round picks. It's essentially an undrafted guy that they get to choose who they want instead of bidding for them after the draft. Logan Wilson has had a decrease in play time this year, and Dallas liked him. I will say a linebacker that goes from playing in Cincinnati is ultimately going to be a better player when he's not in Cincinnati. He's going to have some beef up front in the run game. He's not going to have just open gashes all over the field. This Cincinnati defense is a train wreck. So whenever you look at some of these guys that on paper aren't playing well, a lot of times it's their situations. I look at linebackers very similar to quarterbacks in what's their situation like, who are the guys around them. We know that good linebackers also need some help in front of them for the most part. So obviously Dallas believes that he is worth way more than a 7, or else they wouldn't have given it up. But I like this trade for Dallas. I'll give it no harm, no foul. Give it a B+. Like, they're not losing anything, and it's a good risk reward. Jay Rich?
Yeah, I like that. Logan Wilson is a tough grade for me because he's a player who's losing time to rookies right now on Cincinnati. And when you're losing time to rookies on Cincinnati, the worst defense in the NFL, maybe it says something about you, maybe it doesn't, right? Is it the chicken or the egg? It's no different than Quinnen Williams on the Jets, Sauce Gardner on the Jets, not having great seasons, playing on bad defenses. I give this trade a C-. I think it's fine for Dallas. I don't think it's necessarily going to be an upgrade, but he is a player who can play on all 3 downs. He has the most interceptions over the last 5.5 seasons, which is crazy at the middle linebacker position. But it's just, how does he fit with this Dallas team? Can he make this team better than they already are? Because they're also a bad defense. So he's coming from the worst defense in the NFL now to a bottom 5 defense in the NFL. But as you mentioned, the addition of Quinnen Williams is what will hopefully free up these backers, make their jobs a little bit easier, and ultimately Logan Wilson will find the success he had back in 2024. Because that's when he was a good linebacker. That's when he was graded very highly, especially against the run per PFF. He had the 90 grade, and he was a top 25 linebacker in the league by their rankings going into the 25 season. Everything fell apart for Cincinnati. And Logan Wilson is a part of that, but hopefully, in Dallas, he has a second revival and he can make something of his time there, because Dallas, for everything they're not, if they improve defensively, they are a formidable team and they probably can go toe-to-toe with just about anybody in the NFL. C- for me as the trade, because as you mentioned, compensation very low, but I don't know how much upside they have with Logan Wilson. Ray, how do you feel about Logan Wilson now on your Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, I think the best thing for Logan Wilson is that he got some protection today as well. He got some protection up front with Quinnen Williams being traded. When you plug him in the middle with Kenny Clark, with Oso Digizua, it should free him up to be able to just run and tackle. He's a much better zone coverage linebacker than he is a man coverage linebacker. And you know what? You know why that works, Kirk? Because Eberflus doesn't want to run man. He wants to play zone defense. So let Logan Wilson drop back. You talked about his ability to track the ball, Jay Rich. If he can do that, and he's not the player he was when he came out of Wyoming. All right. He's not the player he was as a rookie in Cincinnati, but this Dallas linebacking core has been so decimated and so bad with Kenneth Murray and Jack Sanborn and Maris Leofau. He is an upgrade, but it doesn't. The best thing that happened today with this Logan Wilson move was the fact that they did get Quinnen Williams. And just to speak to that, the 2 interior defensive tackles now for Dallas, Quinnen Williams and Oso Digizua, according to Next Gen Stats, 57 double team pressures since 2022 for Quinnen Williams, 53 for Osa, number 1 and number 2 in the NFL right now. Double team pressures, they got both of them on the team right now. I give this move a C for the Dallas Cowboys. They needed a linebacker. He's an upgrade over what they have. You hope DeMarvion Overshown can come back and play better. Zone coverage, it fits Eberflus's defense. You really don't want him manned up, but they don't run a lot of that anyway. He's an upgrade, but it's, I'm a little flaccid over here. I'm not as excited about it as I was for Quinnen Wilson. I'm a little flaccid, but it's an upgrade at the position, yes.
I will gas you up on that a little bit later, but we have Palmer joining us. So, Palmer, come on back. Anything before this trade deadline ends? We have 7 minutes left?
7 minutes. I will say, just sending some late texts out, guys. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. I think the Titans are done. Because there were some other players there that people were curious about and interested in, whether it's Calvin Ridley or guys on that defensive side of the ball. They already made the Draymond Jones trade, but they didn't want to really be full on fire sale. I think there were some things on that offensive side of the ball. They want to make sure that this year, with everything that's gone wrong, could be somewhat, cross your fingers, productive for Cam Ward in some capacity. But it looks like the Titans are done. As we approach this deadline, as they were one of the teams that we were really keeping an eye on in terms of a fire sale. I think one thing that I am, barring something that happens in the next 5 minutes, but some of the rumors earlier today that I was hearing about Brian Thomas Jr. Were kind of fascinating, were kind of interesting. It never seemed to come to fruition. I'm not sure if Shad Khan would sign off on anything of that with as good as he was in that rookie year, which there's a lot of people around the league, and I'm curious for your guys' take, that are scratching their head a little bit about this season after Brian Thomas Jr., BTJ. Yeah, BTJ goes and gets third in the NFL in receiving last year as a rookie, tied for sixth in touchdowns, and it just hasn't clicked as much this year. There were some discussions. There were. And so that looks like something that's going to stay put. They add Jacoby Myers down there in Jacksonville for Trevor Lawrence. So we'll see. An aggressive general manager. That's another thing that we try to do here at this deadline, is try to gauge some of these newer general managers. And man, we're seeing some of them be pretty aggressive, in the likes of Darren Muji and the likes of James Gladstone. You're trying to see what's happening. Then you got a guy, a wily vet, and Chris Ballard, who's been there in Indianapolis for 8 years. He's only made one move at the deadline ever. I think it was Naheem Hines when he requested a trade.
Ooh,
I think that might be the only one that he made when Naheem Hines wanted out, but he goes and swings for the fences with the Sauce Gardner move. So we had plenty of fireworks. A couple of the things that we were curious about, like a Brian Thomas Jr., we did not see, but maybe maybe something happens in the next 3 minutes. I highly doubt it, though.
Okay, that's really good intel. It's interesting to see how today played out. Some of the guys that we did not expect to go, gone. Some of the guys were like, surely. They're just stuck and staying. Thought there'd be a lot more sellers, but that goes to show you the NFL, it is such a weird business. It's apples and oranges. Some owners are like this, some are like this. GMs, it is not just black and white. It's the furthest thing from that. I think days like today are great reminders of that every league, or in this league, every team's different. These teams are built different. Guys have different thought processes. And I don't know, it would seem to me that the hires, typically in recent years, you look at the Eagles, they keep finding ways to get better. And some people, from my perspective, are just stuck doing the same old thing and they can't get over the hump. But that's the way that I look at it.
James, I got a question for you because
go ahead.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead. Finish up.
Well,
I want to hit you with something with the Jets after you're done.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking with what Kurt's saying, one of the things that allows the Eagles to be this way, and it's not the same in every building. And these are 32 independent organizations. Let's be clear about that, and the way that they're run as a business. And Howie Roseman and the Eagles have a distinct advantage, and that's called job security. He knows he's not getting fired. He knows that Jeffrey Lurie is not going to move on from him. He has a long enough track record and success with his owner and the relationship that they have that he is able to go to his owner and go, guess what? We whiffed on Jalen Reagor. We took the wrong receiver. Guess what? Let's pivot. Let's fix it sooner than later. Let's not stick with our mistake, and let's move on and adjust and pivot. And I always thought that was the Eagles' advantage over a lot of other teams when they have the ability to correct mistakes faster, because oftentimes general managers make a move and then they feel like they have to stay with it to try to sell their owner and their ownership group that they did make the right play, and they kind of force a square peg in a round hole. That's the Eagles' advantage, and they continue to be flexible in that way to where, yes, you probably overpaid for Jalen Phillips, and I know Howie's a little upset about it, but he had 3 third-round picks. You know what I mean? He had 2 other ones that he had outside of the one that he gave up. So I think the fluidity that they have in Philadelphia allows them to have that advantage, and the job security Howie has is actually a distinct advantage over some of these other teams in the league.
That's such good insight. Ray, before you go on this next part, back to what James is saying, people need to remember that these are businesses. These may be sports organizations, and as fans and consumers of it, we kind of forget sometimes that it is a business and there is a bottom line and there is a salary. And if you miss on a player, you're not just, we missed on that player. We missed on the millions of dollars that were wasted on that player. And so when you're a GM reporting back to an owner, I'm so sorry I just wasted $40 million of your dollars. That's actually the real perspective of it from a business perspective, where when we're consuming it on the media and as fans, we kind of lose the business aspect, the true dollar amount wasted on players. So it's nice. I thought you did a great job explaining that back to the point. He's got job security. Some of these other guys, if they go try to make an aggressive splash and they miss, it's going to be over, and it's going to be a way shorter leash, and then they won't get that next job down the line. But please, Ray, take us away.
Well, we've only got 20 seconds left, James, and I saw a comment in the chat about how much longer after this clock hits 4 o'clock Eastern are things finalized. Will anything come out after after this next 10 seconds, or is it done, or is there stuff getting processed?
Well, you're talking about like an Elvis Doomerville fax situation. Did he try to run over to a Kinko's a bunch of years back to try to like get the contract thing done? No, like now everything's so electronically done. Now what you'll see now we've hit, we're going to hit the deadline here is you're going to see teams make the official announcements. They've already been done within the league, and it's already been agreed upon, and it's already been processed through the league. Now, the social aspect of it, when we all start seeing it, when it comes for whenever teams want to put that tweet out or whatever that says, we've officially done whatever, it's already finished. It's now just up to like how quickly those teams want to put it out in their own type of announcement. But everything is done right now. Like nothing can happen after this in terms of where we are in terms of time yet.
Well, here we go,
Man.
Kurt.
Today was
that's it. That's a wrap.
It's it.
It was wild. Did you guys want to talk the Jets? Is that what I heard?
Yeah,
I could talk about the Jets all day.
Yeah, but here's my thing, James. They trade what I've been told in the NFL outside of quarterback, edge rusher, cornerback, left tackle. Those are premium positions for NFL teams. We saw the Jets move. He wasn't an edge rusher, but a very disruptive interior defensive tackle. Move one of the best, most talented young cornerbacks in the NFL, and it felt like they were cleaning house. But no Breece Hall. Breece Hall did not get traded. Why did they not move one of the more replaceable positions in the NFL? I don't believe he's under contract. Why did that deal not get done?
Yeah, that's fascinating. They were holding pretty firm with that. And I would say a few weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, you would have thought they'll probably just give them away for a 4th or 5th round pick. Like they have 2 younger backs that are actually really young. I think 24 and 21. Was it Isaiah Davis and Braylon Allen? But had the ACL. He had the ACL. So, I mean, they're a little bit thinner back then than they would have liked. If the injury didn't happen, maybe their price would have changed. But then it started over the last couple of, handful of days. I started hearing that that kitchen door, like in Full House, that swings both ways. That thing was starting to swing back towards him staying. And I think it was, maybe there's some of these guys that could be part of our future. Just because they don't have a contract now and they haven't discussed one doesn't mean they can't discuss one in the future. Doesn't mean he can't be a part of what they want to build offensively while they're still trying to find the quarterback. But I get your point on the other 2 positions. But my pushback would be this. There are some people in the league that think about like a top tier corner like Sauce is very similar to like a closer in baseball. Is that closer in baseball very effective if you're not like a contender, right?
If you're not closing,
if you're never closing games, you're
you know what I mean? Like it's like a luxury type of position to have. Offenses can just avoid Sauce if they'd like. And if you're not in this type of position to where you're competing and you're used in a very different fashion, say like Pat Surtain is in Denver at that defense and where they're at in their games, it's a little bit of a different outlook on it. I talked to different executives over the last hour that more or less unanimously, like, don't quote me directly, but I think this was the right move for the Jets. Like they're banking on themselves. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn are banking on themselves to make good selections and to make these picks worthwhile. And I think the part that really fascinates me is it's the 3 first-round picks in 27. It's not 26. Yeah. Who's coming out in 27? I don't know. Jeremiah Smith. I don't know. Mike, like kid down in Alabama. The quarterback class might be better.
Marcel from A&M, right?
Yeah, Marcel Reed probably gonna come out.
The early like evaluation process on the top tier talent in 27 is outstanding, and there might be a better quarterback class in 27 than 26. So I'm looking at it going, "Oh, might be a long build," but the 3 and 27 is kind of fascinating to me. And so I think they are kind of doing this the right way because none of this works if you don't find the franchise quarterback.
That is so true. But James, I know you're running out of time with us. We appreciate you. Would love to have you around the entire time, but
I can always come back. Let's talk to Kat. We'll see if she can see if anybody can get me back on here. I don't know.
Amazing. I love it. I love it. Well, thanks for taking the time to bring your perspective, man. It's incredible to hear from that side of the business.
Yeah, for sure, guys.
Thank you, James.
Enjoy it. I've been listening to you guys. Listen, I hope you know I'm listening to you while you're like chatting. I'm loving it. Yeah.
Let's go. I'm glad you're enjoying it. He's fan of the show. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yep. Take it easy.
Awesome. See ya. Ooh, deadline. Saints are deadline deal. Saints trading Trevor Penning to the Chargers. Now we know the Chargers lost both tackles. They are doing everything they can to keep Justin Herbert upright. That is a security deposit, security policy, whatever the hell you want to call it. But that's a good trade. I don't know what they gave up for him, but I'm imagining probably had to be high buyers, especially considering the Saints only gave away Shaheed and Penning. But one of the things I wanted to touch on before we move on from the Breece Hall stuff, I know we had a lot of discourse about it, talked to Breece a little bit. I will make it very clear. I did get a chance to talk to Breece Hall today. Breece Hall was looking to be traded. Okay. He's made it clear. He's made it public with the team, all of it. I think what we're missing right now, and this is not from Breece, this is from me interpreting what I believe to be the team and him. He has to sign a contract somewhere leading into next year.
Yep.
Unless you show signs of life, the amount of money that you're going to have to get him to pay him to stay in what situation has already been really bad. Like, he's going to take, in my opinion, this is not work. He did not say this to me. I will make this very clear. If you offer him $10 million next year as the Jets and someone else offers him $10 million, he's gone, in my opinion. There's no way he's going to stay. Like, I think just to get him to stay, you're going to have to pay him more than market. And he's incredibly talented. He's one of the few backs around the league that truly can get it done on first, second, and third down in the passing game, in the run game. He's just been in a dumpster fire of a situation since he got in the league. So the good things we've seen out of Breece Hall should already have a crazy asterisk on them that he's done this with those Jets. So I think we haven't even seen the best of Breece Hall yet. I think he's going to go somewhere else by the time it's all said and done. Here, this just came out. Sick about my brothers, but happy for them. But man, I'm sick right now. He wanted out.
Yeah.
Cannot believe they didn't trade him. Like, you know they're full selling everything. You know this is a rebuild. You know you're a running back, and your career has a window that is quicker than the rest of the league. And so you know that your team's in now a 2-year rebuild because everything they're trading for is future firsts in the 27 draft. Come on. You're going to have to pay this man a lot of money to show up, to be back in New York next year, and to do it with a smile on his face. That's the truth of it. So,
how does that work, Kurt? How does that work in the locker room? Somebody who's openly said they wanted to go, maybe not happy. Like, dude, does he just get back on the field and handle business? We said it's a business. Does he just get back out there on Sunday, run the rock, catch the rock, handle business? How does this impact him moving forward with the team for the rest of the season?
He has no choice. And what I see happening in the NFL sometimes is you get guys like this, somewhat outspoken and like wanting it to be known that they want to be traded. I love it. I think the transparency in the NFL nowadays is incredible versus what it was 10 years ago. But the guys in the locker room won't have the problem because all of those other guys in the locker room, I bet they wanted to be traded too. They wanted a fresh start. Nobody wants to be in New York right now. Like, nobody. Especially when 2 of your best players on defense are gone. Like, everybody's like, I'm just going to get my bag. I'm going to put on good film for the rest of the year to try to get my bag in free agency or force the Jets to pay me. But where it comes down to is the coaches, are they going to look at him different? Is the GM going to look at him now different because he's been public about him wanting to be out? Like, maybe, maybe not. Every organization is different. Just like James said, every organization is so different. I can't stress that enough. When I was in Atlanta, things worked different. When I was in Green Bay, things worked really different. There's not even an owner. Like, in San Francisco, you're just a piece of the puzzle, man. Like, you better fit in where you get in. So it's just, I don't know, but I know that the Jets owner is a tough one to be working for. Like, that's been made very clear. Publicly shaming Justin Fields and him going and saving your ass the next week. Like, all sorts of dysfunction. So I don't think you can blame Breece Hall. I don't think you can shame him or any of it. Like, if any of us were him, get me out of there. Let me go compete for a championship. And that is one of the things that he did say to me that I will say. He wants to win. He already gets paid money. He's not going to get paid. Like, where he ends up isn't like drastic. There's going to be teams that want him, and the amount of money he makes is not going to change that much. He wants to win.
Yeah, tired of losing.
He's not winning this year. Tired of losing, bro. Like, losing is treacherous for the mental health, no matter how much money you make. When you put everything you have into it, when you put, like, he puts it out there, and especially at running back, man. I know I'm like ranting a little bit, but running backs play a different game than a lot of other people. And I don't know. This one's going to be really interesting, but I would be very shocked to see him back in 26. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But we do have to move on. And I'm hosting. So here we go. We're going to go talk winners and losers. We're going to transition into winners and losers because we've got some winners, we've got some losers. And this deadline was incredible, guys. I'm so glad I got to spend it with you guys. Breaking news, all of it. James came in and popped on. But let's talk about some winners. Let's start with the first one. The Dallas Cowboys. Somebody want to take us away and talk about the Dallas Cowboys as winners?
Jay Rich,
Ray,
go
take
ahead,
it away.
baby. I know that's
Wait,
your squad.
this-
That's your squad.
this-
Talk about it, man.
My squad.
He wants to hear. He wants you to
What do
talk
you mean?
sweet nothings
My
about the
squad. The thing is
let's
that
go.
you're so used to me talking poorly about Dallas that you're finally getting your moment here. And the Dallas Cowboys are winners because they got their
They
big
did
D
it.
tackle. They got a player who can rush the passer. They added a linebacker. Maybe not the best linebacker, but we'll take it, right? Now, that loss last night was a little embarrassing to the Arizona Cardinals.
We're
Need to
not
be better
talking
overall.
about the damn loss.
But
we're
the
talking
Cowboys
about the moves
today,
today.
they're winners. They're winners. They're winners. They're winners. I am surprised. I am shocked. And I'm dumbfounded that somehow, some way, Jerry Jones turned trading Micah Parsons into winners, no less than 9 weeks later. But here we are. And the Dallas Cowboys are absolutely winners. I think they've done a fantastic job. They took one phenomenal asset, turned it into multiple assets that can contribute for them, not just now, but in the future as well, without tying up the amount of money they would have tied up in signing Micah Parsons. We already know they signed Dak, they signed CD. They probably want to re-sign Pickens as well. So having all that tied up money makes things more difficult. They added cap flexibility. They're much better defensively. And it's just how do all these pieces come together? But they're absolutely winners. Ray, do you want to touch on your Dallas Cowboys?
I think you hit the. I think we've talked about it a lot. You get Quinn Williams. You add a linebacker, which they desperately needed. They did not give up a 26 first-round pick. You've improved your defense with a very disruptive defensive tackle that can kick out if you need him to and rush from sort of that five technique if you need him to. This is a win. Dallas is a winner. We don't need to belabor this one, but there were some other teams and players in particular that I think were winners as well. And one of those players, Kurt, Sam Darnold. I thought Sam Darnold was a big winner. I know we've talked about the Seattle Seahawks team and what they did, adding Rashid Shaheed, the player. Shaheed is a fantastic fit, but one of the winners coming out of the day is Sam Darnold and the confidence that they seemingly have showed in him, right? To add another big play weapon opposite Jackson Smith and Jigba playing like the best damn receiver in football. They've got Torrey Horton, young receiver out of Colorado State. Defensively, this team is playing good football. There is a confidence and belief that at least here in this 2025 season that Sam Darnold can make some noise in what is a very competitive NFC West. Looking at the move that they made today, getting Shaheed, I think Sam Darnold's a winner, Kurt.
Man, I love this for Sam Darnold. Having spent a lot of time with him, he was in the same draft class as me. He was never wavered by the BS that he had to go through. Obviously, started out with the Jets. Then he goes to the Panthers. Like his journey to get where he is. Then he bounces back in Minnesota, but crumbles in the playoffs. Everyone's like, maybe it was Kevin O'Connell that made this guy. Like Kevin O'Connell, QB whisperer, which he is. But then Sam Darnold goes somewhere else in Seattle, doesn't take a max contract or anything like that, like pretty favorable for the team, and is more on a prove it with a little security. Seattle goes and drafts Jalen Milroe, who they love. They were very high on him, excited about his skill set, all this. Sam Darnold went out and balled out in the first 8 weeks, 9 weeks of the season, whatever it's been, and has shut up everybody. And he did it in an offense that nobody was even talking about. Nobody knew how good JSN could be. We knew he was good, but not like this. And now the Seahawks are a problem in the NFC. Sam Darnold now gets a new weapon in Shaheed. And Sam Darnold, I don't know why people don't look at him that way, but he's a big arm quarterback. Like, dude can sling it. Now you get him a deep threat opposite of JSN. Man, I love Sam Darnold. I love that he was a winner today. I really love what the Seahawks stand for with how they've built the organization and Mike McDonald and everything. So I think he's a big winner, and so are the Seahawks. But we got to get to the next one. Jets? Are they winners? Jay Rich?
Oh, yeah.
Think about the Jets.
Look, Kurt,
Ray?
you don't got to sell me, man. You don't. The Jets, in my opinion, biggest winners of the day. It sounds crazy. You trade two of your star players, and we're talking about rebuilding. I mean, a few weeks ago, we said Aaron Glenn should be fired. His issues with the media, the way he talks, the way he presents himself, the way the team plays. And now we're like, wait a minute. Are these the same Jets that have been awful all season long, have put a terrible product on the field, but now they have the awareness to say, you know what? 2026, look, it's over, man. We tried it. We ran it back with the same team, new head coach, but it's just not going to happen. Trade Quinnen Williams, get multiple picks for that. trade Sauce Gardner, and get rid of his contract that they just extended him to, multiple picks in return. And especially, in my opinion, the Colts going all in, I get why they're doing it. But if they're not very good in a couple of years, we wouldn't be shocked either. Because Daniel Jones, as good as he's been, I would say I have more confidence in Sam Darnold right now than I do in Daniel Jones, especially after how he looked in Week 9 in Pittsburgh. So you talk about the Jets and we say, man, what is this team doing? What's their identity? Is Aaron Glenn even the answer as the head coach? But they're building for the future. They understand who they are, where they're at, and that's something we can't say about multiple teams in the NFL right now. With James Palmer, we talked about how some teams are easier to deal with than others. Some teams understand where they're at more than others. They're more self-aware, and this is something we haven't seen from the Jets. So for me, the Jets are the talk of the town, the biggest winners, and they're making the correct moves because 2027 is going to be a very big draft class and have multiple studs across the board. And it reminds me of a few years ago, back when the Jets had the awareness to say, you know what? This safety that we drafted extremely high, Jamal Adams, he just ain't that good. He's more of a box linebacker than anything else. And they got 2 first-round picks in return from Jamal Adams from the Seahawks. And they turned those first-round picks into multiple talented players and were much better because of it. And I think they're going to do the similar things as long as they make the right selections, draft the right players, and develop that talent. The Jets could be good in the future. They have a lot of draft picks, and so there's still a lot to figure out. But today on deadline day, they're absolutely winners.
To the Jets' point, they've got to hit in free agency next year at quarterback to save their jobs, in my opinion. Because if you go 2 years really, really bad, I don't think many coaches get out of that because the fatigue hits. They'll go and give a brand new coach, whoever, maybe Clint Kubiak, head coach in 2 years of the Jets. Who knows what happens? Maybe he gets the number 1 overall pick to spend if they tank next year. You know what I mean? So they're not out of it by saying they're rebuilding, but they've got to put some product on the field next year that is at least competitive. And they're going to have to hit on funny enough, Sam Darnold type of free agent signing. Who else? Baker Mayfield, like one of those guys that's on the rebound.
I'm going to throw one out there, Kurt. What about Mac? Do you think
you got to trade for Mac Jones
would work
like that
in New York?
I do. I think Mac Jones is playing better football than Brock Purdy has of recent, to be honest. I know that he's not as mobile. I know that doesn't have as much juice in different capacity, but Mac Jones operates the Shanahan offense minus the mobility, in my opinion, better than Brock does. Brock operates and brings a different flair to the Shanahan offense that he hasn't really had before with the mobility. But like Mac Jones is doing what, in my opinion, Matt Ryan was doing in the Shanahan offense in 2016, minus Julio and some of those guys. They play so similar. And I don't know. I think Mac Jones has showed that he can play football, just like Jacoby Brissett. You've just got to get some guys around him. That's the thing. When you don't have an athletic quarterback, you can't just throw them in there with nobody. They've got to have a receiver. They've got to have a running back, the O-line. Like, they can't do it all themselves. It's why I think, in my opinion, like the Bengals, we talk about them all the time. I think they overpaid Joe Burrow. And I think that you look at what Joe Flacco's doing for 1/20th of the price of what Joe Burrow's getting paid. Like, there's a true discrepancy in the NFL on what quarterbacks can bring. And I think Joe Burrow is incredibly talented. But I think Joe Burrow should have been taking the Tom Brady team-friendly deals his whole career, not so much the Supermax deals like some other guys should get. Like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, some of those guys deserve the super deals. Some of the other guys, I think there's like a fine line of where they should be getting paid to also allow their team to bring the pieces in that help them win games. So with that, we do have to move on to the next team that is a crazy winner. We got to talk about the Colts. The Colts are a team that prior to the season, both the GM and the head coach were on the chopping block. They would not have been able to pull off this type of move with the owner's situation as well, what it currently looks like, if they had not just completely flipped the script on what it means to be an Indianapolis Colt this year. They hit on Danny Dimes. They went and got Sauce Gardner, who, again, you lose a game in bad fashion this past week against the Steelers, and you go address an issue. I love that. Like, I love the self-awareness that we talked about, like the Jets had earlier. Very self-aware move by the Colts. Their window is now. Go take advantage of it now. You have your quarterback for now. Those firsts are worth Sauce Gardner right now. So I love this. I'd love to hear your guys' perspective on this.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is a move that they made the day they needed to. The defensive secondary for Indianapolis has not been good. And you can talk about it's because teams are playing from behind and they're throwing the ball. Well, if they could stop those teams from throwing it, I can assure you the defense would try that as well, right? So
Yeah.
getting a player like Sauce over there, this just shows that this team under this new Irsay leadership group, like they recognize that they've got an opportunity. They recognize that here in 2025, they have an opportunity to run away with this division, to make some noise, potentially host a home playoff game. Wouldn't that be something?
Be incredible.
Right?
Yep.
Wouldn't that be something for the late Jim Irsay that they're hosting a playoff game here in the AFC after struggling for a couple of years with Anthony Richardson? You go out and get a former All-Pro cornerback that is still 25 years old. James is right, and I love the analogy of him being a closer, but I'll take that closer on my team any day. And if I've got to give up 2 firsts in what I believe, based on what we've seen this year, to be later first-round picks, Kurt, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
This isn't just because you're a first-round pick does not guarantee you NFL success, right? What guarantees you NFL success is finding players that have been successful in the NFL. So I love this for Indianapolis. Love this trade. Good move getting Sauce Gardner. And I think it helps the Jets out as well. This was a mutually beneficial deal.
I love that. Absolutely. Love that. And, I think, too, when you look at the Colts, Jonathan Taylor, those picks are for the next 2 years, right? Where will he be 3 years from now? Is he still going to be what he is today? Like, we know with running backs,
probably won't be as good, right? Yeah.
He probably won't be what he is today. And so one of the most self-aware moves on the flip side by the Colts is to realize we have a quarterback for sure for the next 2 years. We have a running back for sure for probably a year or two. That'll be at this type of clip. We have a window to run it up while the Titans are rebuilding, while the Jaguars still look fraudulent, while the Texans can't get out of their own way. Like, the Colts could very easily in this 2 to 3 year stretch become a mini dynasty in this window, very similar to what the Patriots did year after year after year. After when the Bills sucked, the Dolphins sucked, the Jets sucked. That's the Colts' opportunity right now. So yeah, screw them picks. Like, let's just get our guy, secure things up. And the other thing that people don't talk about enough, in my opinion, is now Indianapolis becomes a free agent destination. When you start and go into that conversation for next year, and you know that guys later in their career value going to a true contender, what better spot than to go to Indianapolis? The division sucks. You've got a team that's built. You've got your quarterback. You've got your running back. Receivers are good. Like, any piece that they want, assuming they can afford it, they could probably get in free agency too. So keep that in mind. Love it for the Colts. But we do have to get to one more. Let's talk about Philly. Just winning. Winning in free agency, winning in trades, winning in drafts. They can't stop winning. The only thing that, in my opinion, Philly needs a little help with is their offensive scheme. I think they handcuff Jalen Hurts a little bit too much. I think they need to let him loose. They've seen when they need to let him loose, he can do it. But I know this hurts Ray probably a little bit, but the Eagles are winning right now. And they're on the same list as the Cowboys on the winner squad, but I like it. They're self-aware. They're not afraid to dish picks. They are always in win now. I love it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, 100%. Kurt, you hit on all the main points. Adding Jalen Phillips is great for the pass rush. It's kind of the one area with the loss of Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, 2 guys that have been dominating on the Patriots and on the Cardinals throughout this season. Adding a player like that's very beneficial. I love the addition of Jair Alexander because they have to shore up that CB2. Adoree Jackson's been awful this season. So if some reason Jair Alexander can be the answer, then great for Philly. But we know they have a great team. They have a great roster. They have all the pieces in place. They added at the deadline that I think only makes them even better. It's just, how is it all going to come together and how competitive are they going to be in the NFC? I still think they're front runners in the NFC. I still think they have a great team. Offensively, I'm with you 100%. They have a lot to figure out to be the dominant team we saw last season. But the additions they've made have been great. And I think they're absolutely winners when you look to the other destinations and other teams around the league. They didn't make the biggest moves. I think the 4 that we have on the list already were great, but I think that even though it was smaller moves and they don't seem as consequential, for the Eagles, are absolutely winners coming out of the deadline.
But I just want to say the reason why they position themselves to be winners is because they've been able to stockpile picks over the last 5 years. Everyone's complaining about the 3rd for Phillips. I think they had 3 third-round picks. That's how you.
And they're going to get another one.
And when you lose guys in free agency
Kurt?
too, you get the comp picks.
Lose coordinators, lose pit players, right? They all get comp picks, right? So that's what makes Philly winners over and over and over.
And that is the discrepancy. Like, yeah, in the draft, you get the last pick, but if you've got good coaches that are getting poached every year, good players, it doesn't matter. You're going to get more picks every year, more capital. You're going to be able to move up. And that's why we've seen teams like the Browns be where they are for so long. It's just, it's tough to get out of that pit unless you absolutely nail the head coach hire and the quarterback pick. You have to. And I don't know, but we do have to get the losers, guys. We've got some losers.
Yeah.
We've got some clear losers. And what we're going to do is we're each going to pick a loser of the day. And I'm going to go first because I can. My number one loser today, sadly, as much as I love them because I love the quarterback, the Steelers. I think the Steelers not getting that extra help is just miserable because even though they beat the Colts kind of like they had them handled in the beginning part of the game, but with Daniel Jones turning the ball over 4+ times, they should have ran away with that game. Like they should have ran away with it. The Steelers are not a runaway with it team because they don't have runaway with it talent on offense. And now we see Aaron Rodgers can still sling the rock. He can still put the ball from point A to point B in a hurry, accurately, on time. They didn't help themselves. And I know they may have been coming off of a win. Maybe they're just feeling themselves or whatever, but they should never have gotten rid of George Pickens. Never. No. George Pickens on the opposite side of Metcalf could have been a true problem. Maybe a locker room problem for them. Change of scenery is good, but they needed somebody else besides Metcalf. And Metcalf, for me, is not even like a wide receiver one. I think he's just an X. I think you need someone else with him. That's how I look at Metcalf. He's a good player, but he's not like, you can't just rely on him. So the Steelers losers today, we'll see if they can make it through the playoffs.
Agreed. But, I wasn't even thinking about Pittsburgh, but that is a good one because they should have run away with that. 5 turnovers. You ought to run away with that one. I'm going to stick with another AFC team, and I'm going to go a little different here, okay? We've talked about the Dolphins. We've talked about the Bengals. I'm going to say the Tennessee Titans were losers today. Tennessee Titans picked Cam Ward #1 overall. This is a young, talented quarterback with all sorts of potential, but there are a lot of problems here with Tennessee. They don't have a head coach right now. They're going to have a new head coach next year. Like, this just felt like a spot to where even if it's Tony Pollard, I saw Tavondre Sweat was potentially rumored to be on the block. You've got Jeffrey Simmons, who's a great interior defensive tackle. But Kurt, man, let's figure out ways to just make microtransactions so we can improve our roster for our damn quarterback in 2026. We know they're not winning this year, but can we make some moves, shed some of the dead weight, and position ourselves, whether that via the draft, free agency, to build around Cam Ward? And they didn't do that. I think they had an opportunity to move off of some of these players here at the deadline to position this team to be better in 26 and 27 and beyond. And they stayed pat today. And I thought they would make some moves today, and they did not.
That was my second team.
Absolutely.
It was.
Yeah. I agree with you, man. The Titans, for as bad as they are, they should have been making some moves. And the next team that, for me, is a massive loser because of the playmakers they have, it's the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins should have been sellers 100%. Like, they 100% should have been selling off players. And I think the sad part is, Ray, when you talk about the Titans, you're like, what are you saving these players for? You should be like the Jets.
Calvin
you should
Ridley.
be just selling off talent because you have to rebuild completely. It's not like this team is just going to drastically get better tomorrow or they get a new head coach and Cam Ward's going to turn things around. They have a lot of pieces they have to add. They don't have a ton of draft picks. They didn't have a ton of draft picks before. They brought in L'Jarius Sneed to try and, make things better defensively. It hasn't worked. You need a full reset, and trading some of those players can add to that. And the Dolphins are in the same spot. Is Tua the answer at quarterback? Absolutely not. Is Mike McDaniel going to be the head coach after next season? Absolutely not. Well, maybe he will. But the other side of it is, and maybe Palmer can touch on this later, firing Chris Grier right before the deadline was a big mistake because you need someone that's used to going through a trade deadline to make moves like this that can better your franchise down the line, right? And people should talk about this more. You can't just fire your GM the week before the deadline when you have all these players that need to be moved. This isn't maybe we can move them. They should have been moved, and that's the reason why the Dolphins are losers.
That was a really good point. Now, we do have to come up with 2 more losers cumulatively. I'm looking around the league, and if you guys have any you want to throw out, definitely throw them.
49ers. I think they didn't get an edge rusher.
49ers, they're in a position to still win. Like, they should at least be a wild card spot. You should at least be buying right now. You have your 2 best players on IR for the rest of the year. Like, they're not just like 4-week IR, they're IR. The 49ers, I think, could have been one of those teams. And I think the Bills, I really, really think that the Bills needed a deep threat. They needed a true problem at receiver. And they weren't willing to give it up. And I know that they're probably satisfied because their run game looks the way it does. Their defense is playing better now. But like, don't forget 3 weeks ago, you got waxed by the Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
And I don't know, man. I know you just beat the Chiefs, but the Chiefs aren't the Chiefs who they used to be. I think the Bills, I think they needed.
They got to watch out for those Patriots, Kurt. Those Pats are
Patriots,
coming. They're coming,
are, man, and they are. And what did the Patriots do in the offseason? They got better. They got guys on defense. They got guys on offense. Like, they got better. There are some teams, in my opinion, and we'll bring on Palmer soon to add on to this, but there are some teams that just think they're smarter than other people, and they have it more figured out than other people, and that they're too good to make changes or additions. And I kind of got a little bit of that from the Bills right now. If the Eagles can win Super Bowls and still make additions, and the Bills have not in a very, very, very long time, what makes you think that you couldn't find a player at the deadline when you know you're not quite dominant? You're good, but you're not dominant. That's my opinion. Yeah. But we do have to bring on Palmer. Palmer, come on back. Bring us home. Let us know if we're right, wrong, or indifferent. Let's get it. Oh, I think you're muted. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Is he still muted for you guys?
Yeah, we don't got you yet.
Yeah, no, I
right.
see Palmer.
It's
Wait.
Looking
There
great.
you go.
Oh, there you go.
We're back.
There he goes.
Long day. That was
been
the
a long
first
day.
one too. That's bad. I was almost perfect for the day. Oh no, I was listening to all of it. I was soaking it all in. The move to go to Champ Kelly from Chris Greer is a fascinating one. The timing is peculiar. I do think there was a thought from Stephen Ross that most of the calls were more or less getting sent to voicemail with Chris Greer. And so we weren't really listening to many offers in Miami. I think the change allowed Stephen Ross to go, what if a different set of eyes is evaluating our roster right now and might be answering the phone a little bit differently than, say, Chris was? Because the hardest part about this deadline, guys, really is, and you put yourself in the shoes of the sellers, and whether you're Mike McDaniel or you're Chris Greer, and you're going, okay, what's best for the organization? And the organization over the next couple of years is probably to part ways with some of these contracts that are expiring and maybe fix our cap. Are those guys departing going to increase the chances of me getting fired? Probably. Yeah. They're players. So you are going to be looking at the situation with a bit of a skewed lens as the general manager or the head coach going, we should hold on to these guys because you want to keep your job. And I think that was part of the decision to make the switch. But the timing of it and the short window that they had is the fascinating part of it, for sure.
Man, that's incredible insight. Have you talked much to Mike McDonald, or have you talked to him much out in Seattle?
I very little.
So I got to spend time with him this past summer doing something actually with Microsoft, brought to you by Copilot, but not actually. I believe he signed a 6-year contract, correct, with Seattle. Like they got him lined up for the long haul. So like he knew they're not firing after a year or two on a rebuild. And to your point earlier about job security, he made a point to me that stuck with me forever. He's like, I am just going to go get the guys that I think are the most talented with the best scheme fit. And they may have some risks associated to them, but it's my job to get the best out of them. You can't operate in that if you don't have job security. You can't operate in what's in the best interest of the organization when you don't have job security. And I think that is what, historically, these organizations that are just constant losers have against them right now. So it's just cool to hear you bring up that point, but that applies everywhere across the NFL.
It really does. And another place you can look at it, and this is where James Gladstone comes from, right? He comes from working with Les Snead with the Rams. And Les Snead has that F them picks type of mentality, right? And James has kind of already, we've seen, brought that to Jacksonville in the short time that he's been there, making the trade for Travis Hunter and now making this trade at the deadline for another receiver. But the reason that Les has been able to do this is the job security he has. He also has maybe the best coaching staff from top to bottom in the NFL, which helps him.
Yep.
But how often do you see him trade away picks? And I'm going to get to this Copilot question because it ties into this. Trade away picks and F them picks and bring in Von Miller or do whatever he does and still win because he hits on 4th, 5th, sixth rounders. And I mean, not just hits on him as like making his roster. These are like starters. These are like legitimate impact players. So when you can evaluate talent too, the way a person like Les Snead can, and you have the trust and ownership that you have, you can take some of those risks. That's a general manager that takes risks. And that plays into this, because I got this, I had to look this up. I wanted to see, and I want everybody to pick somebody out of this. This is me flipping the script on you three, okay?
Go.
So I asked Copilot to show us the most recent players who got traded during the NFL deadline and won a Super Bowl that same season, okay? Remember, Jalen Ramsey goes from the Jags to the Rams. He wins. We saw Von Miller go from the Broncos to the Rams midseason. He wins a Super Bowl. I just brought that up. Kadarius Toney went from the Giants to the Chiefs. He wins a Super Bowl. Pick somebody at this deadline that has a chance to join this list
for this season.
It has to be
Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips is a great pick. That's a great pick. Sauce have a chance?
We're gonna get out. We got on a limb, right? We're gonna say.
I got
Big Q. Will
Sauce or
Danny
Shaheed,
Dimes,
man.
Danny Dimes. Shaheed's a good pick. We might get somebody already.
I'm gonna go Shaheed, man. I think Seattle's got a problem brewing over there for the league, man.
Big time.
Oh,
the division's tough, right? But man, that offense is as dynamic as you've seen. That defensive front, the interior specifically, is outstanding.
Incredible.
They have everything right now. Like, that was the fun part when I kept hearing this morning. It was like, yo, watch out for Seattle. Watch out for Seattle. And it was like, for what? Because like they don't have a whole lot of holes. Like, so it was like, oh, what do they want to do? You know what I mean? And it made sense what they were doing once they started hearing receiver, but it was kind of like they have options, but they want to be aggressive. It was a cool mentality that John Schneider had coming into today.
It's incredible.
Isn't
and I
it
think
crazy?
also, yeah, go ahead.
Kurt, it's wild that we're picking, to answer James's question, teams led by Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. In the NFL, just a beautiful, chaotic just thing to where, like, yeah, Seattle, they should be Super Bowl contenders. I think adding Sauce Gardner to Indianapolis, absolutely. Their defense needed it. They're already at a strong rushing unit, but to add him to the back end to be that closer for the secondary unit, Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones, I'm going to pick Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner is going to be on this list. I think it's Sauce Gardner is going to
And Danny Dimes, that you trust, Trey.
I love it.
Danny Dimes.
Jay Rich, who you got?
I will be taking Jalen Phillips. Yeah, he's the cop-out answer. He's the easy answer. But the Eagles are still one of the best teams in the NFL and one of the few very, very good teams in the NFL that made a move like this. You can go with Danny Dimes. I'm not there yet. I talked about it when we talked about the trade, but yeah, it's a good pick. We'll see what Danny can do in the playoffs.
Can I say this about Philly really quickly?
Please.
They had a bye this week, and I don't know if you can win a bye, but they had a bye this week, and they added Jalen Phillips. Brandon Graham is now going to come back for the second half of the season. They opened the practice window for Nolan Smith. They had issue at pass rush. Bam, 3 guys right there. They had issue in the secondary. They had Jair Alexander. They had Michael Carter. And at the same time during this bye, the Cowboys, the Giants, the Commanders, the Packers, and the Lions all lost. I don't know if you can have a better week without playing football than the Philadelphia Eagles just did.
Very true.
That's incredible. Man. I love that so much. This is the last thing that I'll leave us with before we do our little recap. The NFL is all about situations. These quarterbacks, one place, have no chance in hell. Get to a good situation, it's an entirely different thing. And I think that's just something to remember as we're breaking down film, watching guys talking about them online. Like, man, everybody's situation is different. There is no vacuum for playing quarterback. And Sam Darnold, testament to it all. When you look at them, like, look at the Seahawks defense. You have that D line, and then you hit on like a Nick Emmanwori, who's just a dog in the secondary, but can play as a gadget. They're Kyle Hamilton. That team is built, guys. I know that maybe I'm riding a homer pick right now because I like them, like the coach and everything, but I don't see how they lose. Like, they're not just going to get blown out by anybody. They can go toe-to-toe with anybody. They can beat anybody in the NFC. And especially with how you talk about the Packers, they lost the Lions. Like, some of these top dog teams aren't playing anywhere near what the Seahawks are. And the Seahawks' strength of schedule is one of the tougher ones in the NFL. It's impressive. But we're going to let you go, Palmer, before we do our little recap. Okay. So thank you again for coming back.
Guys,
you could hang out with us.
Asking for this. I can hang out with you guys.
Appreciate it.
Hang out. You're not even leaving. Yeah. Sorry. Hey, producers in the background, we're staying. We're going to do a quick little recap. Little 2-minute recap of winners and losers at the trade deadline. We're going to start with our winners. Okay, we got Dallas. Dallas Cowboys completely beefed up everything. They're playing for the future. They have an okay team right now. They're probably not going to make the playoffs, but man, 2026, watch out for Dallas because they truly addressed issues. Sam Darnold, another winner. That defense is incredible. He already has JSN and a great offensive scheme. Now you add Shaheed to help them go over the top and become a true force. I don't see how Seattle loses a game unless it's to themselves. Turnovers, taking care of the ball. Sam Darnold, if he does that, they're going to be a problem down the stretch. Now the Jets, full fire sale for the most part, especially on defense. They're building up for the future. They're buying themselves a little bit of time in the excuse department, but I really like that they have picks leading into 2027, and they're going to be able to build it the way that Aaron Glenn wants to, and I think they got rid of the guys that they could at the right time. Then you have the Colts. Their window is now. You have the AFC South, who's kind of in shambles right now. The Texans kind of weak. Titans dumpster fire. And Jacksonville's been on fraud watch recently. The Colts have a window. They have their quarterback. They have their running back, at least for the next few years. Man, getting Sauce Gardner helps their chances of going to a Super Bowl tremendously. And then last but not least, on the winner department, we have the Eagles constantly doing what they do. Like Palmer said, one of the only teams to ever win a bye week in such dramatic fashion. They added the defensive guys. They added some losses to their opponents that they really needed to lose. And it looks like if the Eagles can come out of this bye week a little bit more healthy with the right firepower on offense, that they could again be the team to beat in the NFL. And then flipping the script, we have the losers, the Steelers. They did nothing. They had a glaring issue on the offensive side of the ball to try to match a pass catcher with DK Metcalf. They could not get it done. And even though they beat the Colts this past week, it should have been by more. They had 5 forced turnovers against the Colts and only won by a little bit. The Steelers did not win the trade deadline. And then you have the Titans. You have a young quarterback with no head coach in sight and aging players on your roster. You didn't get rid of them. You didn't buy future capital to help your guy out. And again, the Titans are a loser. Similar to the Dolphins, they lost their GM. They have talented guys on offense. Big question marks in their quarterback room, which they've paid a lot of money for, and their coach's future is up in arms. They did not get rid of guys. Their year is over for this season as we look at it right now, and the Dolphins did not make any significant moves at the deadline. Then you have the Niners. Although they're beaten up, they have a lot of guys on IR. They still have a window here. They're sitting above 500. They have a quarterback in Mac Jones that's been able to step up for Brock Purdy, and they need some help on defense, and they did not get it done even though they were shopping around. And then last but not least, the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen, incredible. Their defense has been playing better. Their run game is great. They are still missing that true number one receiver, in my opinion, in Buffalo that can take them over the top. Something that you see a lot of premier quarterbacks around the league have. The Bills do not. I expected them to be buyers at the deadline, and they just could not get it done. But these are your winners and losers from today's deadline. Bam. Guys, I need a drink of water.
Great job.
A little bit of oxygen. Good. That was outstanding.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Well, thank you guys for hanging out today, man.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're going to do this again. We're going to run it back next year. Maybe we'll have a little playoff preview show. I don't know. I'm just throwing it in the Bleacher Report guys' ears. Maybe we can get that show set up, but I've had a great time with you guys.
Love it.
I'm Kurt Benkert. We have Ray Garvin, Jordan Richards, and James Palmer hanging out with us today. Thank you guys for being here. We will catch you next time.
Peace.